It was a Wednesday evening when I first got a hint that my world, my safe and sane world, wasn't quite what I thought it was. I had gotten home from work a bit early. I heard my wife, Marge, moving around in our bedroom upstairs, and thought that I would go up and say hello. As I walked down the hallway, I could hear her talking to someone on the phone. As I got closer, I could hear her end of the conversation. "Yes, sweetie, today was great, I really enjoyed it." "Huh? Since when does she enjoy work?" Our bedroom door was slightly open, so I peeked through. She was undressing while talking on her cell phone. She slithered out of her skirt and laid it on the bed. I noticed that she was wearing lacy black underwear, and I knew that I never had seen them before this. I was about to walk in, but then she said, "I gotta go, he could be home soon, and I must get a shower first. Talk to you tomorrow, stud, bye." She put the phone on the charger and took off her blouse. She was wearing a matching black lace bra. Facing away from me, she peeled off those underwear and tossed them in the hamper. The bra followed. As she moved around the bed to head to the shower, she passed a mirror. Being a woman, she, of course, had to stop and look. From my position at the corner of the door, I could see her reflection in the mirror perfectly. What I saw made a sick chill go down my body. I felt like I might piss myself, throw up, or all three. There in the mirror, her left chest clearly had a suck mark on it. My wife had a hickey on her breast, and I didn't give it to her. I heard her gasp, and realized that she saw what I had just seen. She pulled up with one hand while rubbing the mark with a finger of the other hand. "Ah shit," she snarled. "Now I've got a mark that I've gotta hide. Holy." She went into the bathroom and started her shower while I stood outside our bedroom crying and shaking. "My name is David. Marge has been my wife for 23 years. We have 2 children, Julia, who is 19, and Tom, who is 18. Marge works part-time in procurement at the local Air Nation Guard base. I am a chemical engineer. Until a few minutes ago, I thought that we had a great marriage and a great life. If you're enjoying my content, consider joining my Patreon community. By becoming a patron, you'll get access to full parts of my videos much earlier than everyone else, plus you'll be supporting me to create even more awesome content for you." Now it looked like my wife needed someone else to make her life great. After a bit, I regained some control and, entering our bedroom, I picked up her cell phone to find the number of that last call. I got another surprise. She had a password on her cell phone. We had never used passwords and sometimes had made calls on each other's phones. I realized that I had not used her phone in a couple of months. It just never was convenient. I picked up her blouse and smelled it. There was a faint trace of aftershave that I did not recognize on it. Going to the hamper, I picked out her underwear. They were used as might be expected, but I didn't find any big gooey blobs. Thinking a bit, I got the digital video recorder from the kitchen and a Ziploc bag. Going back to the bedroom, I put the underwear in the Ziploc bag and stuffed it in my pocket. I made a note to myself to order a detection kit and have it shipped to the office. The video recorder went on my dresser, facing the mirror. I set it to record and wrapped one of my ties around it. It was mostly hidden. As I went back downstairs, I saw that her laptop was on, so I figured that this would be a good time to check her email. No such luck, she had put a password on it. We had never used computer passwords either, which was another piece of evidence. Then I left. I really wanted to confront her, but I was an emotional wreck. Plus, I had no real evidence. She could just deny everything. No, I needed hardcore proof. And I wanted to know whom she was so that I could hurt him in return. I called my wife's cell phone, knowing that she was still in the shower, and told her that I was stuck on a job and would grab a late dinner when I was finished. Hiding her underwear in the garage, I headed to the closest bar to think and suffer. It was a quiet rundown bar that bordered on a shabby motel. It offered nothing special, average food, cheap drinks, and privacy. Entering the bar, I noticed that there was a new barmaid. Great, I thought, I hope she knows how to make a gin and tonic. It turned out that she did. Her name was Mary. She had just started, and I enjoyed talking with her. She was a divorced mom, trying to scrape by in life. I got back home at about 11 p.m. The house was quiet with everyone in bed. I went up to the bedroom to undress. As I was slipping into my robe, Marge said, "You're late tonight, hon?" Turning to her, I replied, "I'm sorry to wake you, it was a long day." Then I added, "But I'll make it up to you if you feel neglected." She sighed and said, "Oh, I'm just too tired right now. How about in the next day or two? It's a date, babe. I'm going to relax for a few minutes, and then join you." "Good night," I answered. "Night." Grabbing the recorder, I left the bedroom and went downstairs to my computer. As I plugged the camera into my laptop, I realized that our lovemaking in the last few months had dwindled down from 2 or 3 times a week to once a week, and that for the last month or so, once a week was Saturday night. I fast-forwarded the recording until the bathroom door opened. She immediately went to the mirror and examined her chest. I could see the suck mark clearly. She got out flannel pajamas for later. She normally sleeps nude. I saved the video and cleared the camera. After putting it away, I went to bed. On my way, I pushed the thermostat up about 4 degrees. Let's see how she likes flannels. Marge was either sleeping or pretending to be asleep when I got into bed. Thursday morning, I got up early to get away from her. I didn't think I could hide my anger and I needed time to get under control and make more plans. Calling the office, I let them know that I wouldn't be in until the afternoon. Then I called my friend, George. I knew George would be able to help. Not only have we been good friends for years, but he caught his wife cheating on him about a couple of years ago and went through a nasty divorce. We spent many hours together drowning his sorrows. George is now a major in the Air Nation Guard. Since his divorce, he had thrown himself into his work and had received several promotions. The last had put him in charge of security for the base. On the second ring, he picked up the phone and said, "Hey buddy. How's it going?" "Not too well right now," I replied. "I need your help. I think that Marge is cheating on me." "Ah, David, I am so sorry," he said. "I'll do anything I can to help. Can you come over here this morning?" "Yeah," I replied. "How about if I go over now?" "Sounds good," George quietly said. "I hope you are wrong, but I've never known you to overreact." "I don't think I am, but with your help I should be able to prove it one way or the other." Once there, we sat on the sofa and went over what I knew. When I left an hour later, I had part of a plan, and had borrowed 5 digital audio recorders from George, the same ones that he used to catch his wife. I drove back home. Marge's car was gone. I placed 4 recorders in the house, saving the last one for her car. Then I noticed that the house was a little cooler than usual. Checking the thermostat, I saw that she had pushed it back down. I assumed that she had had a hot night. Deciding to look around a bit, I went through her closet carefully. The first thing that I noticed was she had a couple of outfits that I had not seen her wear. They were more daring than her usual. Maybe she bought them but then didn't feel comfortable actually wearing them in public, I thought. Then, in the back of a dresser drawer, I found some lingerie that I had never seen before. They showed signs of wear. A couple of them were torn. Torn as in somebody ripped them off of Marge to get to her naked body. That hurt and I just stared at them for many minutes. Finally I headed off to work. Around 3, I called Marge's cell and left a voicemail that I was stuck on a job and wouldn't be home until late. As soon as I got home that evening, I put the final voice recorder in Marge's car, and then went to bed. I made sure to go to bed well after Marge did Friday night as well. She was either sleeping or pretending to be. I did check the audio recorders Friday evening but heard nothing of interest. I quietly got the kids their breakfast as is our custom on weekends. Saturday, Marge gets to sleep late. Sunday I do. After they finished and went to watch TV, I cleaned up the kitchen and put Marge's breakfast in the microwave. I connected a LAN cable to my laptop, logged into my computer, into the wireless router, and disabled wireless access. Then I left Marge a note directing her to the microwave and telling her that I was outside, then went out to start yard chores. About 2 hours later, Marge came outside complaining that her laptop couldn't connect to the internet. We walked in. I tried my laptop and said, "Mine's connected. Let's look at yours." She seemed a bit nervous and hovered around her laptop and me. I pretended to troubleshoot and she eventually got bored and wandered away, but about every 5 minutes she was back again. While she was gone I slipped in a memory stick and installed a keylogger program. The next time that she left, I configured it to capture all key presses, to take a snapshot of the screen twice a minute, to track all websites that she visited, and to capture her email including deleted and sent items. The next time that she left, I walked back to my laptop and restarted the wireless service. I checked that her laptop was now connecting and went to find her. After showing her that it was connecting to the internet, I told her that the hard drive was badly fragmented. I brought up the cleanup program and suggested that when she was done for the day she click this button and let the program run overnight. That would also give my keylogger time to transfer all the data to me. She slipped her hands around my neck, kissed me, and, smiling seductively, said, "Thanks big guy, how can I pay for your services?" I smiled back, slapped her but lightly, and said, "How about washing my car?" Her face showed that she was expecting a very different answer. I kissed her cheek and said, "Just kidding." Pulling away, I added, "I gotta get back to work out there." She looked confused as I walked out of the room. While mowing the grass, I realized that I was being stupid. I wasn't going to F her tonight, but I didn't want her to start thinking that I was suspicious before I had real evidence. I had to treat her normally for now. I decided to bust ass out here today and be too tired and sore for S tonight. We watched a couple of movies with the kids in the evening. Marge snuggled up next to me and she felt good. She was feeling frisky. A couple times while they were engrossed in the movie, Marge openly felt my C. We took a break toward the end of the second movie. I used the opportunity to get a drink and to pop one of Marge's ex. I figured I would be asleep in 45 minutes. About 15 minutes later, Marge woke me up. I announced that I had worked too hard today and was going to bed. Marge looked disappointed, and even more so when the kids asked her to stay for a third movie. I do not know when she came to bed. I was oblivious. Sunday morning was my sleep-in morning, but I was up at 5 a.m. I didn't want to be in bed when Marge woke in case she wanted a morning ride. And it was time to start checking her data. I shut off her alarm clock as I was leaving. As I booted my computer, I realized that if I didn't F her tonight, she absolutely would be suspicious. I started up the keylogger reader. While it initialized, I added a password to my computer. There were about 500 emails in the hidden folder, so I started reading them. The keylogger sends the oldest mails first, and I was looking at 6-month-old emails. I did see 2 emails from somebody named Will Perez. He had his own domain name, but the messages were about her work. Maybe the guy works with her. Or maybe this is the guy. I sorted by name and found one about 4 months old with the subject, "Hey hot stuff." I read it. It was not explicit, but it sounded like this guy was trying to seduce her. He had registered his name as an internet domain. A brief check showed that he did not have a web page. I resorted by date and found 6 from old Willie dated yesterday. No wonder Marge was hovering around her laptop. She was worried that I might open Outlook. I opened the newest email and read while my life crashed around me. Starting at the bottom, where she bitched at him for marking her and how hard it was to hide it from me. His reply was basically, "Shit happens, get over it, and to hell with your husband." Her furious reply was sent 14 minutes later. One paragraph was interesting. She wrote, "I know you do not love your wife, but I do love my husband. I do not want to hurt him or my marriage. It is bad enough that I haven't let him F me much lately. Now since you marked me, I can't even let him see me naked. I will not be meeting you this Wednesday." Interesting, but it didn't change anything. The next 2 were from him with a changed tune. He begged her forgiveness, told her he would always be gentler in the future. He offered to take her on a trip somewhere warm if she could get away for a while. He professed his love for her. Oh, pew, he sounded like a teenager. The last was from her, saying that she was glad that he now understood her position. She would only take trips with her husband, and she would not meet him this Wednesday. She added that she expected that it would take a week for the marks to fade, and that then she was going to be busy making it up to her husband. Other emails provided more information. They had been F for about 2 months now. They met at a local motel where his company kept a room rented, allegedly for his long-distance sales guys to crash there when needed. One email gave her directions to the place, saying that the company has had room 187 for 2 years now. It was the motel across from the bar that I was in the other day. Then a new email arrived from him. It was a reply to one that she had sent last night, and I was sent spinning again. She had emailed him that she couldn't do without him F her this week and that she would meet him Wednesday at 1 p.m. She insisted that he be gentle this time. His reply was effusive crap about how wonderful she was and how he would make it wonderful for her. I decided right then that they were both going to pay. I needed to make some plans and would need George's help. I forwarded the most useful emails to George and started making breakfast. Marge came down around 9:30 and thanked me for letting her sleep in that morning. I said that it was only fair since I crashed out so early last night. She hugged me and whispered, "Don't work too hard today, sweetie. I need you to do your hard work tonight." I ignored the second part and said, "I'm mostly done out there, just a couple more hours left to do." I pulled away, saying, "I'd better get to work." As I was leaving, I glanced back and saw a worried look on her face. She quickly changed it when she saw me looking. I said, "Yell if you need anything, babe." She gave a weak, "Okay." I was cleaning the garage when George called. First he asked if I could talk now. I went outside and told him yes. He said, "I read the emails, I am so sorry." "Thanks," I said. "I feel like shit, but at least I know now." "You know, and you have some evidence, but you do not have proof court yet," he noted. I replied, "I know, maybe I can get some pictures of her going in or out of the motel. We can do a lot better than that, if you want, you just won't be able to use the evidence in court," he said. "Talk to me. I have conducted a few criminal investigations at that motel over the years. The owner is a good guy who doesn't want criminals or druggies hanging around. I can call him tomorrow and get him to print me a key to that room as part of my ongoing investigation," was his reply. "We will have to find out when Perez won't be there, and then we can install the same hidden cameras I used to catch my S of an X," he explained. I said firmly, "Yes, I want to do that. Not only to catch her, but because I want to get him. Can you see what you can find on him, also? First thing Monday morning I'll get that ball rolling. Let's see if we can do the install Monday or Tuesday. We'll need maybe an hour," he answered. We talked a few more minutes. George explained that the equipment was sound and motion activated and that it would transmit to a receiver that had to be within 100 feet. He expected to put the receiver in a utility room somewhere. When I wanted to retrieve the data, I just had to drive to the motel and activate the receiver in my car. The first receiver was also a transmitter. On my signal, it would dump its data to me, and then clear its memory. It might take up to 2 hours to send a full day worth of video. The rest of Sunday was uneventful. I found that I was really looking forward to getting some pee tonight. I came to the conclusion that just because Perez was staining it, there was no reason why I couldn't still just use it. My first thought was to do a rough, quick F, and to be asleep 10 minutes later. Then I changed my mind and decided to see how many I could give Marge instead. She normally see once or twice a session. I'd make this one real special, something that she could compare to Perez. When the kids were in bed, Marge came up to me and quietly said, "I'm going to bed, too. If you are not in our bed in 30 minutes, I will come down here and drag you to bed by your D." I happily promised to be there. 20 minutes later I walked into the bedroom. Marge was in the bathroom and the room was darker than usual when I closed the door. The nightlight was missing from its socket. She must be figuring that in the darkened room I wouldn't be able to see her hickey. Vowing not to touch her left chest tonight, I undressed in the darkness, pulled the bed covers back and got into bed. Marge turned off the bathroom light before coming into the bedroom naked, and slipped into bed with me. She turned to me and gave me a full-body hug, saying, "Oh, I need this, sweetie." I hugged her back and kissed her gently, saying, "Me, too." Rolling her onto her stomach, I began a soft massage, starting at her head. As I worked my way down her body, I was rewarded by purring sounds. I played with her feet and each of her toes. After a few minutes, I put her feet down and moved around to the foot of the bed. After a bit I rolled off of Marge and gently turned her onto her back. I decided to repeat my efforts, this time lying beside Marge, rather than on top of her. Moving lower, I began to kiss her neck and upper chest. Slowly, I moved down her body, kissing each part. I could feel her body tensing. After the process, Marge whispered, "David, that was incredible. What did I do to deserve a man like you?" I kissed her and replied, "I'm the lucky one here. And I love pleasuring you almost as much as I love you." I was tempted to add a remark about how I could never love anyone but her, but I realized that I did not want to pop this bubble that we had right now, together. "I love you, too." We hugged and Marge said, "I need to go clean up, but I am so comfortable here." I kissed her cheek and said, "Let me help." Getting up, I pulled the sheet and cover over her so that she wouldn't get cold and went into the bathroom. Coming back with a warm washcloth and 2 hand towels, I made sure to turn out the bathroom light before I re-entered the bedroom. Marge whispered, "David, I love you." Then she popped our bubble by adding, "You are the only man in the entire world for me." I kissed her a couple times before getting up and saying, "I'm going to go clean up, rest baby." As I walked into the bathroom, I was raging. How could she say that, knowing that Perez was in her world, too? How could she, after the tenderest lovemaking we have had in a long time, lie there in our marital bed, and lie to me? A deliberate lie, one she did not have to have said, but that she chose to say. When I left the bathroom, I was glad to find that Marge was snoring softly. I gingerly got into bed. I awoke early Monday morning, and, looking over, noticed that Marge had put her flannels on, sometime in the night. I left the house before anyone else was up. Calling my office Monday morning, I let them know that I would not be in today, and then headed over to George's place. He told me that he had called the motel manager and had gotten some information. It turns out that our lover boy is getting it on with at least 3 women at his little love nest. I'm sure that he thinks he is smart having a full-time room to use, but he's dumb for using the same room. George also said that the manager thought that Perez was a bastard who harassed the staff. The final piece of information was that Perez worked in the room a couple of afternoons a week, but was rarely there before 11 a.m. "Well, let's grab our stuff and get going," George said. We loaded the equipment into George's van and pulled up at the motel in 10 minutes. George knocked on the manager's door and introduced me as someone who was working with him on an investigation and noted that I would be around sometimes. The manager, whose name was Kevin, said that that would be fine, and that he did not want any illegal activities happening in the motel. He handed George the room key and showed us where the room was located on a room map. We saw that there was a utility room about 50 feet away. George asked for a key to it, which Kevin immediately printed out for him. Last, Kevin called Perez's room to make sure that he wasn't there. He did not get an answer. We thanked Kevin and drove the van over near the room. George knocked on the door a couple of times, and then let us in with the key. It was deserted. I stopped, suddenly staring at the bed where my wife had spread her legs for another man. After a while, I turned and started helping. In less than 2 hours the equipment was installed and tested. As we were leaving, I noticed a laptop docking station on the table. "Look, George, he must use his laptop in here," I practically shouted. If I can get in here while it is here and he is not, I can install the key logger on it. George said, maybe he leaves it here when he goes to lunch or dinner. I'll wait outside every day if I need to, I responded. First, I want to get a GPS on his car so that we don't get surprised. Don't jump the gun, he answered. Understand? I don't want to risk F-up payback. Let's get out of here. I'll buy lunch, how about across the parking lot? Their food is pretty good. Oh, and they have a new barmaid, she is pretty and easy to talk to. Sounds good, I'm hungry, George noted. The bar was deserted when we walked inside of it. I entered first, Mary saw me, smiled and waved. Then George stepped in behind me. Mary's face changed to one of shock. She dropped the towel that she was using to clean the bar and immediately walked over to us. Ignoring me, she grabbed George in a full-body hug, saying, George, it is so good to see you again. He hugged her back warmly and said, Mary, I have wondered, looks like you are back on your feet. I am so glad. She pulled back, still holding him, and said, no, I'm not there yet. If you're enjoying my content, consider joining my Patreon community. By becoming a patron you'll get access to full parts of my videos much earlier than everyone else, plus you'll be supporting me to create even more awesome content for you. But I am getting closer. Thanks to you. From the sidelines, I said, Mary, I'd like you to meet my good friend, George. They both laughed. Mary released George and put both of her hands on my hand saying, I've liked you from when we first met. Now that I know that you are George's friend, well, that matters a lot. I smiled, and said, he's a butthole in general, but he's okay. She grinned, and said, George and I go back a couple of years. But I've never thought of him as a butthole. Must be a guy thing. Mary kept taking care of drink orders for the 4 other patrons, but always came back to talk to us when done. Among other things, I learned that she was working as much as possible to save money to be able to enter nursing school in about 5 months. Around 2 in the afternoon George and I were the only customers left. I commented on that, and Mary said that it was always deserted in the afternoons. She added, I don't make any tip money, which sucks, but I usually use the time to study. Then grinning at us, she concluded, but it's a lot nicer talking with you guys. The 3 of us chatted about another half hour when suddenly, Mary, looking rather solemn, turned to George and said, George, I am going to tell him. George just returned her gaze and made a slow nod. She turned to me and said, if we are going to be friends, I don't want any secrets. And maybe, when I tell you, you might not want to think of me as a friend. I'll understand. But I won't hide my life from you. And I don't want you to find out from someone else. I saw her reach for George's hand, she clasped it hard, and said, let me tell you how I met George. The bastard arrested me. He took me to a filthy holding cell in some cold dungeon he has on that base. I broke down when I saw the cell. It didn't matter to him, he just pushed me in and began closing the door. Then he stopped and watched me cry. He started yelling at me, telling me how I was ruining my life and how stupid I was being. Suddenly, I realized he wasn't yelling that I was a useless crack-ass, which is what I was. He was telling me that I was hurting myself. Nobody ever said that to me before, but I heard him then, and I lost it. I collapsed on that horrible dirty mattress and bawled like a kid. George sat down next to me and uttered one word. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and said, he asked me, why? Nothing more. Looking at George, she continued, for the first and only time in my life, I spilled my guts. Crying, hysterical at times, I told him everything. I don't know how long it took, it must have been hours that George sat there with me. When I was finally done, he just stared at me for the longest time. Then he got up, softly squeezed my shoulder, and then locked me in that cell. He left me there for 14 hours. I didn't see anybody, didn't hear anything. I was cold and hungry the entire time, coming down off a crack high. Finally he returned and told me that it was time to see the judge. Normally you get a chance to clean up and put on a fresh jail suit before you appear in court. Not me, he made me go in there as I was. The defense attorney didn't say anything. The judge was about to sentence me to jail when suddenly George stood up and asked to address the court. I'll never, ever forget what he said, or what he looked like in his full dress uniform. I can quote him verbatim to this day, but what matters is that he told the judge that justice would not be served if he remanded me to jail. He wanted me in rehab. The judge and the attorney looked shocked, with reason. I was an addict, AW, and a 3-time loser who was obviously guilty of the crimes that George had charged me. And suddenly hard-ass George was on my side? After some hesitation the judge gave me a chance at a 90-day rehab with 4 years of hard time if I screwed up. I jumped on it. Looking back to George, she said, I haven't touched it since the day that George busted me. Stepping back and looking at both of us, she added softly, George, David, I don't walk the streets now, but I am still AW. It is the only way that I can save money for school and provide for my daughter, but if you two don't want to talk to me anymore, I understand. I am sorry, George. She found herself being hugged from both sides. George said, as long as you keep fighting, I'm in your corner. And you will make it, I know you. I added, Mary, I am glad we met, and happy to think of you as my friend. It was a good thing that the bar was deserted, and we were in a dark corner. Mary just held us and cried. Monday evening, Marge got in around 5:30 and had Chinese dinner in her hands. She came over to kiss me, but I just grabbed the bags and took them to the counter, while saying, Great, we are all starved. When I turned around she was looking at me with a pensive expression. I said, Why don't you change clothes in the bathroom while I get things ready? Her face paled as I turned away and started to get dishes out of the cabinet. Whatever she was going to say sputtered out into silence. I was still furious over her lie last night. Dinner was a quiet affair and the kids noticed but didn't say anything. Marge wasn't too hungry but I made a point of eating a lot. Marge did make several attempts at conversation which I mostly ignored. Then I realized that I was being stupid and was tipping my hand. While last night's S was just average for me, I had made it extra good for her, and she was probably still feeling good about it. My being in a hole now was just cheap. And I didn't want her to call off the affair before I had evidence. I made a point of shaking my head, and said, Sorry everyone. I've been distracted about a work problem, and I brought my troubles home. Let's start over. How was everyone's day? We chatted through dinner with the semblance of normality. I made it a point to smile at Marge a couple of times and to be attentive to her. Marge went to bed ahead of me. I pushed the thermostat up about 5 degrees. After waiting an hour, I checked the voice recorders, but again got nothing of interest. I walked into our bedroom, it must have been 77 degrees. I got ready for bed, got in, and rolled away from her without saying anything. She quietly said, Night, honey. Without rolling over, I said, Why are you wearing that flannel top? It's certainly not cold in here. She was silent a moment, and then said, Honey, I'm just cold, that's all. I decided to push it. I rolled over to her and embraced her. She hugged me back. She felt really sweaty. Are you feeling sick? I asked with concern. She said, I don't think so, I've just been cold at night lately. I pushed my hand up to her unmarked tit and, while fondling it, said, I know a few ways to warm you up. She stiffened, sighed, and said, David, I am sorry, I'm just too tired. I rolled away and said, It's okay. Marge moved to me and spooned me, saying, Honey, yesterday was just incredibly wonderful, but I'm just too tired tonight. Tell you what, Wednesday I have an easy day. I'll rock you off Wednesday night. I just murmured, It's okay. After some seconds she pulled away and went back to her side of the bed. Things were cold Tuesday morning. I left at the normal time and drove to work. George called to let me know that he installed the GPS on Perez's car last night and gave me the website and login information. I checked out the site, it showed me that D-Head was across town. Deciding that it was time to check the bedroom voice recorder, I let the office know that I would be back in a couple of hours, and drove home. Marge had gotten a call from her best friend, Ashley, Monday morning. Almost immediately, Marge told her that she had had incredible S this weekend. Ashley squealed, UF will this weekend? So, Ashley knows. I wondered if her husband Mike knew and didn't tell me, the bastard. No, David. It was Sunday night. I wanted to F him Saturday night like usual, but he spent all day working outside and was too tired, Marge replied. She went on, but Sunday night was awesome. I had 6 and 7 little shivering ones. It was absolutely the best I have had in years. Ashley said, 13 times? I've never even come close to that. What made it different than usual? Ashley asked. She thought a moment. I don't really know. We didn't do anything new or different, other than David gave me a great massage and he used his fingers a bit more. But maybe I was real horny, I don't know. Everything he did just set me off more. His touch was perfect, always the right speed, the right softness or firmness, just perfect. Ashley said, Wow. She continued, Then when he started F me, David just did everything I needed at exactly the right time. Better than a will? Ashley shot back at her. Oh, yes. Making love with David is always better. This time was super better, Marge replied. Then why are you F Will? She asked with a smile in her voice. It's different, Marge replied. David makes love to me, I feel so safe with him. Will just F me. It feels good, but I'd never want David to just use me like that. But both are good. I know that doesn't make any sense, does it? It does to me, girlfriend. It's the thrill, the raw passion. Oh, I know, that's why I started F Brian Sears last year. Then she giggled, plus he has that horse seat. Marge giggled back. And yeah, that's why you stopped F him. Then Ashley added, hey, next month, Mike will be out of town for 5 days. I think I am going to let Brian F me on the first day. Really? Damn. I thought you were done with him. I am, since last year. I thought that Mike was getting suspicious. But Brian and I keep in touch. With Mike away for 5 days, I thought I would indulge myself. You will tell me all about it, Marge ordered. Ashley countered with, only if you tell me all about Wednesday with Will and David, including all the dirty details. Marge said, deal? Then Ashley asked, how's your chest? Marge replied, the mark is fading, but I can't let David see my chest for another 3 or 4 days. I've been changing in the bathroom and putting flannels on at night. He hasn't noticed? Ashley asked, you'd better be careful. Has he said anything about the lack of S? No, but I have to take care of that. Then she giggled and said, I was thinking, I never had a chance to do this before, but I was thinking about F David Wednesday night. I never had 2 guys in the same day before. Ashley said, I've done that a couple of times, it's a real turn on. Just make sure you buy a before you do David. Marge said that she would, and then they said their goodbyes. I don't think so, Marge S. And Ashley was AS, too. Should I tell Mike and risk ruining his life? That was just wrong. Then I remembered thinking that he might be a bastard for knowing and not telling me. He would want to know, just like me. I would give him a copy of this recording after I took care of Perez. The next call of interest was again Ashley, from earlier this morning. Their conversation had a different tone from Monday's. Marge called and said, hi, Ashley. Ashley picked up on Marge's tone and asked what was wrong. David noticed that I was wearing flannels and changing in the bathroom with the door closed. He asked me about it when he got in bed. I told him that I was cold, but Ashley, the room was hot as hell. I was sweating all night in those heavy flannels. I don't think he believed me, but he didn't say anything else. Then David wanted to have S, but I couldn't risk him seeing the bruise. Sunday I had pulled the nightlight out, but David had fixed it, so I told him no again. He was hurt. I tried to make it up by telling him that I would F him hard Wednesday, but he didn't seem to care. We lay there with this wall between us. And worse, I just kept thinking about F Will, not David. I closed that file and saved it. I didn't need to hear anymore. Digging through the internet, I ordered a S detection kit and had it shipped to my office. Next, I drove over to the motel. Perez's car was by his room, but it was lunchtime. I went over to the bar. Mary wasn't working, but I saw from the front window that Perez was in a booth, looking at the menu. I figured that now was good. I walked to his motel door and knocked. I didn't get an answer, so I used the key to open the door. This time I ignored the bed and walked into the other room to see his laptop on and showing a QuickBooks accounting screen. I pulled my thumb drive out, inserted it in his computer, and installed the keylogger program. This time, I didn't bother with screen captures, but checked all emails, all websites, all keystrokes, and all data, which included the accounting data. If he was doing anything that I could use to hurt him, I'd be able to find it. Next I enabled his remote desktop client and checked that the motel wireless had the right port open. It did. Finally, I went to one of the websites that offered a free light version of remote control software and created the account at his domain name. I installed their software, which would allow me to take control of his laptop from anywhere, and I'd have his desktop on my monitor. The site records IP addresses of everyone who logs in and so will show that it was installed from the motel network. I removed the icons from the desktop and system tray, as well as from the start menu. Then I brought up his QuickBooks screen and got the hell out of there. I went back to the office and worked a few hours. Getting home in a good mood, I was jovial and helpful to the kids and Marge. She looked worried when I first got home, but relieved after seeing that I was acting normally. Around 10 she said that it was time for her to go to bed. I told her that I had some work to finish, and would be up in a while. She answered, great, I'll see you in the morning. Yeah, just great, I thought. Get enough sleep so you can service your lover tomorrow. I had a shitload of data to deal with, today's footage, all the files from the bugs, all the files from Willie's and Marge's computers, and the phone bug data. But it wasn't going to be tonight. I did download the data from her car recorder, and put it back in Marge's car. She was either sleeping or pretending to be when I got in bed. I got as far away from her as possible and went to sleep thinking, tomorrow's the day. Marge was up ahead of me Wednesday morning, which was fine with me. I was sick to my stomach knowing that she was going to cheat on me again today, and that I would have to watch the recording of her pleasuring her lover and being pleasured. When I went in the kitchen, she was finishing making breakfast. I noticed that she was fully dressed for work, which was another first. She said, "Just in time, sweetie, and good morning." I grunted and reached for the coffee. After I got a cup and had a drink or two, I turned back to her to find her staring at me with a confused look on her face. I said, "Sorry, was still asleep on me feet." "Or is that my feet?" She said, "Okay, you're just usually a morning person. Now you know how I feel most mornings." I didn't reply, just sat down and took a sip. The kids came in and she began serving breakfast. I always help her serving when she cooks, but not today. I didn't look at her but saw out of the corner of my eye that she kept taking quick glances at my face. When she put my plate in front of me, she paused and stared at me. I neglected to notice while looking at the door. As I was about to leave, she stepped in front of me with a worried look, and said quietly, "David, is there something wrong?" I stared at her blankly and said, "Not that I know of." I hugged her, suddenly affectionately. She melted into my arms, relieved, and said, "I'm glad, I was worried." I said, "I love you and I can't imagine living without you. And there is no other woman in this world that I want to make love to." I waited, and then added, "I hope that you feel the same way about me." She instantly stiffened and made a sobbing noise while holding me tighter, said, "Of course I do." Then she whispered, "And I plan on wearing you out tonight." I pulled away forcefully, and walked out without looking back at her. I drove to the motel and downloaded the data while waiting for Marge to go to work. I got back home a little after 9 a.m. I spent the entire time in the parking lot wondering how I was going to get through this day. How could I act normally around the what I was going to do? How am I going to be able to watch the video of her with another man? Downloading the data from the bugs took some time. I wandered around the house aimlessly while it copied. There was just no way I was going to be able to talk to Marge tonight, or even worse, get into bed with her. I started with his emails. After a couple hours, I learned some basic facts. He had 3 companies that bought products cheaply and resold them to the local military base, to several Fortune 500 companies, and to the federal government. It appeared that he was screwing 5 women besides my wife, the busy little a-hole. He had a number of emails concerning the quality of the products and specifications. I saved a couple of emails for further follow-up. Not much so far, but it was a start. Next, I copied his 3 QuickBooks company files and used the keylogger program to find his logins and passwords. I didn't find much useful there either. I'm not a CPA. I did notice under expenses that he had 6 company credit cards. He even noted the card number in the notes for each card. Listening to his phone conversations took a long time but proved to be well worth it. If you're enjoying my content, consider joining my Patreon community. By becoming a patron, you'll get access to full parts of my videos much earlier than everyone else, plus you'll be supporting me to create even more awesome content for you. I began to see some correlations between some emails and what he was saying on the phone. One call was from somebody in the base's shipping and receiving department. He said that he had a problem getting the last shipment processed because of the duplicate serial numbers. Worse, all future shipments must have unique serial numbers. Perez was pissed about that and made it painfully clear that he wasn't happy. The guy insisted that the new auditing software would flag all kinds of things and that they had to be more careful. When Perez hung up, he went online and purchased 2 specialty printers and supplies. Another call was from a supplier who wanted Perez to buy from him. After a lot of beating around the bush, Willie Boy finally said, "Look, the qualification process takes forever. That is just the way it is. But I like you and want to help." The chief of procurement for the base is the guy who approves vendors, but he takes the advice of his procurement agent. "I can get him to help you, but it will cost you." The guy sounded defeated when he asked, "How much?" "For $5,000 cash you can sell $100,000 worth of stuff to the base. And to help you out, you can raise your price by 2% without any problem. Future orders won't cost quite as much." The guy sounded a little happier. "Okay, how do I get the money to you? Let me know when you have it ready, I'll tell you where to meet me. 2 days later, your bid will be accepted. Thanks. I'll call as soon as possible." His next call was from a guy in the base procurement section, which was where Marge worked. The guy gave Perez the amounts that several competitors had submitted on several contracts. Other than that, he received 4 calls of interest, all from his One of the calls was from my wife. It was the same conversation that I had heard from the car recorder. Taking a break, I decided that it was time to get a bit more organized, so I set up Marge and Will folders on the flash drive, and subfolders for video, audio, data, and miscellaneous stuff. I moved everything I had into the folders and made a backup. It was time to call George. He commiserated with me for a few minutes, and then I told him that I needed him in his official capacity. He was all ears. When I finished he said, "Excellent. Although I can't use your evidence in court, it will unofficially make my ongoing investigation easier. We have been looking into shipping and receiving for a couple of months now. Inventory goes missing, sometimes whole shipments. The paperwork just doesn't show anything wrong, but physical inventories show duplicate serial numbers and below-spec materials. I need to see what you have as soon as possible." I said, "I have to be out of the house before she comes in. I can meet you this afternoon, at your office." He said, "No, let's meet at my apartment at 3 p.m. I don't want anyone else involved just yet. Dinner and drinks are on me, also, drowning the pain a bit." "I'm driving, you're getting drunk," George said firmly. I agreed and we signed off immediately. That was my answer. I would hang out with George tonight and get shit-faced. By the time that I'd get home, Marge would be asleep, and tomorrow morning I could use the hangover as the excuse to stay away from her. My stomach suddenly sickened. It was almost 1 p.m, she would be with him shortly. I called Marge's cell phone and got her voicemail. I guess she didn't want to talk to me right now. I left her a message saying that I was going to see George and would be late. Eventually, I got back to work by starting on the video capture files from Monday to this morning. There I got my first surprise. Early Monday afternoon a woman let herself in with her own card. The asshole immediately got up from his desk, swept her into his arms, and kissed her passionately. They retired to the bed for some horizontal bump and grind. I saved the file. Tuesday morning, he f a housekeeper. When he was done she went to the bathroom to clean up, put her underwear back on, and left. Tuesday afternoon, another housekeeper knocked on his door. He let her in, gave her some cash, she knelt down in front of him. I copied the scenes for later use. It was about time to meet George, so I did another full backup, making an extra for George to keep. George picked me up and we spent about 2 hours going over what I had found and then we headed to the bar. It was about 1 a.m. when we left, but that is about all that I remember. Thursday morning, I awoke at about 9, the house was deserted, Marge and the kids long gone. There was a note on the table. It read, "Since you were so drunk last night, you didn't set your alarm clock. I am not your wake-up service." I chuckled, thinking, she is so pissed. Good. I won't have to work on staying away from her. Next, I called the office to let them know that I was sick. Then I headed to the motel to get the video that I was dreading to see. On the way back, George called, saying that the investigation was now making real progress. The guy with the $5,000 bribe agreed to wear a wire. The methods that Perez and his buddies were using to steal had been tracked, and a preliminary report had been filed to Base Command. The expectation was that the MPs would conduct a raid on Perez's office, motel room, and house. His computers would be well searched, and there had better not be any keylogger running, sending data to me. I assured him that there would not be. George thought that the raids would happen in about 10 days, and hoped that I could hold off confronting Marge until then. Then he added a real kicker. Since there was a leak to Perez from procurement, Marge was now considered a person of interest. I was about to say, that was pretty stupid, Marge doesn't steal. Then I realized that I used to think that Marge would never cheat, either. We promised to talk tomorrow. I got home and downloaded the motel data as well as the house data. Then I started watching the Wednesday data until 12:30, but then stopped. Next, I checked his email and found what looked to be 2 other vendors who were bribing Perez. Those I forwarded to George. I found a few emails from his S. A couple of them gave dates and times when they would be there. I noted those as Perez would be too busy to notice that I was taking over his computer. Finally, it was time. I couldn't put off viewing the video of Marge. I fast-forwarded until he went to the door and my wife walked into the room. I stopped the playback and just sat there feeling like my guts were washing out of me. Hollow, sick, destroyed, miserable, mad, I felt them all, and others that I couldn't put names to readily. Eventually, I started the playback, and watched them embrace and kiss passionately. Other than her reminding him to be gentler, they didn't say much as they undressed each other and rolled on the bed to fondle. With tears running down my face, I watched him feel her ass, and just play with her body. Worse, I watch her respond to him. She was doing to him all of the things that she did for me. She made the same sounds and movements as she did for me. I stopped the recording and cried for a long time. I fast-forwarded. The second time she got it out she said, "Too rough." He just said, "Take it be." She turned her face away and said, "No, you know I don't like that." He grabbed her hair and pulled her face back. I fast-forwarded until I saw her getting on the bed. She lay on her back, and I watched her open her for another man. Thursday evening was quiet. The kids were out, Marge and I did our own things without much communication. After everyone went to bed, I switched out the data recorder in her car and copied it. I couldn't resist checking the car data. I was betting that she talked to Ashley on the way to work. Marge would not have called on the bedroom phone because I was hungover and sleeping in there. And she wouldn't try in the kitchen as the kids might walk in at any moment. Sure enough, Ashley called Marge, asking how it went. Marge said, "It was fine with Will, I made him be gentler. He is still too rough and he makes me do things I don't really want to do, but I enjoyed our time together." Quietly, Ashley asked, "But with David?" Marge wailed, "No, he didn't show up. He went out and got drunk with one of his buddies. He staggered in late as hell, stinking of alcohol, and collapsed into bed without saying a word to me. What did you do?" What could I do? I lay there steaming while he snored. This morning, I turned off his alarm clock, wrote a biting note, and left. Ashley noted, "You know, sometimes, once in a while, most of us do go out and tie one on. Sounds like bad timing is all." "No," Marge wailed again. I hinted a couple of times to him about us last night. Yesterday morning, I told him I planned on wearing him out that night. He didn't say anything, just went to work. He didn't even say goodbye. "Do you think he is suspicious, or knows something?" Ashley asked. Marge said, "No, how could he? I only F Will when David is at work. No, I think David is mad that we have only had S once a week for a while now, and he's trying to get even by scorning me." "That's a reach, girl." "I think I am right," Marge said. "He knew he could F me last night, the first Wednesday in months, and he turned it down cold." Then she added, "But damn it, I really wanted to F both of them yesterday. Damn David's male ego. He is going to find it quite cold in the bedroom for a while now." Ashley laughed a little and said, "Marge, it's female ego that is making you want them both in the same day. Let it go, at least for now. I guess, it's more than a guess, you have been holding out on David for months. He might be looking at that as you controlling him, and he might have fought back by denying you." Ashley explained, "He can't be happy, and you'd better fix that problem before you worry about F them both." "That's what I was trying to do, give David more S," Marge exclaimed. "No, you made Wednesday night about what you wanted, not about what David needed," Ashley reminded her. "You're right, but what should I do now?" Ashley said, "Let it go, maybe he didn't mean to scorn you, just assume that that's the case and let it go. There is a good chance that David will want you tonight." I saved that conversation thinking, hot damn, I pissed her off royally and don't have to pay the piper. There was another call a few minutes later, Ashley again. "Hey Marge," Ashley started out, "you said that Will makes you do things that you don't want to do, why do you let him? He's forceful and does what he wants. I got him to not F me quite as roughly, but he is just a rough lover," was the reply. Curious, Ashley asked, "What kinds of things does he make you do?" "One thing yesterday, he put me on my knees on the floor with the back of my head against the bed. Since I was against the bed, I couldn't get away from it." "That's bad," Ashley noted. "Yeah, and then he pulled out and did something he knows I don't like." "Gross." "I didn't have a choice, it was disgusting, he smelled bad and tasted worse," Marge said. She added. Ashley said, "Men." "Yeah," Marge agreed. "I think he believes the P movies are real life. Weird." Thursday evening, Marge made overtures for S, but I ignored them. It was almost 2 a.m. before I went to bed, and she was asleep. "Sorry, Ashley, you were wrong. I was up early Friday and went directly to work. I left around 3, taking the S test kit with me, and stopped at the motel to get Thursday's and today's videos. Mary wasn't working at the bar, but I had a drink while waiting for the data to download. Getting home, I started copying the files into their storage locations and then used the S test kit on Marge's underwear. The results were positive, though that didn't change anything. I had enough time remaining to review the new videos, and once again I was shocked. I opened the first file. And to this day, I wish that I had not. A young lady in a base military uniform entered his room. D-head, and she sat on the sofa and drank a couple of glasses of wine. She looked like she might be 20, or maybe 21, and perhaps weighed 110 pounds. After a while he made his move, his hands were all over her. At first she was definitely going along with it. But as he stripped her she became less comfortable. When he went to take her skirt off, she resisted, saying, "No. I'm sorry. This is wrong and I didn't mean to do this. I'm going to leave now." She tried to get up but he threw her back on the sofa and said, "Too late now, you're going to get F." She rolled off the other end of the sofa and started toward the door. Perez grabbed her, spun her toward him, and with a smirk on his face, punched her. While she writhed on the floor, he got undressed, grabbed her and threw her on the bed. She was hurting too much to struggle as he yanked her skirt down. I could not watch any more and closed the file. Then I raced to the bathroom and threw up violently. When I recovered a bit I made a copy for George. Deciding to continue, I clicked the next file and got another surprise. Mary walked into his room, he gave her money, and she S&F him. Well, she told us that she was AW, still, it surprised me to see her in action. If you're enjoying my content, consider joining my Patreon community. By becoming a patron you'll get access to full parts of my videos much earlier than everyone else, plus you'll be supporting me to create even more awesome content for you. I noted that she had bigger tea than I had thought. There were 2 other files of interest, both from this afternoon, just a few hours ago, in fact. The first was a phone call to Marge asking her to stop by because he was so H. After a bit of playing around, Marge agreed. The last file showed Marge walking in, kissing and hugging Perez, then dropping to her knees. She left shortly after that. With no particular reason, I saved the 3 files for George as well. I called George and told him that I had to see him immediately. He agreed and suggested that he could come right over to my house. But it was getting too close to the time that Marge could be home, so I asked to meet him at his office. 10 minutes later he answered his door. I did not enter, but handed him the flash drive, and said, "George, there are 4 files on this. The first one is the important one. I couldn't watch it and I am sorry that you have to do so. I'll be waiting in my car when you are done." Almost an hour later George opened the car door and got in with me. He looked at me and said, "I don't know who she is, but I will find out. And Perez is going to pay." Putting his seatbelt on, he added, "To the bar, James. I don't want booze. I want some answers, some from Mary." Mary was sitting at the bar but not working it. When she spotted us, she waved to the bartender to get us a pair of gin and tonics. After he set them down in front of us, she hugged George and squeezed my hand, and then said, "Hi guys, it's always good to see you too." Blindly, I said, "Hi Mary, it's great to see you." George stared at her and said, "Mary, what is wrong?" Her face crumpled and she said, "George, you were right again. I picked up venereal diseases. That's why I can't work at the bar. I'm infected and don't want to risk infecting anyone else. I'm done being AW. And I am done worrying about school. I am just going to make it as I can, without being either a nurse or AW. My, you're not done with school, beat George's, you are going to be a nurse, by a half second." Mary just hung her head, and replied, "No, I can make it with this job if I don't have to save for school. That's good enough now." George grabbed her by the arm and spat, No, it's not even close to being good enough. You talked about becoming a nurse that day in that jail cell and you have worked for it every day since. I'm glad you are not going to sell yourself anymore, but I will not let you give up." I added, "We'll find another way, Mary." She looked at us both with tears in her eyes, and said, "I couldn't ask for better friends. But I can't and won't ask you guys for help, that would be taking advantage of our friendship." George and I looked at each other before I said, "Good. You're not asking, and since you can't stop us, the subject is closed. We'll get back to you." We all laughed, and then I followed up on it. "George," I asked, "aren't there going to be some openings on the base shortly?" Before he could answer, Mary got serious again. "Guys," she said, "there are 2 other things I have to tell you. First, I know that you are watching Will Perez. I can see the door to his room though the front windows of the bar. And I hope that you bust him soon." Stone-faced, George nodded. "Well, the first thing that I did after learning that I had venereal diseases was to F him." My mouth dropped, and I gasped, "Why?" She snarled at me, "'Cause that was the only way that I could hurt the bastard." In a menacing tone, George asked, "Mary, what did he do to you?" "He didn't do anything to me. But he are and beat a woman, no, a girl. She could barely walk. I went over to her to try to help. She was crying, her face was bruised and bloody. Her skirt was torn, and blood was running down her legs. All she would let me do was help her to her car, and then she left." Mary added, "George, she might have been 20, and she was wearing an Air National Guard uniform. She is one of yours?" "I know," George said. "I will find her and make sure she is getting help. And he is going to regret everything he has done." Turning to me, he added, "And I suspect that David has some nasty ideas that he hasn't told me about yet. We can talk about it." It was about midnight when I got to bed. Marge was asleep, and now George knew all my plans. He was also going to see if Mary could fit into base procurement. They were shortly going to have several openings. Saturday was a quiet day. Marge and I did not talk much. We did the usual movie night, but when I arrived with the drinks, Marge was sitting in the center of the sofa with Tom and Julia on either side. Normally Marge and I sit next to each other and the kids sit next to us on the sofa. I sat in an armchair, noticing that Tom and Julia looked uncomfortable, while Marge looked smug. Marge went to bed early. I used the time to check the voice recorders, but drew a blank. She had one email from Perez thanking her for the relief Friday, and looking forward to next Wednesday. We didn't really talk Sunday, we just went through the motions of normal lives. I went to bed slightly before Marge, and noticed that she was still going into the bathroom to change into her flannels. She had to know that her lies and cheating had us, in a downward spiral. She got into bed without saying anything, but got in roughly enough to be sure that she wakened me. I didn't say anything, as she immediately rolled away from me. I was fine with that, she could keep her diseases. Monday afternoon George called to tell me that he had found our victim. She had gone to a civilian hospital, and after talking, was now willing to testify against Perez. He also informed me that they were planning to conduct the raid next Monday morning. He added that he hoped that I could leave Marge to do her thing this week so as not to risk tipping off Perez. I again agreed, and told him that I was planning on telling Marge that I would be out of town from Wednesday until Sunday, but that I would actually get a room at the motel and would work on the details of what I had told him. Next, I called Kevin at the motel and reserved the room directly over Perez's for 5 days. Monday night at dinner, I told Marge and the kids that I had to go out of town Wednesday and would be back Sunday. Julia and Tom expressed dismay. Marge didn't react. Tuesday, Marge and I basically did not talk. I packed a bag and put it in my car. After everyone went to bed, I checked the voice recorders. Only one conversation was interesting. It was from Marge to Ashley this morning. Marge said, "Ashley, that bastard is ruining things." "Will or David?" a confused Ashley asked. "David. We have been fighting or at least ignoring each other for days now. He told me last night that he is going out of town Wednesday morning and won't be back until Sunday. Again, I won't have the chance to F them both the same day, damn it." Ashley said, "Marge, you'd better take care of problems with your husband before you worry about your fantasies. This has gone on too long." "Yeah," Marge replied. "But if David would stop being a jerk, I would rock his world. I just don't understand why he has to be so difficult." "Great, she is F around, but I am being difficult." I saved the file anyway. I went to work early Wednesday but left around noon to check into the motel. I pulled the video receiver from my car and set it and 2 laptops up in the room. For the next few days I would have real-time access to the feed as well as the internet. Then I waited until about 1, watching out the window. I saw Marge pull up and walk to his room. She had her laptop with her. Turning on the live feed, I watch her hug and kiss him. She told him that she had to check email first, and then started her laptop and connected to the motel's internet connection. They both worked on their computers for about 10 minutes. As soon as she told him that she was done, he picked her up and carried her to the bed. Dropping her on it, he said, "I need to F you, baby." She pulled him down to her to kiss him and said, "And I need you to F me." I turned the sound down and remotely logged into Perez's computer, and from his, into Marge's laptop while they undressed each other. Then I went to work. They played, rough and hard, for almost 2 hours and then fell asleep in each other's arms. They woke up around 5 p.m., which gave me 4 hours of access to their computers. When they started waking up, I logged out but kept watching. She woke up first, looked around, saw the clock, and then saw him. She shook him, saying, "Will, wake up, honey, we fell asleep." He snorted as he woke up and rolled on his back. He asked, "What time is it?" "A little after 5, I have to get going." He yawned. "Me, too." I promised the wife I'd take her out to dinner. She playfully hit him, and said, "Hey, I don't want to hear about that. I hear too much about your husband and kids, don't forget," he said as he started getting up from the bed. She grabbed him, and said, "Sweetie, I am sorry that I said that. I know we have other lives, and I love mine. I just get jealous sometimes thinking of you being with your wife. I know, baby, what we are doing is hard for both of us." He added, "I'm glad that you haven't F your husband lately. I like thinking about how your body is mine alone." She reacted, "It's not yours. I choose to share it with you, but I love my husband. And I am going to make it up to him for the last few weeks that I have been neglecting him. I do love my time with you, please understand that. But I can't risk ruining my marriage." He pulled away from her and said, "Hey, I don't want my wife finding out, either." As he got up he said, "Damn, my shoulders are on fire." She gasped and said, "Will, I'm sorry. I scratched you. God, I am sorry. Heck." He went to the bathroom mirror and viewed his battle scars. "You scratched the F out of me, B. I'm sorry," she cried as she rolled out of bed. She immediately cried again as she arose. She wiped her hand over her and saw that it was bloody, and screamed again. "You bastard. You promised to be careful. You tore me. And you marked my T again?" "Yeah, like I asked you to rip the skin off of my shoulders. How am I going to keep that secret from my wife? Damn it. I'm sorry." Marge moaned. "I guess we can't keep our passion under control. I guess," he muttered. "Let's get cleaned up and dressed, I've got to get home." When they were ready, he gave her a peck on the cheek, grabbed her ass, and said, "Lover, I'll see you soon." She kissed him back and then left. Looking out the window, I watched her walk away from her lover to go back to our home. Anyone watching her walk would realize that she had a real sore pee. And from the way that she walked, she was going to be sore for a couple of days. Oh yes, she was going to pay. Thursday and Friday, I alternated between my job and my projects. Thursday afternoon, he got a call from Marge saying that this has been great, but that she could not see him anymore, and that she was ending the affair. They fought for a bit, and then promised to talk again soon. Late Friday evening I did the final transfers between computers, sent some emails, and then deleted the keyloggers from both Marge's and Perez's laptops as well as clearing their logs. I accessed Marge's computer through Perez's, knowing that the login program would note that the IP address was from the motel. I forwarded all of her active quotes to Perez. I drove back to the house Sunday afternoon. Nobody was home. I picked up the 4 voice recorders and cleared them without listening to them. George could have them and the one from her car back now. Then I unpacked and got a drink. Julia and Marge got home shortly, having been to the grocery store. Tom arrived as we were putting things away and we had a quiet last night. Monday morning I was at work when around 11 a.m. I got a call from our family doctor's office. The receptionist asked me to come in immediately, if possible, but that it must be today. I asked why, but she just said that the doctor wanted to see me. When I informed her that I would not take off work on short notice without a reason, she offered to have the doctor speak to me. Dr. Benson picked up and said, "David, I do need you to come to the office as soon as possible. I need to run some tests on you." I replied, "Doctor, I will be in, but please tell me what brought this up, and why it is so immediate. I'd rather speak in person. I need to know if I should just go check myself into a hospital for immediate surgery, doctor. Or just update my will. You are leaving me hanging?" He sighed and said, "Okay, David, your wife came in this morning feeling bad. Tests showed that she has 3 sexually transmitted diseases. She told us that she has not had it with anyone but you, so it is likely that you are infected and gave her the diseases. Doctor, I will be right over." When I arrived, the normally friendly staff was not. A sullen nurse led me to an exam room and took a blood sample. It hurt like hell, and I noticed that she was using a really big needle. If you're enjoying my content, consider joining my Patreon community. By becoming a patron you'll get access to full parts of my videos much earlier than everyone else, plus you'll be supporting me to create even more awesome content for you. About an hour later, Dr. Benson walked in with a puzzled look on his face. He started talking as he was still walking in. "David, you do not have any venereal diseases." I apologize for my statement on the phone. I just assumed that Marge was telling me the truth, but she wasn't. "I understand, doctor. I am glad that I am clean." I added, "Marge and I haven't had it in a while. I now know that she cheated on me. I'm sorry. And here is a copy of your test results?" Right then, my cell phone rang. It was my daughter. I said, "Doctor, I'm sorry, but my daughter never calls during the day unless there is an emergency." He nodded as I answered to hear Julia sobbing into the phone. "Honey, what's wrong?" "Daddy, Mom just told us that you have been cheating on her and that now you have given her a disease," she cried. "How could you?" "Julia, I am at the doctor's now. I do not have any venereal disease," I told her gently. "Let me put Dr. Benson on to confirm that." After doing so, he handed the phone back to me. Julia sobbed, "Daddy, I am so sorry that I doubted you, so very sorry. It's just that Mom was so cold and matter-of-fact about it when she told us, that we just believed her." "I understand, baby, it's okay," I told her. "Now tell your brother the truth, but please do not tell your mother that we talked. I will be home shortly." When I went to the receptionist to pay my copay she slid some papers over to me, saying, "These are copies of your test results showing that you are clean. The HIPAA regulations do not allow us to give you any information about your wife's medical issues." Sliding some more paper to me, she added, "But I must have made a mistake, and accidentally given you copies of her report, as well." She looked me in the eye and smiled. I realized that Marge was not going to be well treated in this office when she came over for her VD treatments. I thanked the lady and headed home for the final confrontation. Arriving home, I saw that Marge's parents had been invited to this circus. I parked my car in the garage and entered the kitchen. I could hear voices from the living room, talking and sobbing, but mostly I noticed my father-in-law. Standing about 6 feet 4 inches and 230 pounds, a retired coal miner, he was always difficult to miss. Now, standing there red-faced, glaring at me with hatred in his eyes, his hands clenched into fists, he had my attention. It didn't help when he snarled, "You little. You cheated on my baby and you gave her a disease. I am going to wipe this floor with you." Figuring that I had about 2 seconds to avoid a serious ass-kicking, I walked over to him, put my face about 6 inches from his, and, staring into his rage-filled eyes, said, "If I did that you'd be in a hole not to beat the shit out of me. But I didn't do it." Confusion battled with rage. He stared back, until finally, he asked, "Tell me. Make it quick." I handed him a copy of each medical report. He read them 6 times, and then just stared at the pages while the crying in the living room got louder. Finally he met my gaze and said, "You're clean. My baby has a venereal disease, but someone else gave it to her. She lied to me, and she cheated on you." I said, "We have been having problems lately, and haven't had it in a while. That saved me from getting her diseases. But you couldn't have known that. David, I am sorry for what I said, and for what I thought about you. It's okay, thanks for listening. My marriage is probably over, maybe my life, but I am glad that you were willing to listen." We headed toward the living room, but suddenly he stopped, and asked, "Marge told us that she has one STD, chlamydia, but you said diseases. Did you mean more than one?" "Yeah, she also has syphilis and gonorrhea," I answered. His eyes tightened and he said, "Let's go have a talk." I grabbed him by his shirt, and shoved him against the countertop. Now it was me hissing at him. "On my terms. She is your baby, but she is my wife, and she should not have brought her parents or our children into this. But she did. My baby, Julia, called me in tears. I don't know yet what my son thinks. You are a witness here because your baby dragged you and them into this, but that is it." Staring up at him in a rage, at this guy who could throw me through a wall, I added, "I don't care what you hear, this is about my family, you stay the hell out of it. Understand?" Quietly, he said, "Yes, I understand, David." I released him and we walked into the living room. Both Marge and her mother screamed at me. Tom was sitting in a chair, crying. Julia dodged her grandfather, and plastered herself to me saying, "Daddy, I love you." Tom followed a moment later. I found myself in a double hug while my mother-in-law cursed me and my wife cried. Julia touched the papers in my hand, and while staring me in the eyes, asked, "Is this the proof?" I nodded. Julia took the papers, and with a guilty look, she stepped back to read the medical reports. She pulled on Tom's arm and showed him the important lines. They exchanged looks, and then both hugged me harder than before. Marge's mother cursed again and then said, "How can you two hug that cheating bastard? He gave your mother a disease." Marge, on the sofa, cried harder. Julia pulled away to walk over to her grandmother. She knelt down in front of her and staring into her eyes, offered up both medical reports. A few moments later, my mother-in-law buried her face in her hands. Marge screamed, "What? What does everyone think is so different? That bastard cheated on me, and gave me an STD." Julia's face was indescribable as she got up from her grandmother and knelt down in front of her mother. She again showed both medical reports, pointing to the lines that proved that I was clean, but that Marge was not. Marge's face drained of color as she understood the reports. Julia said, "Mom, you lied to us, you cheated on your husband, you are AW." Marge gasped, and her hand swung at Julia's face in retribution. My daughter has fast reflexes, her arm flashed up to block the hit. Now it was her turn to hiss, "Mother, don't ever try to hit me again. You have lost that right. You are my mother and I love you." Getting up, she added, "But you are a lying S. You tried to turn my brother and me against our daddy to cover your activities. I will never forgive that, US." She returned to me, and again I was hugged by both of my children. Marge stared at the three of us together and quickly found a defense. "Kids, your father must have given me the disease 2 or 3 weeks ago, accidentally, I am sure. He didn't know his lover had infected him. He must have had symptoms well before me, and gone to some clinic for the cure. We haven't had it in a while, though I have asked David to make love to me, he has refused." With puppy dog eyes, Marge looked at everyone but me, and added, "I have not cheated on my husband, I never would. But he did, and now he has set me up to look like I did it. Please believe me, I have not had it with anyone but my husband since we met." Well, everyone except Marge and me was looking confused now. I could see that Marge's dad was again thinking about pounding me through the floor. Time to go to the last level, the last chance that Marge could come clean, and perhaps we could save our marriage.
It was an easy road to drive, and Bradley Rogers, Brad to his family and friends, was relaxed and comfortable behind the wheel. The air conditioner was flooding the vehicle's interior with cold air to keep the hot Texas afternoon at bay. The wheels were rumbling a steady rhythm on the macadam. And he was alone with his bride of only 12 months. He and Ashley were driving up to Dallas for a long-awaited, and much-anticipated, weekend alone. His fingers barely touching the steering wheel, Brad guided the car through a long, sweeping curve and onto another section of impossibly straight highway. He couldn't even see where the next bend in the road might be. The horizon was hidden by a shimmering veil of rising heat waves coming off the hot pavement. Leaving his left hand on the wheel, Brad extended his right to find and hold his wife's hands in his. They'd be hitting the big loop around the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex in another hour or so. From there, it would be a short ride into Dallas and their hotel. It was Thursday. They'd have 4 whole days together with no worries and no responsibilities beyond their love for each other. "Baby?" his wife asked softly, almost plaintively. Ashley's fingers tightened on her husband's apprehensively. She forced herself to relax. "What, hun?" Brad replied. When her hand twitched, he tensed and automatically checked ahead and behind with quick glances through the windshield and rearview mirrors for anything that might be a threat. There was nothing there, sugar. The hotel called, Ashley said hesitatingly. It was about our reservation. Brad's easygoing expression faded to a frown. His grip on the steering wheel tightened. "Damn," he exclaimed. "Sorry." He apologized as quickly as the expletive was out of his mouth. He'd been trying to watch his language ever since he'd gotten married. Sometimes he was less successful than others in avoiding 4-letter words. "They screwed up our reservations, didn't they?" Brad spat out. Darn it all anyway. No, Ashley said quickly. "They've got our room for us, okay. A king-size bed with a jacuzzi. It's not that." Brad shot her a quick questioning look. His wife avoided his eyes, preferring to stare at the road ahead instead. "Then, what, sugar?" he asked. "They called me," Ashley said, wetting her lips. "It's just that. They said there'd been a mistake. They called it an oversight. I don't think it was anybody's fault," she said, beginning to babble in her nervousness. "Ash," Brad said. There were some conversations he had with his wife where she never did get to the subject she wanted to bring up. "Okay," Ashley replied. She took a deep breath. "They called to tell us almost the whole hotel had been reserved for a SW convention from tonight all the way until Monday." Brad stared at her in shock. He didn't understand at first. Ashley refused to look at him. "They said they could get another hotel for us if we wanted," Ashley continued. "They apologized and said they'd take care of getting another room anywhere else we wanted to go," she said. She paused before continuing. Honey, please don't be mad. I told them it was all right. We'd stay there." Brad was choking very slowly but very surely on the huge lump in his throat. "Baby. We won't have to do anything with anyone in the lifestyle, okay? It's not like any of those people would think of forcing us to do anything, you know. Everything will be all right. We just can watch everyone being good and stuff. It'll just be a turn on for us, okay, sugar?" "I don't understand," Brad said thickly. His mind was spinning. He felt like he was in the grip of a deadly whirlpool. His life was spiraling downward into the depths. What was it I did?" He searched for the words to express his confusion. Ashley. You have to tell me. Please. I can make it better. What did I do wrong?" There was no answer to his despairing questions. Ashley Rogers never heard her husband. Bradley. She screamed. Brad snapped his eyes back to the road. With only his left hand on the steering wheel, the Chrysler had drifted slowly into the oncoming lane. The big 18-wheeler was coming at them fast. Their combined speed was nearly 140 miles per hour. Brad could hear the air horn now. Its strident shrieking was almost overwhelming. The truck driver hauled his big rig as far to the right as he could get. Blue smoke from suddenly applied brakes began to billow out into the pristine afternoon. Brad twisted the steering wheel hard to the right as quickly as his arms could move. When he stomped on the brakes in a panic, the cruise control automatically disconnected and the engine revs dropped off immediately. The car swerved violently. Brad had turned too abruptly and too sharply, but it was probably the couple's only chance. The offside tires lifted a full inch off the road surface, then settled back. Brad eased the turn with a snap of his wrist, straightened out for a split second, and pulled the wheel firmly back to the left to bring the car back into his lane from the edge of the right shoulder. A short series of more gentle corrections brought the vehicle back on course down the blacktop. The sound of the truck's loud horn drifted back to them. Brad heard the derisive note still hanging in the air long after the truck disappeared in the rearview mirror. A mile further on, Brad pulled into the empty roadside park. Neither he nor his wife had said a word to each other since the near disaster. He turned off the engine and listened to the popping noises as the motor cooled for a long moment. "I'm sorry," he finally told her. His voice was low and rasping. The near accident, along with the news she'd given him before, still held a steely grip over his emotions. It's all right," she said at last, her voice faint and shaky. I should have told you earlier. Before we started out, Ashley said slowly. I should have, I know. I'm sorry too, Brad, honey. The couple sat quietly for a time, steadying their nerves and mulling over the best thing to do next, each in their separate world. Darling, I know I should have said something before we came, but there just didn't seem to be a good time, you know? I wanted to, but before I knew it, we were in the car and… Okay, Brad said neutrally, but why do we need to go to a hotel where all those SW are going to be? I can't understand. Brad, honey, it's not like you think. Couples in the lifestyle aren't mean and vicious. They won't think anything about it if we don't participate in the convention or the parties or stuff. It'll be alright, don't you think, baby? We'll just watch them. Like it was a show or something, okay? I promised you, honey, and I'm not going to break my promise. You know that, right? Somewhere in the explanation, Ashley had turned to her husband to look earnestly at him. Her eyes were swimming with unshed tears. He just had to understand. Ash, Brad said. He stopped to clear an aching throat. Ash, we talked about this before we got married. You said you didn't want to get back into that lifestyle thing or whatever you call it. Never again. You said I was all you wanted for the rest of your life. What happened, honey? Is it something I… No, honey, Ash replied, cutting him off. You didn't do anything. And neither did I, sweetie. All I thought was that we've been needing this time to ourselves for so long, and when they called me, I figured all those people would be like a floor show or something, baby. That's all. Brad listened quietly. He believed his wife was sincere. She seemed so. She'd almost broken into tears twice as she explained. In the end, her obvious distress moved him to accept her explanations, hard as they were to choke down. He started the car again and carefully pulled back onto the road. He kept both his hands on the steering wheel for the rest of the trip, and he drove 10 miles an hour below the speed limit all the way they'd met a little more than 2 years ago at a party given by mutual friends. Brad's first thought was the short young woman with the dazzling smile and lush figure was the most entrancing young woman he'd ever met. They were both born of families with a strong flavor of the Irish in their ancestry. In Ashley, it was expressed in her dark red hair, green eyes, and high cheekbones. Brad's first impression was that she favored the Celtic singer Enya to a remarkable degree. He was drawn to her across the room at their first meeting, like a moth is drawn to the flame. Brad's coal-black hair had glints of red in it too, a gift from his Scot and Irish grandfathers his brother had once tracked back more than 300 years. He was a little more than average in height, near 6 feet or so, and heavy-set. A heavy upper body was a legacy bequeathed to him by too many generations of coal miners who labored in cold and dangerous coal mines in the Pennsylvania hills. Brad had his father's heavy forearms and native strength, though the thought of going underground made him physically ill. Brad's blue eyes, gentle strength, and genial disposition had attracted any number of women over the years, and Ashley couldn't ignore his charm any more than they could. The pair met by accident, but everyone said they were the perfect couple before they'd gone on their second date. It was inevitable, their friends told each other. They were perfect for each other, they said. The thing was, Brad was still a bachelor when he celebrated his 25th birthday the month after he and Ashley met. Ashley, though, 2 years younger than Brad, had been married and divorced twice. In fact, she had a child from each marriage to prove it. The half-sisters were cute little copies of their mother, except they still had the blonde hair of the very young. Born only 14 months apart, the half-sisters thought the sun rose and set with Brad. The oldest had no memory of her father and only a vague recollection of her sisters. The younger sister thought her father was no more than a good friend of Mommy's. Inside a month, both girls had bonded so deeply with Brad, it was clear they would suffer if Ashley and Brad didn't make a go of this. The girls, Kathy and Cindy, were ecstatic the day Brad moved in for good. The big problem was Ashley's second marriage. She and her second ex-husband had married primarily because Ashley got pregnant. They really didn't have much in common and were quickly bored with each other. They thought they could solve their problem by partying more and being married less. A few months after delivering Cindy, Ashley and her ex went to their first SW club and they never looked back. The arrangement and the marriage lasted until the day Ashley caught her husband with one of their partners from the club in Ashley's bed. Still, they managed to get an amicable divorce. Ashley had so emotionally detached from him, she found it difficult to be angry with him. The divorce was only a formality that signaled the end of the marriage. Ashley seldom mentioned either of her ex-husbands, but they stood a silent vigil wherever Brad went anyway. Her husbands had never actually been in the house Brad and Ashley called home, but Brad noted their presence every time Ashley and he argued. He knew they chuckled at his consternation every time she grew irritated with anything. Brad knew he was compared with them when Ashley came to bed, smiling at him tenderly. More than that, he could sense an impending judgment on how well he made love to his new wife. The jury, composed of all the faceless men she'd met in those clubs, would render a verdict sooner or later on his worth as a male animal. And he feared the indictment would be upheld. No matter what he did, he was certain he could never measure up in Ashley's eyes. But she'd promised. Brad repeated the catechism to himself over and over as he drove, clutching at the words as a drowning man does a life preserver. She'd promised him all that was behind her. She didn't want other men. She wanted only him. She would never cheat on him, she said. She knew too well the agony it would cause. She wanted only him, now and forever. She promised. When they got to the hotel, Brad was surprised at its unthreatening exterior and air of normality. Subconsciously, he'd expected dressed parade marchers, strobe lights, and crowds of partygoers in the parking lot. From outside, the hotel was no different than any other 3- or 4-star hotel in the Metroplex. There were no people doing that, no bands playing, nothing. He and Ashley wrestled their luggage out of the trunk. Ashley took a moment to check hers, remembering she'd packed 2 small bottles of the most expensive perfume she could afford. She wanted to make sure Brad's violent maneuvers on the road hadn't broken them. They proved to be undamaged, but the verification coaxed another apology from Brad. It was what he thought she wanted, but it appeared to irritate her. He didn't know why. Perhaps because of her annoyance, she looked around more than she normally did, so she could ignore him? It was strange. To Brad, she seemed to be aware of everyone they passed en route to the entrance. She looked closely into each man or woman's face. They looked back too. All of them seemed to mark her in their memory. There was a promise in all their eyes. Brad's discomfort increased with each step as they made their way into the hotel. The clerk at the check-in desk found their reservation without difficulty. He looked closely at the annotations in the remarks field. Their reservation had been upgraded, he told them, compliments of the manager. The slender young man in a jacket whose color almost matched the hotel's decor wet his lips and hesitated before leaning close and making sure Brad and Ashley understood. The entire hotel, except for a small block of rooms that had been left out by mistake, was reserved by an association promoting and practicing outside the marriage, as he put it delicately. Ashley answered for them both. Her sharp reply sent the young man to the opposite end of the counter to silently rip the reservation off the printer. "Ashley, honey," the shrill voice behind Brad and Ashley startled them both. They turned quickly to find an older couple standing just behind them. Their attention was all upon Ashley, their welcoming arms were for her. "Anne, Floyd," Ashley trilled. "Oh my God." The trio swept together, their arms around each other. Ashley accepted kisses from both Anne and then Floyd. Brad's eyes narrowed perceptibly. Kisses were routine in greeting old friends, deep kisses were not. He stood back as his wife and the 2 others moved about in a tight clinch, almost bumping him out of the way. When his back touched the counter behind him, he could retreat no further. "Sir." Brad turned to find the counter clerk offering him a pen and the just-printed agreement. "Can you sign on the highlighted line, please, sir?" he asked Brad politely. Brad nodded and bent to his assigned task. Brad accepted the 2 plastic cards the clerk offered him in a nice envelope. "The stairs are right over there," the clerk said and pointed. Brad turned around to see his wife and the old couple skirting a bank of elevators and walking down a hallway beyond. "Ash?" he called quietly. "Ashley." She apparently couldn't hear him over the bustle in the lobby. She didn't pause even an instant and certainly didn't turn around to rejoin him in their luggage. Her purse was still on the counter. Brad grabbed his wife's purse and started after his wife. Red-faced and embarrassed, he increased his speed when the 3 far ahead of him turned down a side passageway. When he turned the corner, he stopped in shock. Both of the oldsters were stroking his wife's back as they walked down the hall. They were all chattering happily. He couldn't make out the words, he was too far behind them. An instant later, the older man settled his hand on Ashley's and industriously kneaded her for a long moment. Brad was astounded to see the older woman follow suit. They both fondled Ashley for several steps, stopping when they got to a set of wide double doors. Turning inside, they let the heavy doors slam shut behind them. Ashley hadn't protested any of their caresses. Just before the door closed, Brad saw a stout, middle-aged woman in there. Brad's last sight of the woman was of her lifting her and offering them to someone just inside the door. Brad didn't know what to do. He pushed himself into a fast walk down to the closed doors. He was soon jogging along the hallway, his heavy footfalls echoing down the corridor. He was in a panic and didn't know why. The only thing that got through the fog in his mind was that this was all wrong. Ashley should be out here with him, not with those old people. And their groping hands. He didn't know where his wife was going, but when he got there the door was locked tight. He heard loud music playing in there somewhere. He shook the handle with increasing force. But the door was too solid. It didn't give an inch. He knocked on it, trying to get someone's attention on the other side. He needed to talk to his wife. This wasn't fair. He hadn't done anything to deserve this. She'd promised, damn it. Pounding on the door with heavy fists gained him nothing but a series of contemptuous looks from hotel employees and a couple of people passing through this wing of the hotel. They were on their way somewhere safe. He wished he could go with them. He wished he had someplace safe to go. There was no answer. The music continued to play as loudly as it had when he first tried to open the doors. He was locked out and his wife had barricaded herself inside, away from him. Dazed and uncertain, Brad turned away from the door and walked slowly back out to the front desk. Brad couldn't look the young clerk in the eyes when he picked up the envelope with the keys in it. He stood for a moment not really understanding when the clerk offered the services of a bellhop to carry the luggage up. Brad finally nodded and watched the uniformed man load his and Ashley's bags on a fancy cart. Brad carried his wife's purse, though the bellhop courteously offered to take it with the suitcases. They walked to the elevators and went up to the 6th floor. From the open door of the elevator, there were only a mercifully few steps to the room. Brad thanked the bellhop in a distracted way, tipped him too much so he'd go away quicker, and closed the door behind the guy. He stumbled into the bathroom and bent over to lean his head on crossed forearms on the vanity between the two sinks. Without warning, he was sick and vomited a thin stream of disgusting fluid into the right-hand sink. A second surge surprised him worse than the initial one. He almost let it dribble down his best dress shirt and pants. He couldn't allow that. He desperately fought for control. When he was sure the attack was over, he washed the mess down the drain. There was soon no sign of his weakness. He was glad of that. There was no evidence here of this disgrace anyway. No one would know except him. He looked around the room and sat on the edge of the big king-sized bed. Right now, Ashley should be over by the dresser, unpacking the luggage they'd bought for this trip. Instead, she was having a party down in that room. Probably with that ugly old couple, but he knew there would be men in there too. Lots of them probably. Brad stood up, staring wildly around the room. He would not stay here, waiting for his wife to come home. He would not. He made sure his wife's keys were in her purse. He saw her cell phone there too. He couldn't even call the woman he'd married just 1 year ago. Well, so be it. Heck, he'd had his doubts this marriage was going to last anyway. Some things weren't meant to be. Before he left the room, he tossed both entry cards onto the table beside her purse. Brad stepped back into the lobby and hesitated, suddenly unsure of what to do next. He'd left the room upstairs intending to get into the car and drive home. He didn't want to. He hated himself for doing it, but he glanced down the hallway to make sure Ashley wasn't hurrying toward him. He gave up and surrendered his last remnant of self-respect to walk down the side corridor and try that damned door once more. It was still locked and he was still the man left out. Disgraced and shamed a second time, he stalked quickly back down the hall and through the main lobby. Before he went through the big outside doors, a movement off to his left caught his attention. Customers were going and coming from several small shops down a wide hallway. The rental car agency was the third office down on the right. Brad stared at a moment before allowing his shoulders to slump even more than they were. As much as Ashley had humiliated him, he couldn't strand her here, several hundred miles away from her babies. He shook his head and walked down to the office to rent a compact car for the drive back to San Antonio. He kept his head down, hoping others wouldn't see the humiliation in his eyes. The interstate was busy and the drivers inclined more to anarchy than anything else. Brad didn't care. Being cut off by an aggressive driver was nothing to what his wife had done to him this morning. He almost welcomed the hectic feel to the traffic. At least he could disappear here. No one would remember his passing. He was secure in his anonymity. The sunny day had turned dark and windy. It got worse the further south he drove. A Pacific hurricane had come ashore in the Baja, and though only classified a tropical storm, now it was tracking right across central Texas. The radio said violent thunderstorms and heavy rains were popping up all over. The cheerful radio personality told his unseen audience it was a good day to stay in and not venture out. Brad laughed hysterically. If he'd only known all this was going to happen to him, he'd never have left the house. Just north of Waco, his cell phone buzzed. Dazed and bemused by shame and humiliation, Brad laughed when he saw who was calling. It was Ashley, the woman he'd been married to for a while. Well, she'd at least found where her room was. She was calling from her cell phone. He checked his watch. It was getting late and he was a long way from home. "Hey, Ash," he said when he punched the button to accept the call. "How's the party going?" he asked cheerfully. He wouldn't let the concept of her being at a party alone bother him anymore. After this morning, nothing would ever touch him again. "Brad," Ashley shot back. He couldn't figure out whether her voice was trembling because she was pissed off or what. He decided she probably was mad. So what else was new? "What, hun?" he answered casually. He wasn't going to let this get to him. "Brad, where are you, baby?" Ashley asked, apparently trying to control her voice. Brad didn't answer for a moment. There was a sign coming up on the side of the road. "Oh, 5 miles north of Waco," he said brightly. "Waco," Ashley said. "Waco? Bradley. What are you doing in Waco?" "Honey, I don't understand. How did you get to Waco?" "What's going on, baby?" "Oh, I dunno. Gimme a minute," Brad replied distractedly. His wife had asked, so he would try to find out what was happening. He peered through the side window at the heavy clouds. When had the pavement gotten so wet? Bam! The flash of lightning and the slamming concussion came with no pause between them. More than one driver flinched at the close strike, and Brad had to pay close attention to his driving in order to find a way through suddenly slowing or stopping vehicles. When he put the cell phone to his ear again, Ashley was no longer there. Brad shrugged and tossed the phone to the passenger seat. 15 minutes later, give or take, Brad's cell phone started sounding off again and he picked it up. "Brad, honey, are you all right? What was that noise? What happened?" Ashley's voice sounded anxious and concerned. Hell of an actress, Brad told himself. Damn, she could almost fool him if he didn't know some things about her. Had learned some things about her, he corrected himself. He had to ponder her questions for a moment. He felt like he'd had at least a six-pack. Kind of like he was on a fluffy cloud and watching life go by. "Okay. Hey. Quit it," he said finally. When he hadn't answered immediately, Ashley had started screaming in his ear. "Yeah, that was just some lightning. It was real close," Bradley explained in a jovial tone. "It's raining real hard down here, Ash. Has any rain hit up there yet?" "No, there's no." "Brad, honey, where are you? Please come and see me, baby. I need you." Brad laughed at that. Yes-siree, she'd showed him exactly how much she needed him just a couple hours ago. "I told you where I was," he said a little testily. "I was north of Waco. But now I'm south of Waco. Did I tell you it's raining really hard down here? It's really coming down. I'm here to tell you it is something else. Hey," he added, remembering a question of his own, "you didn't say. How's that party with your buddies going, huh? Boy, the way you and ol' Ma and Pa Kettle were going at it, I guess you folks are having fun, huh? Ha ha. Made a funny there, didn't I? Everyone up there, huh? Ha ha. Damn. You know what, Ashley? I didn't know you went for that much older a man and woman. Live and learn, I guess, huh? Phew." Ashley was quiet for a time and Brad almost put the phone down. Women, they sure didn't know how to hold a phone conversation. When someone said something and asked a question, it only stood to reason the other person would answer. Or say something anyway. "Brad, honey," Ashley said at last. Her voice was strained but carefully controlled. "I'm so sorry Floyd and Ann and I got separated from you, but it was just an accident. We looked and looked for you but we couldn't find you, sugar. We didn't know where you'd gone. Please come back to the hotel, baby. I need you." Abruptly, Brad's mind cleared. The traffic, the dangerous weather, and terrible road conditions were brought back into sharp focus. He took his foot off the accelerator and slowed drastically. Briefly, he wondered how he'd been keeping the car on the road going that fast. "No way. Baby," he retorted coldly. "I saw them with their hands all over you and you letting them. And letting them tongue kiss you right in front of me. Huh, Ashley, dear. You do not need me and you showed it real clear. Don't lie to me, sugar. I saw exactly how much your solemn promise means to you. I saw you go in that party with those old and you locked the goddamn door behind you." He stopped short to suck in a deep breath of air. "Nah. You don't need me, Ashley," he said calmly, almost formally. "I was under the impression you loved me, but I see different now. Goodbye, Ashley." He thumbed the disconnect button without waiting for an answer, snapped the cell phone closed and dropped it on the seat beside him. A second later he retrieved it and turned it off. There was nothing more he wanted to say to the woman who'd been his wife so briefly. Hurting, angry, and ashamed by turns, he drove carefully the rest of the way home. As he pulled in the driveway, the girls, Ashley's daughters, crossed his mind. He shrugged. They were with Ashley's mother and she wouldn't be expecting him or Ashley to come for them until Sunday evening. There was nothing he had to do tonight for anyone. Inside the dark house, he drank a beer and stuffed down a sandwich, tasting neither. The TV he turned on couldn't hold his attention. An hour after he got home, he went to bed to take refuge in a deep, dreamless sleep. Brad spent Friday morning in the garage, finishing a big dollhouse he'd been working on for a month for the girls. It kept his mind busy so he didn't have to think. Outside, the storm continued to dump huge quantities of rain on a city already inundated with too much water. Every gully in the county was running full and the news was full of street and highway closings. There were about the usual number of high water rescues and foreseeable reports of accidents caused by too much speed on wet pavement. Starting just before noon, the rain began to let up and the skies began to clear from north to south. By mid-afternoon, the sun was shining and the steaming ground was drying. It was South Texas. If you didn't like the weather, you only had to wait a little while. Shortly after 3 p.m., he heard the car in the driveway and knew his wife was home. He considered staying in the garage, but he suppressed the urge. He was through avoiding confrontations. A sullen anger had built then dissipated over the course of the day. He felt drained and worn out. Ashley came in the front door slowly. She was apprehensive and wondered what was in store. She hadn't gone by her mother's. If Brad had already been there to pick up the girls, her mother would want to know why Ashley didn't already know about it. That was a conversation Ashley dreaded only slightly less than the discussion she expected to have with her husband. She was both relieved and sorry her daughters weren't here to greet her. She sighed. Brad was waiting for her in the kitchen, having just come in from the garage. He was wiping his hands on a shop towel, so she knew he'd been working on something out there. She guessed it was the dollhouse. "Hello," she said to her husband, not sure she'd get a reply. He nodded tersely. "Hi," he said after a distinct pause. "How are ya?" Ashley winced. For a couple who'd been in the habit of kissing each other goodbye and again when they saw each other, it was a cold greeting. "I'm okay," she said tiredly. "It was a long drive," she offered. "I hear that," Brad replied without interest. "You should try it with a hurricane blowing and tornadoes twisting all around." He might have been talking to a stranger he met standing in line at the supermarket. She knew her husband had a side he never showed her or the girls. He was an aggressively confident and successful sales manager for a rapid expanding local firm. At home, Brad was loving and kind. The kids adored him. She did too, but she'd let things get away from her lately. She hadn't told him how much she loved him, not really, in far too long. Brad honey," she began. Her eyes fastened on the percolator on the countertop. Can I have a cup?" she asked, not sure if Brad would allow it or not. "Oh, sure," he said quickly. "Sorry," he said contritely. "I should have asked you if you wanted one." He hurried to take her usual mug from the cupboard and poured it 3/4 full. Brad took his coffee hot and black, but Ashley needed the strong brew dilated a bit. She took a small carton of cream from the refrigerator and mixed in enough to fill the mug to the brim. She tasted it cautiously. It was just cool enough to drink. Ashley took a seat at the kitchen table, hoping Brad would sit across from her as he usually did, but he would not. Brad stood by the sink and drank from his own mug. He wasn't ignoring her. He just had nothing to say. Ashley sighed to herself and drew in a deep breath. Brad, I am truly sorry, baby, she told him, hoping he would hear the remorse in her voice. I don't know how to tell you how bad I feel about all this, she added. I can't understand how it all happened, and I just hurt so bad because of everything. Brad took a sip of his coffee. Just what did happen, Ash? He asked quietly. He took another quick swallow. Please tell me how you walked right away from me and left me standing like a fool at the hotel desk. I've been wondering how a woman can do that to her husband. Ashley winced. Honey, I thought you were right behind me. I thought we were going to sit and visit, just talk with Floyd and Anne for a while. No, you didn't, Brad replied quickly but without rancor. He blew on his coffee to cool it a little before his next drink. There was no we in any damn thing you did yesterday. Actually, this is what happened. You took off in a fast walk without saying one damn word to me and left me holding your damned purse too. He sipped at the coffee while studying the liquid in his mug. He couldn't look at his wife because she'd see the rising anger in his eyes. Never saw you do that before, he muttered. You always keep that purse right by your side. I know, Ashley said quietly. She raised her hands, only to drop them helplessly in her lap. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't remember thinking at all. Brad, it's like I was in a daze or something. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply. I was so shocked to when Anne and Floyd were there, she explained. It never occurred to me I'd see anyone up there I knew. Anne and Floyd don't even live in Texas anymore. They moved to Alabama 2 years ago. They said they came back to visit their daughter. Interesting, Brad commented. He kept his voice calm. Ashley waited for him to say something else, but he motioned with his cup for her to continue. Yeah. Well, I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden we were walking and talking and I didn't know you weren't right behind me, Brad. I swear I didn't, honey. How could I have been right behind you, Ashley? Brad asked. He sounded curious. What? Ashley replied. Well, I just thought you were. Did you? Oh, I don't know. Did you reach out to take my hand and pull me close so I'd be right there? Brad asked, blowing gently on his coffee. Ashley shook her head miserably. Strange, Brad commented quietly. Well, heck, did you figure out I wasn't beside you, and let's see, did you stop and yell back at me maybe? Ashley fastened her eyes on the tabletop. No, you didn't do that either, did you? Brad said. Oh, by the way, just for my information, Brad remarked, would you tell me why my bride of 12 months couldn't be bothered to even introduce me to her old buddies? Brad rasped. The anger was slowly coming to the front. He carefully throttled it back. Ashley's fingers twined about themselves in her lap. Baby, I'm so sorry, Ashley sighed. That was so wrong. I know it was, I just wasn't thinking. It was like I was in a trance and I couldn't feel anything, you know? The silence built for a moment. Both swigged their coffee and stared at their hands. They weren't what you said, Ashley said eventually. Brad cocked his head to one side quizzically. Ashley thought he knew exactly what she was referring to, but she wasn't going to get any help today. She sighed to herself. I've never been with Floyd and Anne, she said in a low voice. Really? Brad asked interestedly. Damn, you could have fooled me. Looked like you three were awfully close pals, you know? Hell, they made you forget about your husband. They made you forget about common ordinary courtesy. You wouldn't have treated the bellhop as badly as you did me. Brad made himself stop. He took 2 quick swallows of coffee and freshened his cup with more directly from the percolator. When he turned back to his wife, he'd wiped all the emotion from his face. Hey, I interrupted, he said by way of an apology he didn't really feel. He motioned to her. Go ahead. You were walking away from your husband without saying a word to him, without trying to get his attention or grab his hand or anything, with 2 old geezers who you knew when you were a hot little piece of in the clubs, but they never had this with you. Is that where we were? He asked. Sarcasm was beginning to edge into his tone. Ashley winced. We walked. I remember walking down a big hallway, she said at last, and then we turned. A frown of confusion came over her features. We turned down another hall and then we went into one of the hotel conference rooms, honey. She waited for Brad to make a comment, but he refused to say anything. He concentrated on the mug of coffee as if it were the most important coffee in the world. Anyway, there was a band getting ready for a party later in the evening. We could barely hear and had to practically yell at each other, she said. Then oh, God, then it hit me that you weren't there. Floyd said maybe you went up to the bar at the other end of the room or something, and we looked, but the bar wasn't even open yet. Ashley's voice broke as she related what she remembered happening. Honey, I'm just so sorry. I don't know what happened to me. I don't. Her husband watched her waiting until she regained control of herself. That all? He asked. Ashley nodded. Brad snorted derisively. Lie, he said emphatically. You left out a few little things, sugar. Like, you were walking away with 2 old people I didn't know and wasn't good enough to be introduced to. They were too old. You say you never did at one of your clubs, but heck, you're gonna love this. Those 2 miserable pieces felt right at home playing with you while y'all walked down the hall. Did you forget all about that, Ashley? Actually, I think that damned old woman grabbed you when y'all stopped to open that big door down that second hallway. What about that? He looked at Ashley contemptuously. Any more things you leave out? He asked. She couldn't respond. She could only hang her head. I didn't realize what was happening while we were walking, she said after a long while. Her voice was husky. I mean, I did, but it wasn't real somehow. I keep telling you I was so shocked by seeing them, by seeing anyone I knew from back then, that I was on automatic pilot or something. I made them stop, she offered. Right inside that door you talked about, I made them quit touching me. I knew you wouldn't like it, she added. Yeah, right, Brad replied. You're on autopilot, got it. He made an angry gesture and turned to stare out the kitchen window. He didn't like looking at his wife anymore. You know something that really pisses me off? Brad asked. He didn't wait for a reply. Damn you. You don't even let me hug you in public, much less play with you, but you let them stick their goddamn tongues and you walk through a big lobby with everyone there. He whirled around for a moment to regain control. But what the hell, huh? I'm just your husband, right? His voice was bitter. He watched nothing at all in the backyard while he sipped coffee. So, go on, he urged her. Hell, don't stop now. We're learning so much about each other this weekend. What happened next? Tell me about that fat woman who took her top off at the door right when you were going in. You can tell me, he asked facetiously. Ashley jerked her head up. No, she said forcefully. She wanted Floyd to play with them, not me, and she didn't take off her top, she just opened it up. Some guy with the convention came over and made her do it back up. She went away and we never saw her again, okay? That's all that was. Okay. Old Floyd was too busy with you to help her out, I guess, huh? Maybe she should have Frenched you like Anne did. Maybe she would have gotten a little more from you, huh? Ashley shook her head violently. She was beginning to get mad. Brad noticed and was glad. If she got angry enough, she might leave him and this whole marriage thing could be laid to rest. Where he'd been afraid she'd leave him because of earlier arguments this afternoon, he hoped she would. I told you, Ashley said determinedly. I made them both stop with the touching right there inside, and they did. I think them kissing on me was one of the things that made me feel so weird and out of control, honey. I didn't expect to be attacked like that, you know? Darn too bad I wasn't there to see you make them stop touching you, Brad said stoically. It doesn't explain why the hell you let them do it as long as they did, but what the F, huh? You were on autopilot and didn't notice, is that about right? Ashley moaned. She didn't have an answer. So anyway, Brad said quickly. What next? Y'all were sitting in there yelling at each other and you were having a fine little visit with your old buddies in the conference room where they were setting up a bar and a band was tuning up, right? I think that's where you left off. So then what happened? Ashley was hurting. Yeah, she'd been wrong to let herself be so distracted she lost control, but she was doing her best to show her husband she was sorry. She began to resent the way he was grilling her. You just have to know every little detail, don't you, Bradley? You really need to treat me this way and make me tell you over and over how sorry I am about everything. Ashley asked curtly. Her Irish temper was beginning to peek through her regret at how yesterday had gone. Well, I think I have a right to know, Ash, don't you? Brad said in a tone Ashley couldn't decide was actually conciliatory or not. She stared at the man she'd married a year ago. Okay, I'll tell you every little detail just like you want, she said spitefully. What do you want to know? Oh, I was just waiting for you to go on, Brad said mildly. He looked at her over the brim of his mug. He waited. All right, Ashley said more calmly. We sat and talked, yelled at each other, as you so kindly pointed out. Was what you said, not me, Bradley murmured. Why? Yes, thank you so much for reminding me. We were there yelling at each other, and then Ashley's eyes lost their focus for a moment and the stiffness left her face. I don't know how to explain it, but all of a sudden I could think again. It was like someone threw a bucket of ice water in my face or something. Suddenly, I could feel that cheap damn folding chair I was sitting on was missing one of the rubber things on the end of the leg, and it was uncomfortable to sit on the seat, and the noise was blaring in my ears, and oh, I don't know. I just kind of woke up and you weren't there and I didn't know what to do. Could we back up for just a sec, hun? Brad asked considerately, cutting into Ashley's recitation. She nodded. Something I don't understand is why you locked that big door behind you. Ashley frowned, apparently not quite understanding. You keep saying that, but I don't know what you're talking about, Brad. We didn't lock anything, she said without conviction. Well, the damned thing was sure as hell locked when I got there, baby, Brad announced. I guess you never knew. You see, I ran after you trying to catch you, or I wouldn't have seen all this. When I got to that door, I pounded on it so hard people thought I was crazy or something. Brad put his coffee down and held up his fists so his wife could see. The flesh on the underside of his hands where he'd slammed them against the heavy door was puffy and already beginning to turn black and blue. The bruises would be with him for a long time. Ashley hung her head and her shoulders jerked with the force of her crying. She began. Sorry. Yeah, I know, Brad finished for her. Still, it happened and my hands hurt, and all the sorries in the world won't make them one damn bit better, will they? God, Bradley, I can't explain it, Ashley sobbed. I wasn't really functioning then. I was awake like someone threw a switch. She wasn't able to talk for a few minutes. It was horrible, she continued when she could. We went to look for you, but we couldn't find you anywhere. I didn't have my cell phone. Her voice broke, remembering she hadn't had the phone because she'd walked off and left her purse on the hotel's front desk. I finally remembered. I figured out I should go up to our room, but then I didn't have a key. I had to talk the desk clerk into giving me another card, but you weren't there and I didn't know where you were. She stopped for a space. Just looking at her husband was so hard now. Without her anger to support her, she was reduced again to a miserable shame at what had happened. When I called you, you sounded so strange, Ashley continued. It was like you were someone else and I didn't know you. Then there was that awful explosion and you weren't there anymore. I couldn't get through to you for a long time and then you wouldn't come back. You didn't even want to talk to me, she said. Her voice failed her at the last. She could only whisper, "Is that all, Ash?" Brad asked in a more gentle tone than she expected. She nodded, not trusting herself enough to speak. Brad looked at her, brooding over what she had said and what she hadn't said. He saw she was distraught and worried. He didn't think she could fake the concern and shame she showed, but he hadn't thought she could do such humiliating things to him either. He refilled his mug to delay a few seconds longer and then sat at the table across from Ashley. There are a couple of things that aren't right about this, Ash, he said. I still don't have a good handle on why a woman who married me said she loved me and promised she would have nothing to do ever again with this. I don't understand how she can throw all those promises away in the blink of an eye and waltz off with strangers. No, don't even try, Ash, you already did it. I just can't get my mind around the whole concept of how someone who loves me can dump me so damn fast she runs off and forgets her purse. Do you have any idea how low that makes me feel? Do you have any notion how humiliating it was for me to run after you like a puppy following his master down the hall? Ashley stared at him. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. Ashley, Brad said earnestly, do you have any clue what it's like to call out to the one you love and who should love you and she doesn't hear? She just keeps on walking? Do you? Ashley couldn't see his hands. It was taking all of his willpower to keep them in his lap to avoid balling up his fist and shaking it in her face. I think you know how much it hurt for me to watch them with their hands all over you, Brad continued after a moment. You told me what you were feeling or not feeling or something like that. I don't understand it. You see, I can't imagine how you could not be in control of yourself, but there it is. I'm not sure I'll ever feel any better about that, but who knows? He watched his wife cry for a long moment. There was a lump in his throat that wouldn't go away no matter how hard he swallowed. The thing that is really killing me, he said when he had control again, is I don't know how to say it. It's like you deserted me at the snap of a finger. You said you didn't even think about what you were doing. I thought we had a, what do you want to call it, a deep commitment to each other. But you left it behind and walked away without any consideration for me at all. That hurts, Ashley. Right now, I've got a big ache right in the pit of my stomach and an empty place in me where I used to have all this trust in you. You killed that and I don't know if I'll ever get it back. Ashley continued to cry. She wished she could curl up somewhere and die. I'm so sorry, honey, Ashley finally choked out. All I wanted was a weekend alone with you where we didn't have to worry about the kids and everything. I thought it would be so romantic and I could just love you the whole time, and it blew up right in my face. Darling, it just blew up. After a moment's silence, Brad cleared his throat. So I don't know, Ash, Brad said. I don't know where we go to from here, and I don't know how we get there. He let the words lay there for a time. But I do know we can't do anything if you're going to keep on lying to me, he said harshly. Don't do it. You are still lying, he said quickly when she would have protested. Oh, I don't know if you're telling me the truth about what was going on in your head or whether anything was going on like you told me. I don't know if I can trust you after you cut the ground out from under my feet like that, but I can't prove anything I didn't see. But I can see this. I know 3 lies you've told me, 1 on the drive up to Dallas and 2 more outright lies sitting right here in our kitchen. First, he said, plowing on. He held up the forefinger on his right hand to keep count. First, you said you hadn't had any time to tell me about the convention being held in that hotel, and that's a lie, isn't it, Ashley? She bit her lip and nodded. Well, I'm glad you can admit it, Brad remarked unsympathetically. Maybe it's a good thing I don't know. I do know the hotel called you on Monday because I rewound the messages on the machine. It didn't happen just before we left like you led me to believe. If you'd intended to tell me you had plenty of time over those 3 days, Ashley. Damn it, don't you think I should be entitled to a vote in something like that? He asked. His finger trembled in the air from his anger. You need to know this, he said when his pulse dropped a little. I'm tired of being a second-class partner in this marriage. I'm tired of taking the short end of the stick all the time, and I'm not going to put up with it anymore. He took a deep breath. Second, you told me you didn't have a clue there would be anyone up there you knew from your parties. And third, you told me you wanted to spend a romantic weekend with me. That's what we started talking about a couple months ago, Ashley, but you changed it. Don't say it, Ashley, don't say a word, he warned her. He was holding 3 fingers up in the air. Ash, he said, leaning over the table to emphasize his words, there isn't a damn thing romantic about this, and that's what those people were going to do, what they are doing right this minute. You've been lying to me for 3 days about what you wanted out of this trip, and that hurts. And when you said you didn't think you'd run into anyone you knew, you lied again, Ash. You knew damned good and well when you heard about the convention it would. I'm sure it did draw a crowd from our own fair city. There were bound to be a lot of people from here up at that group, and you were looking for them. I watched you in the parking lot, Ash. You were practically standing on your tiptoes to look over all the cars and staring at people to find someone you knew. Someone who could take you out of your boring life with that fool of a husband you got married to, he said bitterly. You found what you were looking for, Ash. Now I'm pretty sure old Floyd and Ann weren't who you wanted to be there. You wanted to find someone else you knew, and you would have found more folks there if you'd stayed longer. You know, the only thing I only wonder about now is who it was you figured on being at that convention. What's his name, Ashley? Brad asked her, his voice low and angry. He watched her sob for a little while. She was shaking her head no, but he didn't believe her. He couldn't reach out to console her, though it hurt him to watch her cry so inconsolably. His own pain was still too fresh, too powerful. I'm going to go work on the girl's dollhouse, he said when he could stand it no more. He stood. He wanted, but couldn't reach down to touch her shoulder. Turning, he marched out the door and into the garage. Saturday was no better than Friday for the couple who'd been married only a year and a few days. They didn't try to avoid each other, but neither did they seek each other out. They spoke politely to each other, discussing inconsequential topics, but the passion between them was dead. Sunday flowed into Monday and the weekly work schedule reasserted itself. Brad slept on the living room sofa more often than not. Ashley slept in a cold bed upstairs with the door closed so no one would hear her cry. Brad worked a lot of hours overtime, even when he could have chosen not to. He came home after the supper table had been cleared only to be with Kathy and Cindy for a while before they had to go to bed. He was not eating well and was losing weight, but he told himself this was a good thing. He got too little exercise and could stand to lose a couple of pounds. Ashley went to work, picked up her babies from the daycare, cooked dinners and cleaned house. Beyond that, she spent much time staring blankly into space. Playing old favorite CDs no longer consoled her, and no book she picked up held her interest. The first week passed, then a second and a third. The children were quieter and better behaved. They couldn't comprehend what exactly had happened to their world, but they could sense its impact. Brad and Ashley lavished affection and care on the 2 little girls, but shared none between themselves. Kathy and Cindy were watching the latest cartoon adventure out on DVD. They and their new daddy had picked it up just today, and they paid the TV screen their whole attention as they watched the images dance and cavort on the screen. Brad was less interested in watching the cartoon than he was in watching the two happy children. 3-year-old Cindy could barely follow what was going on, but she loved the color and the action. Her sister Kathy was all of 4 years old and Cindy's idol. Kathy understood more of the storyline, but not that much more. Still, she pointed out many things to her younger sister she thought were important or interesting. The half-sisters were close. They held hands more often than not. They were tonight. Their stepfather loved them. He couldn't imagine any father loving his children more. In the 2 years he'd known them, they'd slipped inside his guard and claimed his heart. He couldn't imagine living without them, but he was afraid there wouldn't be very many more evenings like this. The hurt wasn't going away. It wasn't even fading, as most things did with a little time. When Ashley came into the room and sat beside him, Brad looked up at her and nodded civilly. He didn't smile and he didn't reach out for her as he would have a month ago. Ashley sat a few inches from him, careful not to touch him lest he move further away from her. It had happened more than once over the past few weeks. "I have to tell you some things," Ashley said after a while. She didn't look at her husband, but she could sense a sudden tension in him. He didn't reply, but he inclined his head to listen. I called Ann and Floyd today," she said quietly. Brad said nothing, but the foot he'd propped up on the ottoman slipped to the floor. He leaned forward, hardly more than a tiny shift of his weight, but he was ready to stand. "I told them I never wanted to see or hear from them ever again," Ashley said. She left the simple statement hang in the air for a moment. Brad's body relaxed slightly and he settled back into the overstuffed cushions. "They apologized for what they did," she continued. "They said they stepped over the line and hated what they'd done. Floyd said they hated what their irresponsibility had done to us. He said it was unforgivable and he understood why I wouldn't ever talk to them again." "He's right," Brad whispered, not wanting to disturb the two young girls enjoying the cartoon. "It is unforgivable. He apologized, Brad," Ashley murmured. "They're about as miserable as we are." "Good," Brad said a little louder than he intended. The girls turned to see what was going on, but Brad only gestured at the TV and smiled. Cindy and Kathy smiled back. Children don't expect to comprehend everything their parents say or do. His remark disappeared into the bottomless pit of such incidents they couldn't understand. In scant seconds, the DVD was again their sole focus. "They're responsible partly for what went on that day," Brad said at a more moderate volume. Ashley winced. She knew who her husband held responsible for the rest of what had happened at the hotel. "I know," Ashley said softly. She took a deep breath. "I've done a lot of thinking," she began slowly. "I thought about what you said about lying to you. I talked to Mom too." "Okay," Brad said noncommittally. "I told Mom a little about what had happened," Ashley said with a sigh. "Not that stuff, but about walking off with two friends and stuff." She took a deep breath. "Mom wanted to take a baseball bat to me," Ashley said softly. She waited for her husband to say something. "Ash, I don't know why you're telling me this," he said finally. "If you think I need some kind of validation for the way I feel about what happened, I don't." No, Ashley said hastily. "I was just saying she was one more person who wanted me to start thinking about what the heck I've been doing, okay?" After a moment, Brad nodded. "Okay," Brad repeated. His tone said he neither agreed nor disagreed. "Anyway, I did lie to you about the reservation and stuff by not telling you when I found out, and I guess I lied about the reasons I still wanted to go up there too," Ashley said in a defeated voice. "I knew I had to tell you about the convention, but I kept putting it off. I told myself there was plenty of time and I never once thought about why I was delaying." She sighed. "I've spent a lot of time by myself lately," she said carefully, "and that makes you look pretty close at yourself. You don't get to make excuses when it's just you talking inside your head," she added. Brad turned away from the children and the TV for the first time. Introspection. He stopped to clear his voice and start over. "Taking a good look at yourself is a good thing to do sometimes," he said quietly. "Anyway, what did you decide about the excuses you made to yourself?" Ashley dropped her eyes to her hands clamped tightly together in her lap. "I was putting off telling you because I was pretty sure you wouldn't want to go, that you'd want to get the hotel to move us to another place. And I was doing that because I really wanted to be there, where the excitement was happening and stuff, you know." Her voice dropped in pitch and volume as she spoke. "I was lying to myself some too. I never let myself look at why I wasn't telling you, but that's no excuse." I'm a grown woman and I knew better. She looked away to hide the sudden sheen of tears in the corner of her eyes. She dabbed at the dampness with a tissue brought with her just for this possibility. I've tried and tried to figure out whether you were right about me wanting to find a specific someone there, but I can't, Brad, she said in a forceful whisper. There was no man, honey, I know you can't believe me right now, but there hasn't been a man in my thoughts except you from the day we met. She was quiet for a while. I think I was actually looking for someone though, she admitted finally, but I wasn't looking for anyone in particular. It was just a vague, hazy idea of maybe introducing you to someone nice, to show you that they weren't the ogres you think they are, she said, finishing with a rush. Her voice broke slightly. She was trying to be matter-of-fact about what she was saying, but it was too personal. The wetness in her eyes grew and overflowed. I swear to you, darling, Ashley said fervently. I'm sure that's what I was feeling. I never thought about the thing going on up there. It sounds dumb, but the fun was the least of it. I never said you were slimy or anything of the sort, Brad protested softly. Ash, he wet his lips. Look, I know in my head, I know, intellectually speaking, that people who go to places like that aren't evil monsters. You're one of those people. You used to go to those clubs and I love you more than life itself, so all of them can't be. He stopped. It was hard to speak around the lump in his throat. For the first time in a month, he admitted to himself how miserable he was these days. Ashley's heart had almost stopped when Brad said he loved her, not he had loved her, he said he did love her more than life itself. She began to hope just when she decided there was none. I still don't know why I did those things, Brad. I don't have an excuse, she said in a low voice. I'm so ashamed. Usually they don't do those things, she said softly. Everything in the lifestyle is about being discreet and being behind closed doors. When Floyd told me they went over the line, he was being nice to himself, she explained. I've tried to remember what I was thinking when I saw Anne and Floyd, but I can't, she said, almost moaning. I can see in my mind a split second of incredible surprise and a realization they were the last people in the world I wanted to meet there, and then, I was just overwhelmed with everything, Brad. I don't know any other way to say it. She stared straight ahead, then shook her head in dismay. She sniffed and touched the damp tissue to her nose before swallowing hard. I hate myself for letting them kiss me like they did, honey. I knew it was terribly wrong and I couldn't stand knowing what you would think of me, and then everything, the lights, the crowd, everyone moving around like bumblebees, the excitement I was trying to push away. I felt a little faint. My heart was pounding and then I disconnected, she said. I swear to you, Brad, I don't remember how I got down that hall and into that room. All I have is a foggy memory here and there. She had to stop to breathe. I remember swatting Floyd's hands off me. I have a vague memory of being glad he'd only touched me through my clothes. That's not much, but I guess I have to take what I can get, she said slowly. I don't even remember Anne touching me at all, but I'm sure she didn't after that. I don't remember much about what we talked about, but what I do remember, it was just talk about friends and couples we used to know in the weather. We talked about that for a minute or two, I remember. Then, I was in a panic all of a sudden and I didn't know why, she said plaintively. I guess my brain suddenly realized what I'd done to you. For sure, I knew you weren't with me and everything came crashing down. I looked all around but I couldn't find you and I screamed at Floyd and Anne. I think Floyd said you must be at the bar and he went to look, but I yelled at him because he couldn't possibly know what you looked like and I had to go look myself. Then I went to all the hotel bars and the food places and bars in the city convention center next to the hotel. I couldn't get rid of Floyd and I finally hit him on the arm and made him go away. I'm sure everyone up there remembers the crazy lady who cried and screamed at while she ran from one bar to the next, she said quietly. One place said they were calling the cops and I ran away, she remarked with shame. Anyway, I looked all over before even thinking about my cell phone. I was so stupid, she said angrily. It took me forever to make them understand they had to give me another keycard, and Ashley stopped her narration abruptly. She'd told herself she was going to tell her husband what was in her heart without making excuses and without embellishment. She dabbed at fresh tears with the soaked tissue. Shifting his body around, Brad took a handkerchief from his back pocket and put it in her hand. She nodded gratefully. Well, anyway, she said at length, you know all the rest. They were quiet for a long while, each digesting what she'd said. The silence lengthened and deepened. Brad, Ashley whispered brokenly when she couldn't hold back any longer. Please don't leave me, baby, she begged. I need you so bad. I love you with all my heart and the girls love you more than they do their real dads." She cried silently for a moment. Brad said nothing. He'd thought she was the one about to leave the marriage, not him. He cleared his throat. "Honey," Ashley said desperately, "you said before we got married you thought sometimes we shouldn't get married because I knew all about being married and you didn't know anything, remember? You were so wrong," she said bitterly. "I was married twice before we met and I screwed both of them up. I don't know one thing about how to make a marriage work," she admitted. "I think you're my last chance," she whispered. "If I can't make it with the most wonderful man I ever met, I can't make it with anyone. Please don't throw me out, Brad, darling," she begged. "I can't change what I already did, but I know what I did wrong and I won't ever be like that again. Baby, please, we can make this work. My God, my girls love you so much, honey, please." There was a long silence. The two young girls laughed happily at something one of the cartoon figures said. Ashley's heart sank as she waited. She gave up. There was nothing more to be said. Wearily, she gathered herself to rise and go to somewhere else in the house. Brad took her hand in his. He didn't move otherwise. He had already turned back to the TV. Ashley hardly dared breathe. It had been so long since her husband had accepted any physical contact, much less reached out to touch her. Slowly she put her other hand on top of his. Lifting slowly she brought his hand to her lips and kissed his fingers softly before letting their coupled hands fall gently to her lap. Her eyes were brimming with new tears, but she refused to mop them away with the handkerchief. It was only when the final credits were showing on the screen that she released her tight grasp of Brad's hand and wiped her cheeks dry so the children would never know she'd been crying. Brad climbed the stairs that night to join his wife in their bedroom for the first time in a month. He didn't know whether he was right in doing it or not, but he loved the woman he'd married. If he wasn't going to leave and divorce her, he owed it to himself to let things begin to recover as much as they could. He didn't hold out much hope, but he wasn't going to work so hard at learning how to be single again. Another summer had come and almost gone in southern Texas. It was hot, but that was normal. Folks didn't bother remarking on it except to wonder facetiously what this thing, rain, was that they heard about on the Weather Channel. 5-year-old Kathy would be starting kindergarten in a few weeks and 4-year-old Cindy was an enthusiastic force of nature doing her best to energize an entire pre-kindergarten class. They were growing taller now, developing their own personalities. Next week, the final hearing would be held in the Bexar County Courthouse and the adoption proceedings would be complete. New birth certificates would be issued naming Brad as their father and everything. When they started their classes, their last name would be the same for the first time in their lives. They loved their parents and were loved in return, and they knew it. The marriage between their mother and new father had survived, but it had been tough. There had been disagreements, a few arguments, and many late-night discussions, but their relationship was intact. Most people would say it had healed. Brad wasn't so sure that his wife had disconnected, as she put it, under the stress of the bubbling excitement and all the activity at the hotel last year still depressed him at times. Even though she swore she would never again yield to a temptation to keep him in the dark about anything, Brad had doubts. Ashley seemed sincere though. He had no reason to doubt her, not really. He decided she probably meant what she said. It didn't cheer him much on those occasions when he let himself brood on the shame and humiliation she'd heaped on him that afternoon in Dallas. There were too many things left unexplained, things that had crushed him at the time, but things Ashley was more than happy to forget as fast as she could. She had shamed herself too and suffered herself. Hers was a self-imposed chastisement. Brad hadn't had a choice. Seemingly, Ashley didn't understand some things she'd said to Brad as they sat on the sofa watching the girls. For instance, she'd remarked a couple of times on the excitement she'd felt. She even blamed it for having been overwhelmed in the hotel lobby. It told him she craved excitement, she missed it. She'd also told him very solemnly the atmosphere there, real or perceived, was not a part of what had happened. Brad knew different. Ashley was truthful, but she didn't seem to realize fun was the source of the excitement. The breathless anticipation of the fun was what had been driving her mood up there in the hotel. No amount of talking could convince Ashley this was true. She accepted what he said, but there was a barrier in her mind he could not breach. She could not feel his concerns. She thought she was prepared to successfully suppress any future excitements and disconnects. She'd never let herself get into that condition ever again, she said. Brad, though, lived in fear of the next occasion Ashley might feel the need for that excitement she'd anticipated and experienced in that Dallas hotel. He lived with it every day. A philosopher once said all men lived lives of quiet desperation. Brad knew exactly what the man meant. "You ready for this?" Ashley asked with a smile. Brad nodded. He was. They'd never had time for a real honeymoon, and their one attempt to have a belated one last summer turned into a catastrophe. When Ashley won a week's stay at one of the Riverwalk's finer hotels in a charity raffle, they cautiously decided to try again. Grandma and Grandpa Rogers had the two girls for tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday night. Then they'd take them to Ashley's mom and stepdad, who would take care of the Munchkins Thursday and Friday. Saturday and Sunday were reserved for Ashley's dad and her stepmom. With 3 sets of grandparents, the girls were in 7th heaven. They'd never had so much nonstop attention. Brad and Angela spent the first 3 days alone, except for the odd room-maid, a waitress or two in restaurants around, and the bellhop who brought up meals from the room service menu. They needed this time alone. They hadn't realized how badly they'd needed it until they were well into the break from everyone else. On Thursday, they needed to get out and decided to stroll down the Riverwalk to one of the sidewalk bars they'd been told served the biggest, coldest margaritas known to mankind. The afternoon sun was behind the tall buildings of downtown San Antonio. The walk down the river canal was a pleasant one. On the way, they passed a group of girls in bright green, satiny warm-ups, a sports team of some kind taking the opportunity to visit one of the city's main attractions. The name of a prominent university was emblazoned on the front of the jackets and the girls' names on the back. Most of them were too pretty, in Brad's estimation, for athletes, but some were tall, almost hulking. As he and Ashley passed the group, one of the prettiest was tripped when she and another girl moved into the same empty space at the same time. She fell sprawling out in the busy sidewalk right in front of Brad. "Are you okay?" Brad asked sympathetically, kneeling quickly beside the young woman. Her first reaction to his question was to flush a bright fire engine red. A quick breath hissed in her teeth as she drew in some air. "I'm all right," she said in a small voice. Brad studied her carefully. He'd seen a lot of people fall precipitously and not realize they were badly injured until they tried to get up. "Well, wiggle everything to make sure," he suggested. "Let's make sure, okay?" The woman obligingly gave herself a perfunctory pat down, moving legs and twisting about in tiny arcs to check herself out. Brad didn't know it, but she was an accomplished gymnast and did, in fact, know the dangers of a sudden fall. "I'm okay," she told Brad. Her eyes were fixed on his face the whole time. Brad nodded, stood up, and extended his hand down to the young woman. When she clasped forearms with him, he hauled her up by main force. The girls all around noticed how little effort he had to use to pull the young woman upright. He might have just been doing an arm curl for all the strain he showed. The girl who'd fallen stood close to the older man for just a moment before stepping back. "All right?" Brad asked. She nodded, then responded to Brad's friendly grin. "Thank you," the young woman said in a low-pitched tone. "Por nada, señorita," Brad replied smoothly. "You take care now, here?" he said by way of a farewell. He was ready to step back and continue the walk down to where a pitcher of margaritas had his and Ashley's name on it. He was caught off guard when several of the girls who'd come forward to stand around the stricken young woman began giggling. "Back off, girls," Ashley remarked genially, her voice loud enough for all the girls to hear. "He's mine, ladies, all mine." A couple of the girls giggled again in a nervous reaction. The group did back away slightly, then closed ranks around the girl who had fallen. Their impromptu huddle excluded everyone else around, including Brad and Ashley. The couple resumed their slow walk down the side of the canal. "You didn't have to defend me," Brad said a short way down the sidewalk. "She was staring at they were looking at my nose, weren't they? I don't know why it's so funny. It's not that big," he complained. Ashley stared at him and pulled him to the shelter of one of the canopy-covered tables lining the walkway. She laughed softly. "Big guy. Did you ever get the wrong message?" she admonished Brad. "Baby, your schnoz isn't that big and I wish you'd get over it." She stood on tiptoes and pulled her husband's head down to kiss him on the bridge of the schnoz in question. From down the pathway, Brad heard a few final titters. His earlobes turned pink and his jaw muscles clenched tight. "Lover," Ashley whispered in his ear, "those girls, they aren't laughing at you. They're laughing at themselves and at how exciting it was being so close to a big guy like you. Don't you know that?" Brad looked back down the sidewalk. He shook his head. "Nah, they," Ashley said emphatically, saw those big strong hands of yours and they saw the muscles in your arms and how easy it was for you to get that girl up, not to mention how that pullover shows how wide your shoulders are and how your waist isn't." Ashley laid her hand on his chest. Brad felt his cheeks begin to heat. He started to protest his wife's words and her caresses. More than a few people were looking. "And the smartest of those girls saw those big clodhoppers you call shoes," Ashley continued before her husband could say anything. Ash chuckled when she saw Brad's eyes widen. "Honey, by the age of 14, every girl in the world has heard the saying that big feet on a man means he also has a big package too. Don't you know that?" she teased. "Did you really think they kept dropping their eyes because they were too intimidated by your manly presence?" she continued. "Huh. Sugar, those girls were some well-trained little crotch watchers," Ashley told him almost under her breath. Only her husband heard her. When Brad could only stand there red-faced and sweating, she chuckled again before taking his arm and pulling him into motion again. They strolled down the walk, happy to be with each other. "Wiggle everything?" Ashley whispered in Brad's ear as they sat at their table. "Wiggle everything?" Brad didn't understand at first, then remembered what he'd said to get the falling young woman to check herself for injuries. His face grew red again. "Ashley," he said awkwardly. All I meant was she needed to." "I know what you meant," Ashley replied, cutting him off. "But did you have to tell a girl to wiggle everything?" She giggled quietly. "Don't you know what that did to that poor girl? It's not like her hormones weren't already boiling over or anything, right? You had to." "Enough," Brad ordered desperately. He knew his wife was teasing him, but come on. She obediently stopped for the moment. At intervals during the rest of the afternoon and evening, she would murmur, "Wiggle everything," just to watch her husband's jaw muscles tighten in frustration. After a nice tour of the Alamo, they took a taxi to one of the better steakhouses and enjoyed thick, incredibly tender steaks with baked potatoes swimming in butter. They stuffed themselves, loving every moment of frivolity they could have together before returning to the daily routine of children, jobs, and responsibility. Back in their room, they relaxed and watched a few minutes of late-night TV before deciding to hit the sack. Brad sat in the easy chair and read the newspaper that was provided with the room while he waited for Ashley to finish getting ready for bed. "Hey, honey," came the husky voice. Brad's ears pricked up immediately. He knew that tone. He turned his head to see his wife dressed or undressed in a red silk charmeuse nightshirt. Brad's nose flared as he watched her walk sinuously toward him. He'd never seen this piece of nightwear before. The slick fabric shimmered in the light and clung to every curve. It ended about mid-thigh. Brad's mouth was suddenly dry. His bare-legged wife came closer and his breathing grew short and fast. "Sugar," Ashley whispered softly, "if I wiggle everything, will you make love to me all night long?" "Oh, God, yes," Brad responded hoarsely. Ashley smiled and unbuttoned one of the two buttons. Late in the night, as they lay with their bodies entangled, Ashley cooed, "I've got what all those girls wanted today, my darling precious husband. I've got you." While she continued to tease her husband with the hot button phrase for weeks, it had lost its sting and its meaning had been transformed. In fact, he welcomed it whenever he heard it from that night forward. Saturday night, they wandered into the dimly lit hotel lounge after a satisfying steak and lobster dinner in the dining room. There were several other couples there, a cluster or two of young women, and several small groups of young men. The women appeared to be young office workers having some after-work drinks before they went home. The men were mostly in business attire with their ties slightly undone to show their rebellious natures. After ordering drinks from the overworked waitress, Brad and Ashley waited quietly, holding hands and listening to the piano player run through his repertoire of old piano classics. The pianist didn't have any spectacular skills, but the music was pleasant enough. Ashley patted Brad's hand to get his attention. "I gotta go to the little girl's room," Ashley said, patting his hand to get his attention. "Sit," she ordered him when he would have gotten up. One of the things that had intrigued Ashley when she first met him was his manners. She'd been amazed to find they were automatic and never contrived. "Yes, ma'am," Brad replied, grinning. He settled back and stretched his legs under their table while he watched his wife thread her way through the tables to the restrooms. Ashley was wearing a black halter dress Brad had picked out for her in a fancy store on the Riverwalk a couple of days before. The thing had a deep V neckline that showed off Ashley's figure very well. The smooth fabric fell smoothly over tummy and hips to a very low waistline where there was an inch-wide hem, several inches below the point of her hips. From there, a series of what looked like sheer, Black scarves to Brad fell in layers to a point a few inches above her knees. Ashley said it was a handkerchief hem, which meant nothing to Brad. To explain his position in the matter, he adapted an old saw about not knowing what art was, but he knew what he liked, and he liked this dress. The scarves swayed from side to side in time with Ashley's hips as she made her way around tables arranged haphazardly around the interior of the lounge. He enjoyed watching her. She was a well-built and earthy woman. He'd thought when he first met her she resembled the singer Enya to a high degree. A month ago, while watching an old John Wayne movie about a boxer in Ireland, he decided his wife was the spitting image of a young Maureen O'Hara with better legs. He smiled at the memory, then frowned. His eyes narrowed as he watched the effect his wife was having on one of the tables of young men. They'd broken off their conversations and were watching Ashley closely until she disappeared behind the concealing wall guarding the door to the ladies' restroom. One of the guys had held his drink suspended in midair the whole time. Now he put it down and drew in a great breath for a long sigh. A movement to his right made Brad look that way. Apparently, it wasn't just one table of men who'd been entranced with his wife. It seemed all 3 tables of males he could see were similarly affected. "Eat your heart out," he yelled silently to them, letting a wolfish grin come to his lips. "She's mine and you can't have her." A few minutes later, the grin turned to a snarl as he watched Ashley move almost sensuously through the small spaces between the bar tables on her way back to him. The men watched just as intently as they had before. This time, they also made a show of nudging each other with their elbows and leaned toward their friends to make low-voiced comments to each other. Brad's lips tightened when he saw the exhilarated flush on Ashley's cheeks. It seemed to Brad she made a slight detour to travel a couple of tables closer to one of the tables than she absolutely had to. Her hips were sashaying from side to side just a little more than they had when she left Brad's side. He could see that clearly. Brad got to his feet when Ashley was a few feet away. He stretched out an arm to pick up her chair and lift it in the air before moving it away from the table. While Ashley sat and slid her own chair closer to the table, Brad remained standing for a few seconds trying to give the impression he was looking to see where the waitress was and what she was doing. She still hadn't brought them their drinks. Ashley looked up at him and smiled. "Staking out your territory, big guy?" she asked him in an amused tone. Brad glanced at her. He wasn't smiling. "Do I need to?" he asked bluntly. Ashley's face fell. She folded her hands on the tabletop and studied her painted fingernails for a moment. "I'm sorry," Brad said at last. "I really am, but those men were beginning to figure they might have a chance with you when you smiled at them. I didn't like what they were thinking. I didn't like them undressing you in their minds. It kind of got to me when you smiled right at them. Sorry." "Brad, honey," Ashley said after a bit. She reached out to put her right hand on his. She could feel the tension in him. "Honey, look, men have been watching me since I was 12 years old. I can't stop them. You know that. If I started carrying a gun and took potshots at them every time they looked my way, they'd still do it, wouldn't they?" Brad nodded reluctantly. She was right, but, Ash, it's not that, not completely. It's how you acted when you saw them watching. You smiled right at them and walked a little sexier, and for a little bit there, you gave them the show they were looking for. You know what I mean? The waitress finally brought them their drinks and Brad paid her, tipping her far more than the service was worth so she'd go away quicker. She went, showing him a tired smile. She had more customers this evening than she could handle. "Yeah." Ashley sighed after a while. "I know what you mean and you're right, Brad. I did like the attention and I know exactly how to put a little more into my walk than God intended. I like to do that, honey. I admit it." She tried to explain. "Honey, it's kind of like telling them, yeah, I'm one hell of a woman, and don't you forget it, and I'm saying eat your hearts out. Boys, you ain't never gonna get a piece of this 'cause I got my man." Her voice trailed off and faded into nothing. Brad jumped a little when his wife echoed the words he'd used in his silent declaration to the roomful of men earlier. Sometimes he believed Ashley could read his mind. The similarity in the words they'd used brought him up short. He let out a deep breath and took in another. "Yeah, I do know what you're saying, Ash, honey," he said in a lighter tone. Ashley looked up hopefully. "I'm really, really sorry," Brad apologized, bringing his wife's right hand up and kissing her fingertips. "Sometimes, I forget and a little jealousy sneaks up behind me and whoops me up alongside the hide, know what I mean?" He grinned at his wife. She smiled back. They listened to the piano as the pianist belted out a livelier tune. "You do it too," she told him, leaning close to whisper in his ear. Brad was astonished. "I do what? Look at women and enjoy them looking back," she explained. "I do not," Brad said hotly, trying not to raise his voice. "So your eyes didn't wander all over that group of college girls on the Riverwalk the other day, sweetie? You didn't tune out the ones who looked like they could play linebacker for the Cowboys and let yourself imagine what some of those cute ones looked like under those floppy warm-ups? You didn't smile just a little nicer to the pretty little waitress in that sandwich shop where we had lunch yesterday than you did to, oh, say the wrinkled old lady in the restaurant a little while ago." Ashley's voice had taken on an edge, but not for the reason Brad thought. He said and stopped to go back over the things Ashley had brought up. He sipped at his bourbon for a little more time. "I guess I might have a little," he admitted cautiously. His wife snorted. "Well," Brad began an explanation of what he meant, but he realized he was very close to whining. He hated that. "Well, I didn't make my hips go back and forth like that, and only because you can't make your hips go back and forth," Ashley retorted before Brad could finish. Brad shut up and considered. This was getting out of hand. He didn't want to argue with his wife, and he'd already given up and agreed with her as much as he could anyway. "Brad, honey," Ashley said, "would you go to the bar and get us some napkins?" "Sure, hun," Brad answered. He welcomed the break. Maybe it would give them both enough time to squash this discussion back in its hole. He stood and adjusted his pants so they hung just a little better from his waist. Ashley had gotten them for him the same day he pointed at the little black dress in the store and told her he wanted her to buy it. Passing one of the groups of young women, he glanced down and nodded when one of the women locked eyes with him. He saw she had on a sky blue blouse with at least one more button unfastened than a good boss would have allowed in the office. He couldn't see anything below the waist, but her upper body was trim enough. "Yes, sir," the bartender said, returning the smile Brad had on his face as he approached. "What can I get ya?" he asked. "Just a few napkins, if you can," Brad replied. "The ones we have are a little damp." "You bet," the man replied, pointing to a stack of cocktail napkins just to Brad's right. "Take all you need." Brad thanked the man and thumbed a half dozen or so off the stack. When he turned, he found he could see just enough under the table where the girls were sitting to confirm his impression the young woman who'd caught his eye did indeed have some nice legs. When he took a moment to arrange the napkins, the woman casually crossed one leg over the other. In the process, a lot of thigh that hadn't been in view before suddenly did become visible. His curiosity satisfied, he was ready to move on. He walked casually back to his and Ashley's table, taking care not to take any notice of the women, and in particular that woman. He had to dodge when a couple abruptly rose from a table he was passing, but he managed it without dropping the napkins or running into the attractive early 30s woman who stood so suddenly in front of him. He dropped the napkins on the table, handing one to Ashley. She didn't take it for a moment. Looking down to see what the problem was, he saw her wide grin. "What?" he asked apprehensively. "This couldn't be good, you dog," Ashley commented without heat. She pulled her husband down beside her and shifted in her chair to slide a trifle closer to him. This was nobody's business but theirs. She captured his left arm in her too and hugged it close. "Does she have good legs?" Ashley asked her husband. "Who?" Brad answered. His wife pinched his forearm. "Ouch," he complained. "Quit that, then don't fib," Ashley said calmly. "You know who I mean, that bottle blonde with the bedroom eyes and a miniskirt that got 4 inches shorter all of a sudden. Now does she have good legs?" "Maybe," Brad muttered. Ashley's fingers moved on his arm. Okay, yes," he said in a loud whisper. "Geez, very good, husband," Ashley purred. "Now which of the girls to her right or left is the most attractive?" Brad looked down at the long fingernails on his wife's right hand. "Left," he admitted glumly. Ashley giggled. "So you do check out other women even when I'm here, right? It's almost automatic, wouldn't you say, love?" "I guess, sorta," he murmured quietly. "But I never had any intention." "Wait, don't do that, and neither did you," he finished carefully. "Okay, I get it," he sighed. "Good boy," Ashley said by way of congratulation. "Now sweetie pie, honey bun, what is different about the outfit I got you Tuesday from the ones you normally buy?" Brad was at a loss. He usually wore short-sleeved pullovers when he wasn't at work, and that was what he was wearing now. His trousers were about the same. He often wore blue jeans at home, but when he wore anything a tad more formal, it was a pair of pants like this. "Well, pretty much no difference," he began slowly. Ash's fingers were twitching restlessly on his arm. Well, the pants are a little. This isn't any criticism. Hun, it's not your fault, but they're a little tighter than I'd have bought. And very good, sugar, Ashley complimented him. And how many tailored pullovers do you have? You did that on purpose? Brad demanded. I mean my pants, not the tailored. You meant to buy them that way? Ashley giggled and patted his hand. Brad. Honey, listen, you have a cute little butt and really scrumptious thighs, big guy, and guess what? I like to see you in clothes that show that off. She grinned at her husband's expression. And, she said before he could frame a comment one way or the other, I got that shirt tailored because you have such a nice, manly shape from your shoulders down to your waist, and I love seeing your chest muscles under your shirt. Brad sat stunned. Just, Ashley said, like you love seeing me in a hot little black dress that shows off my figure and my legs and looks like the modern version of that 7 veils thing in the Bible, don't you? Ashley smiled at the changing expressions that crossed her husband's face. Finally, he just nodded. Now, she said in a conspiratorial voice, do you want to hear how much those girls liked it when you moved so gracefully like a panther? Yes, you did, whether you realize it or not. You moved so smooth around those tables, and when you dodged that couple who got up so quick. Did they call you swivel hips back when you were in college, sugar? No? Boy, they should have. You could have been a star running back with those moves, honey. All the time she was shooting questions at Brad, Ashley was looking deep into her husband's eyes. Satisfied with what she saw, she sat back and picked up her drink. Kind of different when it's on the other foot, huh? She asked Brad. He winced. I didn't know I was doing all of that, and I didn't know you wanted me to dress differently, he muttered. Well, you know now, Ashley whispered animatedly. Now you have the balls to admit it was kind of fun, wasn't it, sugar? You ready to tell me you could do that and still not have any thought in your brain of hooking up with her? She challenged. Brad took a deep breath. He glanced over at the table of girls and caught the blonde looking back. He didn't want her, would never know her name, in fact. But it was a nice confirmation of his manhood that she noticed him and might even want him. He prided himself on his honesty and integrity in everything he did. Letting some of the breath out, he nodded, then shook his head. I guess it was maybe some, but no, the idea of hooking up with Blondie never occurred to me, he said truthfully. Ashley smiled and leaned in for a long kiss. Staking out your territory, sexy lady? Brad asked. Damn straight, Ashley whispered. That girl better keep her hands to herself, by God. An hour later, on the way back up to their room, Ashley yanked Brad's head down to hers to kiss hungrily. Honey, he protested, they probably have a security camera in here somewhere, and what if someone gets on the next floor? I don't care if anyone sees, I want my man, Ashley retorted. In the room, Ashley dropped the new dress on the floor and ripped her stockings off, hardly pausing to unstrap her high heels. They tumbled to the bed. Honey, she panted, I need you, do me real hard, she demanded. Brad did his best to comply. Long after Ashley fell into an exhausted sleep, Brad lay awake staring at the ceiling. He was satiated, but he was troubled. When they returned home after their honeymoon, some of the intense excitement Ashley felt that evening stayed with her, and their life improved enormously. She clearly had enjoyed the flirting and even more the chance to get it out in the open. Brad enjoyed it, but he knew the reason for the passion and he was afraid of it. He knew she was feeding off the excitement of flirting with other men. There was something of the exhibitionist in his wife. He was sure there was an element of that in the thrill she felt. He was certain she had no intention of cheating on him. The thought of going any further with those men probably hadn't entered her mind. He tested his theory. 6 weeks after their return, he suggested getting a babysitter and going out for a night on the town. She agreed eagerly. When she found out he was willing to wear one of the other pair of pants and a shirt she'd bought him, she ecstatically decided on another dress he'd selected for her in the store. This one was a mini dress, tighter and more form-fitting than the halter dress, and it was slid a few inches up each side. She selected a pair of high stiletto heels but left her legs bare. She jumped him minutes after he returned from driving the babysitter home. They paused only to lock their bedroom door for fear the kids would wake up and hear them. Brad didn't think he could deal with them asking what he and Mommy were doing when she screamed so loud. Even though they had to keep comparatively quiet, Ashley's heated response to the evening's flirting was unmistakable. She loved having another opportunity to flirt with attractive men and watch as Brad made tentative gestures toward doing the same with a couple of pretty girls. 2 months later, their personal life cooled again. Ashley didn't bring anything up, but one Saturday night, she surprised Brad with a fully arranged date night for his birthday. She wore another sexy dress and had him wear the garb she liked seeing him in. She teased him, saying he was her very own dress-up doll and she liked showing him off. When they got home, she almost tore her dress off and did tear his shirt. She was so impatient to get it off him. Brad wondered how long it would take until Ashley hinted they needed another night on the town. It had been 2 months the last time. Only a few weeks later they'd been together all day, so Brad didn't really wonder if his wife might be seeing someone else, someone who excited her and got her motor running. There'd been no opportunity, he hoped. He'd been out in the yard most of the day though, and she'd been inside. He wondered, he couldn't help it. He searched for information, afraid of what he would find, but obsessed with finding out what was happening. A week later, he decided she wasn't cheating. He didn't see where she had the time to be having an affair. Going over things in his mind, there simply weren't any red flags. She was never late coming home, never anywhere Brad didn't know she would be. There were no phone calls from strange men and no hang-ups when he answered. If she had a secret email account, Brad couldn't find it, and he was far more skilled with computers than Ashley was. The keylogger he installed on their computer didn't show any suspicious activity. When he stopped by her desk for impromptu lunches, she never refused and all her coworkers smiled, wishing them well. Brad knew some of the old biddies in there well enough that if Ashley had strange visitors, they'd let him know with disapproving looks. There was just nothing that struck a nerve. He put away all the spying devices he'd bought. A month later, personal life heated up again and the level stayed high for a week and more. This time, he saw something that shouldn't have been there. "Honey, who's Glenna Hartford?" Brad asked his wife casually. He was very carefully not watching Ashley. He was sorting through the mail she'd brought in a few minutes ago when she got home from work. On the other hand, Brad could see as well with his peripheral vision as most people could, staring straight ahead. When every muscle in Ashley's body appeared to spasm, he knew he'd found what he'd been looking for, what he'd been afraid he'd find. Ashley almost dropped the glass of water she was drinking at the sink. She had to double clutch and grab the tumbler just before it slipped from her fingers. "She works at the bank the trust company uses," Ashley said finally. If Brad hadn't been looking for it, he'd never have seen the furtiveness in her eyes when she turned around. "Why?" Ashley asked. There was almost no tremor in her voice. "Oh," Brad said, pointing into the living room. "There's a message from her on the answering machine. She wants you to call her." He pretended he didn't see Ashley's eyes dart to the doorway. He ignored the fact she was clearly restraining herself from trotting into the living to call this woman back. Brad's mind was dark. The empty pit in his stomach began to ache. It was a common tactic for men having an affair to have another woman friend call the married wife. Brad had read about it. He knew it happened. "Glenna and her husband, Dean, are old friends of mine too, from back before I met you," Ashley offered, surprising Brad. He hadn't believed his wife would explain anything. She shouldn't have. Ashley had a tendency to babble when she was nervous or caught out, and she was on the verge of having that happen to her right now. She might say too much without realizing it. "Oh, yeah?" Brad said, hoping he appeared to be disinterested. "I don't think I've met them, have I?" he asked carelessly. "No, I don't think so," Ashley said hurriedly. "Actually, I haven't heard from either of them for a long time myself," she added. "I'll get that message and give her a call sometime," Ashley said casually. She'd lied to him. The message had been for Ashley to call this Glenna at home and gave a phone number. Brad routinely monitored his and Ashley's online billing for their cell phones. The day after the message was left, Ashley made a call to another number, one whose prefix showed it was a cell phone, and one Brad didn't recognize. On a hunch, he called that cell phone number from a payphone, pretending to look for a Glenda Hartman. He told the woman who answered directory service had given him this number, but the woman insisted her name was Glenna, not Glenda, and her last name wasn't Hartman either. Brad thanked her profusely and asked her to please excuse the interruption in her afternoon. With that confirmed, Brad went over the printouts of all his and Ashley's cell phone calls and found his wife and this Glenna Hartford had been exchanging calls and text messages for about 4 months. He wondered if this Glenna was a woman calling Ashley for a man who wanted to talk to Ashley but was afraid he'd get Brad if he called Ashley directly. Reluctantly, he reinstalled a keylogger on the computer and pulled his amateur surveillance gear down from the attic. 2 nights later, before the keylogger showed any activity on Ashley's part, Brad inadvertently deleted the URL for one of his favorite sports sites. He checked the browser history to see if it had been retained and found a gold mine. There were 3 websites he didn't recognize, but their names explained everything. For some time, as far back as the history went anyway, Ashley had been cruising websites. He put things together quickly. He'd always been good at seeing patterns, and this was an easy one to figure out. It wasn't what he'd thought. It could be worse. There might not be just one man Ashley was involved with. Actually, it appeared Ashley had reconnected with one of the couples Ashley and her second husband had been tight with when Ash was involved in the scene. His theory was confirmed when he found an email account at Yahoo. The keylogger supplied Ashley's password to it so he had access whenever he might nerve himself to use it. Then another phone number surfaced. Brad refused himself a visible reaction to the information. Ashley wasn't cheating on him, so far as he could tell, not yet, and she wasn't back in that lifestyle, because there was never an evening when she went out without Brad. She hadn't had an opportunity to physically re-engage with the old crowd yet. He spent 2 weeks trying to find a way out of this mess but couldn't find one that had any real possibility of success, not one. In the end, Brad had to admit the only thing he could do had almost no chance of saving his marriage in the long run. If he couldn't have the marriage he wanted though, he'd take what he could get. "That's not going to happen," Ashley said emphatically. "Brad doesn't know I'm even talking to you, so he for sure doesn't know you and Dean are in the lifestyle, and that's the way it's going to stay, woman. I am not going to invite you 2 over for dinner or anything so you can work on my husband, so get that out of your mind, okay?" Brad was listening to a digital recording of a meeting between Ashley and the woman Brad knew was Glenna Hartford. He'd taped the recorder in place beneath the driver's seat in Ashley's car on a hunch the day before yesterday. At dinner that night, Ashley had asked him if he were coming by for lunch the next day, yesterday now. When he said he was afraid he'd be in a meeting right around her lunch break, she'd said she'd go with one of her girlfriends. Evidently, his instincts had been correct. "But, Ash, honey," the woman's voice protested, "I promise I wouldn't even try to talk to your Bradley about anything remotely connected to you 2 playing with me and Dean. It could just be a vanilla barbecue with a couple of good friends, I swear." Ashley tittered for a long moment. Her short barks of laughter were derisive and mocking. "Honey chili," Ashley remarked, "you couldn't help yourself. Girlfriend, I've seen you in action, you forget that? Shoot. You'd flirt with a fence post if someone warm and breathing wasn't there." Glenna laughed at her friend's remarks. "Well, you might be right," she admitted. "Maybe it's best I don't get near that hunk you call a husband. I remember those pictures you showed me, my goodness. I might just totally forget myself," Glenna added primly. Ashley's snort of disbelief silenced them both for a moment. Brad listened as the women gave their order at a drive-up window and got their finances straight with a change of a $10 bill to Ashley's hand in exchange for her giving a $5 to Glenna. The mechanical voice's announcement of the total cost indicated the reimbursement was approximately correct. The women must have driven to a park. Traffic sounds diminished and there was a faint echo of children's voices in the background. "So you going to keep hitting the boards and chat rooms I told you about?" Glenna asked after a period of silence. The recorder was sound-operated and evidently hadn't picked up the sounds of them consuming their meal. "Yeah, I guess so," Ashley said unenthusiastically. "I hate it though. It's like I'm lying to him. I don't want to have any secrets from him, but he wouldn't understand," Ashley said sadly. "I don't know if I understand," she remarked. "It's like I'm one of those darn rats following the Pied Piper and I can't break loose, you know?" "Sure," Glenna said cheerfully. "It's addictive. Just cruising those websites and chatting with people who like to do naughty things is a turn-on, and you have me to tell you about our latest party too. You would love it, right?" she asked slyly. "Don't you?" "Some," Ashley admitted after a time. Glenna's triumphant laughter boomed on the recording for a long moment. "I know you do, sugar," Glenna proclaimed. "Brad's doing much better when we go out on date nights," Ashley remarked. "He doesn't seem to mind as much me doing a little flirting. And just thinking of what I would have done with those guys in the old days, it keeps me hot for days and days." Glenna laughed again. "Sweetie," she said in a conspiratorial tone, "you say the word and you and me can go on a few girls' night outs, here and there, and you'll be able to." "Never," Ashley said flatly. There was an edge to her voice. "I've told you before, Glenna, I will not cheat on my husband, never." "Okay, honey," Glenna said soothingly, "I won't bring it up again, okay? I'm sure you can make do with your dates and chat rooms and stuff," she told Ashley. "I have to," Ashley said in the silence. It wasn't that encouraging to the man listening to them on tape. She didn't have her heart in it. "Hey, sugar," Brad called as he came in the door. "Want to go out to the Roadhouse tonight?" John's Roadhouse was a fairly new club over on the north side of town that catered to young professionals. Ashley and he had been there several times over the last month and a half.
On a Tuesday night? Ashley asked in a mystified tone. "Brad, there won't be anyone there tonight, will there?" In spite of herself, she was intrigued. She could feel the warmth in her groin. With Brad increasingly tolerant of her talking to a few handsome men and flirting ever more shamelessly every time they went out, the trips to the city's night spots were more and more fun for her. She really enjoyed watching pretty girls flutter around her husband. She was certain it was a product of the clothes she bought for him and a newfound confidence Brad had developed over the past year. Before that, he'd thought his body was ugly and seriously believed his large nose made women think he was ugly. He wasn't at all, and Ashley loved it when he agreed to wear shirts tailored for his well-developed chest and muscular arms, along with pants too tight for real comfort. "Well, I don't know for sure," Brad replied, "but we can find out, can't we? We don't have to stay late, you know, I have to work tomorrow same as you." It only took a couple of seconds to convince Ashley. While she called their regular babysitter, Brad fixed them a quick drink. The plastic grocery sack he'd brought home from work went into his sock drawer. "Well, that was a waste of time," Ashley said disgustedly after they paid the babysitter and ushered her out the door. "I know, hun," Brad said to placate his frustrated wife. He watched the teenage girl who'd stayed with Cindy and Kathy walk across the street and go 4 houses down. When the porch light went out down there, he closed his door and locked it. "However, he said in a devious voice, perhaps the night isn't over yet." "What?" Ashley asked irritably. "I'm tired, Brad, don't play games, okay?" Brad's lips tightened to a thin line, but Ashley didn't see. He was halfway up the stairs to their bedroom and the only ones home up there were 2 sleeping little girls. Retrieving the package from his chest of drawers, he checked on the kids to make sure they still slept and pulled their door shut. "I have a suggestion," he announced when he got back downstairs. Ashley had poured glasses of wine for them both and had just sat down on the sofa. "Well, it can't be for too long, Bradley," Ashley cautioned. "We need to get in bed soon. We can stop any time we want and start again some other time," he promised. He took the DVD out of the sack and worked with the player. The darn thing never seemed to work right the first time anyone tried to get the tray to slide out. "Oh, a movie," Ashley commented. She was trying not to feel let down, but there was disappointment in her voice all the same. Brad finally got the DVD player to accept the disc. He made his way quickly to the sofa and took his glass of wine from Ashley. Pointing the remote at the entertainment center, Brad touched the play button. A bright blue screen flashed on the widescreen TV and then gave way to a title superimposed over a blank, gray background. "Neighborhood romp?" Ashley asked in a puzzled tone. "Shush," Brad told her. "Watch the movie, sugar." Ashley shrugged and turned back to the TV. It was clear within the first few minutes what the movie was about. Ashley gasped as the first 2 couples shed their clothing. The camera work and the hesitations, stumbles, and missed lines on the part of the actors identified the DVD as an amateur production. "You brought home a movie, Bradley James Rogers?" Ashley asked sharply. Brad's heart sank for a moment. He'd thought, well, he wasn't sure what he'd thought now. He thumbed the button to stop the DVD. Honey, I'm sorry," Brad said. "I thought I figured we could watch it and maybe the evening wouldn't be a complete wreck," he told her. "Well, you listen to me, dear husband," Ashley remarked. "If you ever do this again, you need to give a girl a little warning, okay? So she can get into the right outfit for a movie like this, you know?" Having set her husband up very well with her pretended anger, the warmth in her last few comments was almost lost. Giggling like a schoolgirl, she pulled on her husband's shirt at the throat and tugged his head down for a long kiss. "You really need a for that," Brad said slowly. "I hope you know that woman." Kinky, taunted Ashley. What about the kids? She asked, turning serious for a moment. Sleeping, Brad assured her, and their door is shut tight. Ashley purred, then I should get into my nasty movie outfit, right? Right, Brad replied. Ashley stood and handed her half-empty wineglass to Brad. She turned toward the stairs and made as if to climb them, but stopped 2 steps up. Grinning, she turned back around and dropped the skirt she'd worn out tonight to puddle around her feet. She looked down at herself for a second. I think I'll leave my thigh-highs on. Is that all right, honey? She asked her enthralled husband. Oh, heck yeah, he said quickly. Brad stood and looked around for a place to deposit the 2 wineglasses. He put them on the end table at the far end of the couch, banging them down much harder than he'd intended. He grimaced, then ignored what he'd done when he saw they weren't broken. He turned the lamp down to its lowest setting and a warm dimness settled into the room. Ashley padded back to her husband and took his hands off his belt buckle to replace it with hers.
She deftly undid the belt, and then unzipped him as quickly as he could have done it himself. I want to watch the movie, she said breathlessly, but I want you to. The frustration was evident in her face and voice. Brad chuckled and sat on the couch. Laying on his left side hard against the back cushions, he motioned her down in front of him. Ashley lay down and promptly threw her right leg over her husband's body and braced it up on the back of the sofa. Go ahead, she whispered. You don't want me to. Honey, if I was any more ready, well, I don't know what, Ashley said. Just do it, sugar, she said firmly. Ash, do you see the remote? He asked, annoyed he couldn't locate it. Ashley raised her head from where it was pillowed on Brad's left arm. On the floor, there, she said and pointed. Brad looked. It was too far for him to reach. I got it, Ashley said quickly. Okay, you're in charge of starting, stopping, instant replays, slow motion, and fast-forwarding through the uninteresting parts, woman, Brad joked. Think you can handle all that? Watch me. Ashley retorted. You think you gotta rank amateur here, or something, buddy? She giggled as Brad sniffed derisively. Then let's get going, Brad urged. The movie lasted only about an hour. They made remarks to each other the whole time, egging each other on as they derided some of the actors in the video. I'll go, Ashley said between gasps. She grabbed a thin blanket from behind the far end of the couch and wrapped it around her as best she could. She staggered up the stairs, leaving Brad to recover as best he could. When he could breathe, Brad took the DVD out of the player and turned off the TV and all the lights. He carried all their clothing upstairs, dropped it near their closets, and made his way into the bath. I told you, Ashley said, pretending to admonish her husband when she joined him in the shower a few moments later. She wound her arms around his back and rested her head between his shoulder blades. Well, Brad protested teasingly, oh, if you didn't scream like a banshee, we wouldn't have these problems. They both chuckled tiredly. You're the one who makes me, Ashley retorted. Want me to stop? Brad teased. Not on your life, Ashley shot back. I'm so tired, she said. They finished their shower and fell into bed. Honey, Ashley murmured. Her head was pillowed on her husband's shoulder and it muffled her voice slightly. Brad whispered. You know what you said one time, before we got married, about you felt like you were competing with the guys in the lifestyle? Brad choked out a noncommittal grunt. Well, my darling lover husband, you. Nobody ever satisfied me like you do, as she told him, patting his chest reassuringly. You don't have anything to worry about, honey, as she said. Her voice trailed off and her breathing became deep and steady. But I do worry, Brad whispered into the dark. They're always right behind me, waiting for me to screw up just once. Hey, hon, Brad said when Ashley answered her cell phone. Hi, baby, she replied. We on for the River City tonight, lover? Brad asked. River City, it was short for a River City pub. It was a high-end nightclub they'd been hitting every few weeks on Saturday night for a good 3 months. They'd found it was an excellent place for one or the other to find someone to flirt with. Oh yeah, Ashley shot back. Wouldn't miss it. I'm just pissed it's your night to be rescued and I have to be the rescuer, as she added in a teasing tone. It was the game they played. One or the other would find someone in a club to flirt with, and the more outrageously they did it, the better. The flirting was allowed to continue to the point where the selected individual was ready to leave with either Ashley or Brad. When they sensed the right time had arrived, a signal was passed to the designated rescuer who galloped into the rescue, Pretending to be a betrayed husband or wife, it was effective every time. Then, when they got home, they pretended the rescued one actually had gone with that other person. It led to many evenings of enthusiastic role-playing and long hours of you-know-what. It was frequently boosted by watching DVDs Brad brought home from Fred's adult bookstore. Fred's employees knew Brad well now and often put aside a copy of the latest new amateur movie for him to pick up when he could. A girl there, her hair gelled into a hard punk style, was Brad's advisor on various toys for sale in the store. Based on her recommendations, Brad had made a number of purchases and was just waiting for the right opportunity to pull them out of the hidden corner of his closet. Tough, Brad told his wife without the slightest hint of sympathy in his tone of voice. He chuckled. You get your turn when we go to the carousel next time. I know, Ashley sighed. It's just that it's so long. Brad laughed. Yeah, it's been almost a week and a half since your last time, he said without sympathy. Well, Ashley said, almost whining. Sometimes it's really boring, you know? No, I haven't got there yet, Brad replied. I'm having a hell of a good time and I thought you were too, he said. I know, Ashley said quickly. Me too, but we could do something else, you know. What? Brad asked flatly. The silence threatened to lengthen interminably. Oh, I don't know, Ashley said at last. Just something. Well, if you think of something within the rules we agreed to, you let me know. Okay? Heck, if you can think of something more exciting, I want to hear it. Anyway, Brad said before Ashley could speak, oh, I'm late for the gym, and the darn personal trainer Reed set me up with will charge me just the same as if I was on time. I think I need to work off a couple more ounces so I'll fit in those new pants, you know? If you keep buying me tighter and tighter ones, I'm going to have to stop wearing underwear. He chuckled. I will if you will, Ashley said, after a small pause. Her voice was excited again. She loved ratcheting things up. Brad laughed again. I'll think about it. I'll let you know. Okay, Ashley breathed into the phone. We'll have a good time tonight, as she cooed. Count on it, Brad said. Bye, darling, love you. Love you, Ashley responded. Bye. Hun? Brad said with an odd note in his voice. What, baby? Ashley answered. She was looking all around the dim nightclub, watching for a young woman suitable for her husband to approach and chat up. Brad was picky. The woman had to be reasonably attractive and, more important, had to have a reasonably nice body. It seemed the more obsessive Brad became with working out, the less inclined he was to even glance at women who didn't keep themselves in shape. You see that girl at the bar over there under the funny-looking chandelier? See her? No. Oh, the blonde with that red, off-the-shoulder thing on? Brad stalled. He hadn't gotten around to looking at what the woman wore. Yeah, that's her. She look familiar to you? Ashley peered at the girl for a long moment. No, I don't think so. Have we gamed her before or something? Nah. Is that a page boy hairstyle like she's wearing her hair? Looks like one see where it kinda molds her head, and it's pretty short and it curves in right under her jaw and stuff. Well yeah, I guess, Ashley responded, giving her husband a strange look. She hadn't been aware he'd ever heard the term the page boy, or much less knew what the hairstyle looked like. Close enough, anyway, as she added. "'Kay," Brad said distractedly, "but she doesn't look familiar to you, blonde girl with a page boy kinda hairdo, a little short, looks kinda plump in her clothes. You ever see anyone like her before?" "I don't think so," Ashley said after studying the woman at length. "Anyway, she doesn't look like she's here with a boyfriend or husband. Are you changing the rules back?" as she asked. She was getting a little irritated. The game had been altered slightly. Because both of them liked the attention a new person showered on them, they'd begun locating couples to tease and play with. Brad would chat up the woman and Ashley would do her best to monopolize the attention of the woman's date or husband. Brad and Ashley would then stage an argument late in the evening and both would storm out, tossing apologies back to the suddenly deserted couple. When they got home, Brad would become the man Ashley had been flirting with and Ashley did everything she could to mimic the girl. "No," Brad said, slowly. A man coming in the entrance had just joined the woman. They kissed and the girl handed the new arrival a drink she'd already ordered. "You don't think you've seen her before, or the guy with her?" "No," Ashley said after a perfunctory glance. "What are you getting at, Brad?" as she asked impatiently. "I wish you wouldn't be so mysterious sometimes." Brad leaned close to whisper in her ear. "That movie we saw last week? Rob and Carrie and Thad and Alicia, or something like that," he prompted his wife. "Remember?" Ashley turned back to the pair and watched as the pair looked around for a table. The waitress shrugged her shoulders at a question from the guy. The room was already packed with several clumps of tables pushed together for large parties already in progress. "Oh my God," Ashley breathed. "You don't think?" "I don't know," Brad answered. "But how about them anyway, even if they aren't?" he asked. "To play with this evening," he said almost impatiently. "What do you think?" Ashley nodded slowly and Brad was out of his chair in an instant. In a moment, he was halfway across the room and quickly approaching the couple. He was eager to get to them before someone else did. Ashley watched as Brad made his offer. He was charming and engaging even way over there. He pointed her way and Ashley waved. The couple glanced at each other and turned back to Brad nodding. They were all smiles. The guy gathered up their drinks and napkins so Brad offered his arm to the little blonde after bowing gallantly. Ashley couldn't hear the woman's chuckle, but she could see the big grin Brad got as a reward. Ashley was suddenly not certain she liked this. Brad was too enthusiastic lately about this game and disturbingly eager to invite this couple into it. The idea the usual delicious excitement might suddenly desert her at the last moment just when they were beginning to play their flirting game with another couple had never occurred to her. It was unsettling. Then they were there in front of her and Brad was introducing them. The man, Carson was his name, was good-looking, Ashley thought. Things would be all right. 2 hours later, Brad sat at the table with Carson's wife, Leanne, while Ashley danced with Carson. Brad pretended to study the short blonde woman. She smiled, enjoying his interest. "So have you heard from Thad and Alicia lately?" he asked casually. Leanne looked at him blankly for a moment. After 2 hours of dancing and drinking, Brad had caught her off guard. Even in the dim club, Brad could see her embarrassed expression. He watched the redness climb from her upper chest to engulf her ears and cheeks. "Oh, God," she moaned. "They never told us that thing would be distributed locally." "Well, I think you gave a very good performance," Brad said with a smile. Especially when he cut himself off before identifying the section he had in mind. "Actually, you seemed very enthusiastic all the way through, very impressive," he complimented Leanne. She smiled tentatively, then more confidently. "Did you really?" she asked. Brad nodded. "Cross my heart," he said. Seconds later, Carson was sliding into the seat beside his wife. Ashley was there for only an instant. She snatched up her purse and smiled prettily, saying she had to make a quick trip to the little girl's room. Brad smiled in return and returned his attention to the woman and her husband. They talked, but not about the movie Leanne and her husband had starred in. Leanne made one attempt to bring it up, but Carson wasn't listening. He watched for Ashley's return, suppressing an obvious excited anticipation. "Baby," Ashley said when she did return a few minutes later. Honey, the babysitter called and Kathy is croupy again and Cindy had an accident." It was their signal tonight. The game had gone on long enough and the other side had advanced too far into Brad and Ashley's game. It was time to end it and get away. "Oh, damn," Brad said in a concerned voice. "I figured. Well, I guess it doesn't matter," he said with a loud sigh. "Listen, folks," he said as he stood up. "Oh, it was great meeting you, really. I'm sorry we have to go, but well, that's what you get when you have kids, huh? Y'all take care and have a good time the rest of the evening, okay?" Ashley added some words to Brad's, but in seconds, they had made their break from the table and were well on their way out the door. In their car, Brad listened as Ashley explained the sudden need to end the entertainment early. It seemed Carson had asked if she and Brad would like to come home with them. Carson wanted to get to know her better. Ashley said she didn't think Brad was ready for that yet. Brad caught the final yet, but he carefully suppressed a reaction. He understood where the conversation would lead if he did, and he wasn't ready for that discussion. Instead, he told her their suspicion the couple were actors in an amateur porn movie was correct. He went on and on about that, smothering Ashley's half-hearted and veiled attempt to move the talk back to something she wanted to go over, something she'd promised Brad she'd never consider again. They decided to watch the movie again, the one that Leanne and Carson had been in. It seemed a natural thing to do, and it was effective. Brad touched the button to pause the movie. I have something," he said tentatively. "I know," Ashley said with a giggle. They were laying in their normal position on the couch. "Well, yeah, that too," Brad answered. "But I thought maybe, well, I'll just blurt it out and you go ahead and slap the S out of me if you don't like it. Okay?" Retrieving a plain plastic shopping bag, he came back to the couch. What was inside had been strongly recommended by the punk girl in Fred's adult bookstore. Ashley sat up, intrigued at the sight of the tangle of slender straps Brad removed from the sack. She couldn't see what it was with just the light from the TV, but she was usually ready for anything new. Brad sat down, nervously playing with the object. Ashley took the bag from his unresisting fingers and looked inside. She looked at Brad and then the straps he was untangling. "Oh," as she said with surprise. Her eyes widened and she giggled as she recognized what her husband had brought home. "Well, honey," as she added. "It's a double harness thing," Brad explained. Ashley patted her husband's forearm. "I know what it is," as she said distractedly. She'd never dreamed Brad would suggest using a toy like this. It was something new and showed Brad was willing to add another facet to their life. "I figured what they do next in the movie and I thought if..." "Yeah," Ashley breathed softly, going over the movie in her mind. "I can see." Ashley with barely restrained enthusiasm in her voice. She took the harness out of her husband's uncertain hands and twisted it into its proper arrangement in a few seconds. "Stand up," as she ordered. "Did you put batteries?" "Yeah, you did," as she remarked. "Lover," Ashley asked Brad when they tumbled into bed. "Oh, it's a darn good thing Dad has the kids this weekend. We would never have been able to explain all that downstairs if a couple of curious young ladies had come down to see what was happening, would we?" "God, no," Brad answered with feeling. "It would have scarred them for life." Ashley stirred. "Well, maybe not quite that bad," as she said almost defensively. She giggled. "But we'd have been answering questions for a month." Brad chuckled. "At least." "Brad, honey," Ashley asked drowsily, "or what do you have for me next?" She was nearly asleep. "Oh, I have something in mind," Brad assured her, "but you'll have to wait for our next date night to find out what," he said teasingly. Ashley rolled over, fully awake and eager to hear what was next in their life. "Tell me," as she demanded. Brad wouldn't. When she gave up and rolled back over, Brad lay unsleeping. His wife had promised, but she was slowly and carefully pressuring to get back into swinging. He knew nothing else would satisfy her. No matter how many fantasies they explored, no matter how many movies, toys, or new positions, it would never be enough. "Damn you," he whispered to the shadows in the room. "You think you're winning, but I won't let you. You hear me? I won't let you." "I have to go potty," Ashley said firmly. "Put that thing in your pocket and leave it alone till I get back, husband, dear," as she added. "Oh, well," Brad replied, pretending to complain. "Oh, I never have any fun." He grinned happily. She laughed. He was actually being very, very bad and she loved it. Brad had surprised her with the remote control an hour before they left the house for this date night. She thought it was going to be a normal dinner and then a movie in the new theater in the mall, but it was turning out to be anything but routine. She sighed, grateful for the rest. Brad had been thumbing the button to activate it, until she got used to the thing. When Brad pushed the button for the first time in the car, she'd yelped in surprise and bucked against the seatbelt. Brad had cracked up. Since walking into the restaurant, he'd agreed to trigger the thing only once in any 2-minute period, but he refused to tell her when the period was beginning. Once, he buzzed her, waited for only a second or two, and then did it again. Ash could only endure. She was enormously turned on, though. She knew they weren't going to a movie theater tonight. Brad had let her know he'd gotten a DVD movie for their private viewing. It was a very special one, he said. One that Fred himself had urged Brad take home. She sighed when the stall door closed and she could perch herself on the toilet. She decided to wash the thing off. It would only take a moment and she was alone in the restroom. When the short brunette girl came out, Ashley was frozen into place. When the young woman chuckled, Ashley blushed a dark red and scrambled to push the toy. She couldn't face the woman at first. "How come yours is blue and mine is pink?" the brunette asked suddenly. Without warning, she blushed as deeply as Ashley had. "Oh geez, I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Ashley laughed and the embarrassment was over for both of them. "You have one too?" Ashley inquired. The girl nodded. "There's something else, aren't they?" Ashley continued, thinking to make conversation for a moment while she washed up. "Oh yeah," the girl replied enthusiastically. "I know what you mean," Ashley said, agreeing with the happy woman and turned to the sinks to wash up. "Wait," Ashley said after a moment. "You mean you have one right now too?" she asked. The young woman nodded. "Both of us have perverts for husbands, huh?" she asked. They laughed together. "Ain't it great?" Ashley said. They laughed again. Ashley finished drying her hands, waved a hand at the other woman, and turned to leave. She stopped with her hand on the door handle. She turned around. "Ashley," she said succinctly, holding out her hand to the other woman. "Janie," returned the short young woman. "Nice to meet ya," she added. "Yeah," Ashley replied. Brad's my husband, gave blood 2 weeks ago and had to have a test before we did it. We don't have anything." Confused, Janie nodded. Spurred to answer by Ashley's questioning expression, she hurried to add, Connor and I are in the army. At Fort Sam? We get tested regularly and it's always negative, as she said. Yeast infection? Anything? Ashley demanded. Janie shook her head. Ashley stood grinning, looking into all corners of the room before coming back to Janie. Sugar. Ashley told the young woman, how would you like to play a little joke on those men of ours? 5 minutes later, Ashley sat back down with her husband. She'd remained standing for a long moment so Janie could locate her, and vice versa. Sitting down, Ashley had to crane her neck and stretch her body up as high as she could. Janie was just barely visible over there. Ashley nodded and waited. The remote-controlled toy sprang into life, making Ashley shudder with pleasure. She did what she could to ignore it. She waved to Janie and saw the other woman nod. Hit it, lover, Ashley told Brad. I want to feel a nice long one, okay? Brad grinned broadly and put his hand in his suit coat pocket. Ashley felt nothing, but she saw Janie's hand fly up across the room. Ashley moaned just loud enough for Brad to hear, though she actually felt nothing. Janie waved energetically and then subsided back into her seat. What was that all about? Brad asked curiously. Just someone I met in the little girl's room, Ashley told him. We talked for a bit, as she added. Brad shrugged. That was something women did, damned if he knew why. Ashley picked up her fork to finish the last few bites of lobster, but the fork skittered across the plate. She yelped in surprise. She hadn't expected the sudden surge. Brad looked quickly up at her. Seeing the signs Ashley had gotten a quick buzz, he frowned and checked the remote in his pocket. It seemed to be okay. Experimentally, he pressed the button. Ashley closed her eyes a bit tardily, Brad thought, and clenched her jaws tight. A gasp in the middle distance and a quick bark of laughter distracted him but didn't pay it much attention. He thumbed the button again. Ung. Ashley grunted. Hey, remember our agreement? She protested. It didn't seem like her heart was in it, though. There was a sudden flurry of activity over there where a pretty brunette was frantically mopping up a spilled glass of water. Her date, or whatever he was signaling for their waitress. Brad shrugged. It had happened to him more than once and would again if he wasn't careful. He reached out and set his own water glass well away from where his sleeve might bump it. So we had to make sure they weren't on the same radio frequency or anything like that, Janie laughed. And we had to be in range of each other, but it all worked out. She and Ashley giggled like schoolgirls and leaned in toward each other to touch their foreheads together. Brad looked at the man who'd introduced himself as Connor. Ashley had insisted she and Brad go over to the other couple's table for a quick drink before they left. Brad and Connor both had been mystified with their wives' strange behavior, but now it was all explained. Brad looked at the two laughing women and shook his head. He had an idea. He glanced again at the women and stealthily pulled the remote control from his pocket and held it up high enough for Connor to see. The other man caught on quickly and slipped his out too. 1, 2, 3. Brad mouthed. Both men pushed down the buttons on the device in their hands and held the button down. Janie and Ashley's bodies jerked almost in unison. Their feet scrambled for purchase on the floor. Brad and Connor let up on their buttons, then thumbed them again. The women, not even partially recovered yet, were beset with tremors again. God damn it, Ashley said, not quite under her breath. Give me that. She took it from Brad's hand. He didn't really try to keep it. Her mistake was made obvious when she contorted her body again. The remote control for Ashley was in Connor's hands. Janie snatched that one away from Connor a moment later. 10 minutes into a conversation on toys and their merits versus men, Janie got a mischievous look on her face. She looked at Ashley, lifted the control she held, and pressed the button to activate it. In self-defense, Ashley punched the button on her controller and the two girls danced and shuddered on their chairs. I don't know when I've had more fun, Janie remarked as the two couples walked slowly into the parking lot. Well, at least with my clothes on anyway. She and Ashley giggled happily as they walked arm in arm, half leaning on each other so they could stay on their feet. They both had had a few too many drinks. Their husbands were intoxicated with the idea. I was going to say, Connor remarked. I distinctly recall any number of occasions when you've had a lot of fun, he said suggestively. Janie laughed. The two couples strolled toward the far eastern edge of the restaurant's parking lot. Since they'd arrived at nearly the same time, it wasn't too surprising they'd parked near each other. They got to Brad and Ashley's car first and stood talking for a long moment. Neither couple really cared to end the evening. Finally, Connor held his hand up for Brad to shake, and the four got ready to part. Then Janie giggled. Aren't you guys forgetting something? She asked. Brad and Connor looked at each other and shrugged. Silly man, Janie said happily. Connor, dear, Ashley has your thing and I've got Brad's thing. She chuckled at herself. Yeah, Ashley said, trying to concentrate through her alcoholic haze. Well, we can wash them off and bring them back. We could meet for lunch tomorrow or something, Janie, Ashley said at last. Nope, Janie said with a drunk's perfect self-possession. I want you to get it out of now, she announced in a loud voice. She put her hands on Connor's chest. Please, honey, she asked. It really shouldn't be in there, she said in a confiding tone. Yeah, Ashley chimed in belatedly. It's only fair. Brad Sugar, come here, Ashley ordered. You got something to get out too, she told him. Girls, Brad began. He didn't really know what to do to end this quickly and quietly enough to not create a disturbance. He looked at Connor, hoping the man would have some idea. Don't look at me, Connor said. He was looking speculatively at Ashley and back at his wife. If the truth be known, Connor commented, the woman outranks me. I'm a first lieutenant, she's a captain. I can't order her to do a damn thing. Damn straight, Janie muttered. Stand at attention, soldier, she commanded with a small hiccup. She peered at her husband and giggled. She pointed at Connor. Well, something is standing at attention anyway. Connor began a half-turn but checked himself. Please, Connor, honey, Janie said in a little girl's voice. Will you please get this thing out? Brad tried to concentrate, but he couldn't. The two drunk women weren't going quietly. Brad glanced around the parking lot again. There were a number of cars there, but he couldn't see anyone in them, and there was nobody walking around in the lot either. Come here, drunk, he said, taking his wife's arm. Come on, Connor, he remarked. Bring the captain back here before she falls down. Brad chuckled. Leading everyone around to the other side of the car, he checked for onlookers again, but found none. They were right on the edge of the paved lot and no one would be coming up behind them. There was a small stand of trees and brush. The closest lamppost was too far away for much light. In fact, the moon over their shoulders would provide most of the illumination for what they were about to do. It wasn't private, by any means, but it was better than nothing. He smiled in Ashley's face, kissed her, then dropped to his knees. Glancing at the other couple, Brad saw Connor was only a beat behind. He was having fun now. He caught it and began to pull it out. He heard Janie say, do it like Brad is doing. Brad chuckled to himself. Janie was every bit the senior officer of the two. Abruptly, he saw an image of Janie laying with Connor. Irreverently, he wondered if Janie gave all the orders in that situation also. Brad grinned up at his wife. I love the taste, don't you, Connor? Brad asked roguishly. I never get enough of it, he added. Oh my God, Janie said. Brad shot a glance toward the other couple to see Connor silently following Brad's lead. Finished, Brad handed it to his wife. Surprised, Ashley took it. When he stood, she let him urge her backward. He moved closer still. Get up there, he told Ashley in a low whisper. On the hood, lady, he explained. Ashley, having a good idea what her husband intended. Satisfied with what he'd done, Brad straightened and stepped back. No, Ashley whimpered. Please, honey, more. Brad replied. You come down here, he told her. God. Janie said thickly off to the side. Brad glanced her way to see she and Connor both were watching. When they done, the women kissed while the men looked on and exchanged toys promising to get together for that lunch anyway. On the way home, Ashley refused to confine herself with the seatbelt and cuddled next to her husband on the bench seat. So, what do you think about this, honey? She asked softly. What? Brad answered. We didn't. Yes, we did, Ashley insisted. That's what it is, couples having it, watching other people and being watched. She stroked her husband's arm for a moment while he digested what she'd said. Well, he said after a long while, it wasn't so bad. Ashley's breath came faster. She felt her pulse increase again. He knew the promise was a dead thing now and no longer relevant. Perhaps it always had been, right from the beginning. So, Ashley demanded the next morning. Tell me. She took a quick swig of coffee and grinned suggestively. Brad knew what she was talking about. She hadn't spoken of anything else since they got up. So, okay, maybe I don't feel so dead set against that thing you call it, the lifestyle anymore, Brad said slowly, hesitating to go further. But that's a big maybe, he said quickly. Ashley's expression didn't change one iota. She was too intent on getting something more from her husband this morning and nothing he said or did was going to deflect her. Brad wasn't even certain she heard what he'd said. It was exciting to watch Connor do it, wasn't it? Ashley said softly. Wasn't it? Come on, admit it, honey, as she coaxed. There's nothing wrong with being honest with yourself and me nothing at all, as she went on. Though the kids were still with her mom this morning, she was whispering to low for anyone else to hear. It was so good, wasn't it? I guess so, Brad replied reluctantly. I thought it would be different, but... Yes, I know, Ashley said in a low, husky voice. She wet her lips. Her eyes were lit with a hidden fire. I wanted you to take Connor's place with her, as she said. It was more a whimper than anything else. She stood and stepped behind her husband. Leaning over, she swept her palms from his neck out to the points of his shoulders and down his arms. She kissed the nape of his neck and nipped at his earlobes. I wanted you to take Janie right there, Ashley whispered in his ear. It would have been so exciting to watch it. Her voice was excited. She would have let you, baby, Ashley moaned softly. She wanted you to it. So you could do it with Connor? Brad asked her. He tried to keep the hurt and anger out of his voice. It was probably unnecessary. Ashley wasn't listening for such subtleties. Oh, he was a lot smaller than you are, darling, Ashley said matter-of-factly. He would have been out of action for a long time. Brad didn't reply. She'd clearly anticipated the question and she hadn't really answered the question he'd asked, but he wasn't inclined to call her on it this time. He'd fought this for so long and there was nothing left inside him to fight any longer. A man had to know when to cut his losses. She'd never know just how he really felt about this, though. There was no point. He tried and failed. Ashley sobbed her frustration when she couldn't get to him. Good to see everybody, the balding little man said. Brad had the impression the club owner was barely restraining himself from rubbing his hands together in glee. He had that look about him. So, you're all thinking of joining our little community here behind the green door. He laughed at his own joke. The club's name was the Green Door, a not-so-subtle hint of mysterious goings-on that took place within. Brad shifted restlessly in his seat. The churning in his stomach would not go away, no matter how hard he tried to pacify it. This wasn't something he wanted to do, but he saw no alternative. Ashley shot a brief glance at her husband. My wife keeps after me to stop trying to make jokes, the little man said in a resigned tone. So, okay, let's get going. We like to bring prospective new members in for a talk like this before your first visit to clear the air, so to speak. We don't want folks to be surprised by anything the first time they visit the Green Door, and we don't want there to be any misconceptions about what the lifestyle is actually about. He looked all around to make eye contact with each of the 6 new prospective members. The first thing you need to know, he said, is that a no means no, period, end of discussion. No one will force any of you ladies to do anything you don't want to do. When you tell a man or a couple you don't want to play, they will leave you alone, or they get to leave and they won't be invited back anytime soon, he told them. What about men? Brad interjected quietly when the man would have gone on. I beg your pardon? What about men? Brad repeated patiently. If I don't want to play with a woman, I can't tell her no like a woman could tell a man? The club owner looked at Brad strangely for a moment. Well, of course, he said finally. Just checking, Brad assured him. From the way you said it, it seemed like only the ladies had that option. Glad to know I was mistaken. After a second close inspection, the proprietor decided to laugh it off. He chuckled as he was responding to a good joke. No, not at all, Mr. Rogers, he said, peering at a typed list through thick glasses. He chuckled again. Course, like I always say, this lifestyle is a woman's theme park, he joked. Us guys are just along for the ride. Indeed, Brad said delicately. And why would you say that? For the first time, Ashley reached out to take his hand and hold it tightly. She knew that tone. Brad was not happy and might explode if provoked badly enough. Well, the other man said, women have the ability to accept for more offers in a short time frame, if you know what I mean. Men can only do it so many times and the pumps run dry, right? Brad's eyes narrowed to slits. Is that right? He asked flatly. Well, sure, the little man replied. And there are a lot of unattached males in the club too, you know. He added. The women in our club have them to turn to any time, and they frequently need to. We men just can't keep up with them. Now can we, young fella? Unattached males? Brad asked slowly. You let single males in here? The man nodded slowly, almost unbelievingly. Surely Mr. Rogers knew a little about how things worked in a club. Well, to be fair, the owner said quickly, there are also a number of unattached single females in our membership also. But not nearly as many as there are single males, and these women are, more often than not, looking for an encounter with another woman and not necessarily a man, right? Brad shot back. The other man nodded reluctantly. I've heard couples should set up rules that apply only to them, that they should talk and resolve issues that might be hurtful to one or the other before they get too far down this road. Is that right, sir? Brad asked, apparently changing the topic. When the other man nodded, Brad continued, So if I was a smart married man, I'd work out a rule with my wife that everything we do as a couple and only with other couples, wouldn't I? He remarked. Certainly, the club owner replied. He spoke quickly, eager to leave this subject behind. Now, we have a few more things to go over. We wanted to talk about theme nights, alcohol, and regretfully, we'll have to go over our policy too. We have a very strict policy on drugs. We will not tolerate any on the premises at all. He looked around at his captive audience. Okay, parking privileges while here at the club. Walking to the car after the orientation meeting, Ashley let her husband see she was irritated. Her stalking pace was a message she intended him to read. You could have waited till we got out to be a jerk, Ashley remarked tightly. You. Brad spun around and dragged her to a stop by grabbing both her wrists and stopping her momentum cold in the space between two heartbeats. You're still my wife, he told her coldly. I'm letting you get away with a lot of things. I'm even following you into this thing even though I'm pretty sure it's a mistake. But woman, you better hear this. Here are a couple of rules we will be living by come hell or high water. First, any we get into here or at those house parties and they're talked about will be it we do as a couple. Understand? Second, if I find you've been messing around with single guys in the club or meeting them outside in spite of telling me you won't, you'll be looking for your fourth husband because I'll divorce you quicker and you can whistle Dixie. You hear me, wife? He'd carefully stuffed both hands in his pockets when he began talking. A faint trembling marked Brad's intensity. It was what his body did when he was using every bit of his self-control not to be physical. Third, he added, as the idea occurred to him, if you lie to me about one goddamn thing from this point on, your ass is grass then too. You better get that through your skull and live by it. Ashley, I won't say it again. I know that was 3 things, he said after a moment of deep breaths. He snorted. So sue me, he said flatly. He turned and marched off to find their car. On the way home, Ashley agreed to the first 2 non-negotiable rules he'd put to her and paid lip service to the third. She supposed he just threw that in for shits and grins as he said sometimes. The other 2 were things she had to address and they were serious. She said she'd have agreed anyway he didn't have to be so mean. Privately, she wasn't so sure about the idea they had to do everything as a couple. It meant she wouldn't be free to roam a club to find new, unknown men to have that first breathless, incredibly exciting experience with. That thrill would be limited to men she and her husband met, essentially, standing side by side. She'd had much greater independence when she and Scott, her second husband, had been in the lifestyle. She'd roamed and so had he. Okay. Brad sighed as he turned off the ignition. He'd selected a parking place far from entrance to the green door. He wasn't ready for this. He didn't want to do it, but he was going to do it. He'd promised. We're okay with the rules, he asked Ashley while staring straight ahead. And we're not going to do anything tonight. No making out, no playing with body parts, and no action. This is just to scout things out and get comfortable, right? Absolutely, Ashley said quickly, doing her best to reassure her husband. She'd sensed a withdrawal in Brad as the week had wound down. Brad was clearly dreading tonight's first visit to the club, and she needed to be as understanding and supportive as possible. You've got to say a word, right? She asked. Either one of us begins to feel uncomfortable or pressured, all we have to do is say it, and we both get up and leave no ifs, ands, or buts about it, honey. She smiled reassuringly at Brad when he glanced worriedly at her. An hour later, Brad was beginning to relax. Ashley hadn't left his side the whole time while they'd walked hand in hand around on a tour of the place. Even when she had to go, she'd made him escort her to the restroom's outer door and wait for her. When he had to, she waited nearby for him to come out. When he popped out, she was alone and smiling sweetly at him. They found a table near a small dance floor and ordered drinks. Brad had a Diet Coke with a squeeze of lemon because he was driving. Ashley asked for a white one. The house wine was good enough. Brad watched the dancers carefully. The women were dressed more sexily than he'd seen in the city's nightclubs, no doubt about it. They danced with each other, touching, kissing, and openly fondling the men they were with, and other women too. Hi, I don't think we've met y'all, said a woman's voice to Brad's left rear. He turned to find a tall man with thinning hair and an attractive, 30-something woman smiling at him. Where the slender man's hair was receding and turning gray, the woman's was coal black and cut short around the head. She was in a blue mini dress. She was short, but the 5-inch heels she wore saved her. "I'm sorry," Brad said, apologizing and rising automatically. Good manners were something ingrained in his soul. "I'm Brad, this is Ashley," he said, introducing himself and his wife. "How are you?" Ashley asked the couple, pleased someone had come over to introduce themselves. She knew the members in some clubs were more than a little clannish and tended to exclude newcomers at first. "We're fine," the man replied. "I'm Jerry and my beautiful wife Sheila," he added. They shook hands all around, and then there was a tiny break. "Oh," Brad exclaimed. "What am I thinking? Please, we'd like for you to join us if you have a moment." It had been one of his and Ashley's goals for tonight talk with some of the club members to get a feel for the place. Jerry and Sheila accepted and each took a seat at the small table. Instead of sitting together, though, they separated. Automatically knowing the protocol in these places from the old days, Ashley slipped out of her seat and Sheila sat down. Jerry held out a chair for Ashley near one he would claim as his. She smiled brightly up at him. "So do you guys come here often?" as Sheila asked Brad. She included Ashley in the question only at the last moment by glancing her way. "Nope, first time," Brad admitted in a voice too hearty and louder than he'd wanted it to be. "Me and Ashley are just getting into this," he told the couple, deciding to plow on rather than stop to admit embarrassment and confusion. "And I think we need to be upfront with you. We're not going to be playing tonight. We're here to get ourselves acclimated, so to speak." "Well, don't you worry about that," Sheila commented and stroked Brad's arm protectively. "Jerry and me will take good care of you," she said protectively. "Have you and Jerry been in the lifestyle long?" Ashley asked hurriedly. Brad did not like being patronized, and Ashley had caught the momentary tightening of his jaw. "For 6 years now," Jerry answered for his wife. "We love it. I don't think I've ever seen Sheila so happy as she's been these past few years," he added. "And you?" Brad asked curiously. Jerry replied. "Have you been happy these past 6 years?" Brad explained. Jerry looked at him blankly for a moment. "Well, sure. I mean, it takes a little getting used to," he added hastily. "Sometimes we have to talk things over to get by some tough spots, but we've learned, haven't we, sweetheart?" He appealed to his wife. Brad had the impression Sheila talked at Jerry to get them through some tough spots, but perhaps that was unfair. He had no evidence one way or the other. "Yeah," Brad remarked casually, "but we're going to make sure we never stop communicating, aren't we, love?" he asked Ashley directly. "Yep," Ashley said, smiling. She turned to Sheila. "You have to, don't you think?" Sheila nodded after a brief hesitation. They talked for over an hour. Jerry was restless and got up twice to get himself a drink from the bar. None of the others had more than one, and Brad was still limiting himself to a soda every now and then. Sheila took command of the conversation, guiding it always into something of a sexual nature. The more she talked, the more her chair seemed to levitate into Brad's space. Brad never saw her actually scoot it closer, it just happened. "Sugar," as Sheila murmured softly into Brad's ear. She was leaning far to her left and making as much body contact with Brad as she could. "You're so tense, big fella, you need to relax and go with the flow, okay?" Brad had to tear his eyes off the dance floor. Girl was dancing alone, but she wouldn't be by herself for long. There was a stir in the room. People were moving around purposefully. "What?" Brad asked in confusion. "I'm sorry, I missed that," he apologized. Sheila glanced at the dance floor and pursed her lips in a momentary disapproval. "They really should be in the back rooms," she said dismissively. "It's not against the rules for the front room, but really." She turned back to Brad. "What I said, stud," she said, returning to her topic. "Oh, is you need to loosen up and let things happen naturally. Know what I mean?" as she added. She leaned in closer. "Everyone says I give the most fantastic you-know-what in the world," as she breathed into his ear. "That's just what you need, darling man," as she said. Brad barely caught her wrist before she would have yanked it down. "No thanks, Sheila," Brad said, hoping his tone was polite enough. "Ashley and I agreed we wouldn't be going that far this evening," he added. According to the rules, that would end this embarrassing episode. He hoped Sheila and Jerry understood. They should, he thought. Sheila slipped off her chair and moved around behind Brad's. Once there, she leaned over. Showing him herself was only the first step, though. Brad leaned back to avoid her. Giving him a little pout, she changed tactics and dropped to her knees in front of her intended target. "No, Sheila, I told you." Brad began. "Go ahead, honey," Brad heard Ashley say. "I won't mind, really." Brad's eyes snapped to the side where he saw Jerry's right hand had established itself on Ashley's left thigh. "No," Brad said firmly. Ashley, we're going to have to go check on the babysitter, he said forcefully. Holding Sheila's shoulders in his hands, he pushed his chair back and stood. Ashley froze at Brad's reference to the babysitter. Using that word in any context meant the evening was over. She flushed bright red. She was just beginning to feel good, and now Brad was calling a halt to everything. Ashley got to her feet reluctantly and mumbled some excuses no one heard and wouldn't have believed if they had. Sheila was only beginning to scramble to her feet when Ashley turned and walked quickly after her husband. She had a feeling he wasn't going to wait for her very long if she delayed any at all. "Bradley, what is wrong?" as she asked when they got home. He'd refused to say a word in the car on the way. "I don't understand. You got offered by Sheila and that's all. What did you think happens in that club?" Ashley was beginning to get mad. She wasn't the most patient of women, and it seemed every time they moved forward a little, something happened in her husband's tiny little brain to ruin it. Brad stared at her. "You don't remember agreeing with me there wouldn't be any this evening?" he asked harshly. "You don't remember there wasn't to be any making out, remember that?" "Well, you were the one getting all," Ashley retorted heatedly. "That woman was all over you, I saw it," she said stiffly. "Then you saw me doing my damnedest to get her off me," Brad shot back. "Contrast that to you letting that guy do it," he continued. "What do you expect?" Ashley argued. "That wasn't a PDA meeting, you idiot, it was a club. People go there to have it." "I expect you to follow the rules we set up for this thing, for ourselves," Brad said icily. "I expect you to do what you say you're going to do and not do the things you say you won't. I expect to be able to trust you, Ashley, and right now all you've shown me is you can't be trusted even sitting at the same table. What's going to happen when, or rather if I agree to go all the way?" Ashley sat on the sofa with a defiant look on her face. As she sat and Brad paced, her expression softened. "All I was doing was trying to encourage you," as she said finally. "I thought if you had just a little bit more confidence, if you knew I wasn't going to be judgmental, then you could get over the hump and have some fun, honey," as she said in a cajoling tone. "We made an agreement with each other," Brad snapped back. "You don't go back on your word, Ashley, ever." "Baby," Ashley sighed. "Okay, I'm sorry I got a little excited and pushed you too far. I know I was wrong to do that, but it seemed like we were finally getting." She stopped when she saw Brad shaking his head. "I'm so tired of hearing that excited bullshit, Ashley. No more excuses, Ash," he told her. "No more goddamned excuses, or this whole thing is out the window, at least for me. You make your choice, Ash. I've had it. This is the last time I'm going to ask you to keep your side of the bargain, any bargain, or it's over, period." He stalked toward the kitchen. There was a six-pack of beer in the fridge, and he needed one in the worst way right now. It had taken months to get past it. Ashley had had a hard time understanding Brad's point of view, and he hers. In the end, they cautiously tested the waters at the Green Door twice more with their rules and agreements firmly in place. The second time had only been 2 weeks ago. Ashley had pledged to honor the agreement not to have any physical contact. Brad had tested her, appearing to be tempted by a young, long-haired blonde there with her tall, apparently well-endowed husband. Ashley politely refused the man's advances in spite of the fact Brad made sure she had plenty to drink. In the end, Brad was forced to decline an invitation to join an A with the couple. They decided Ashley was a wallflower and not into the lifestyle. Tonight was going to be the first time their initial agreements were laid aside. The rules of only doing things as a couple, always going home alone and together, were still intact. They decided on a third rule: no cuddling with any partner after it. This was it and only it. They decided it was not to ever be confused with love. Ashley wore a new miniskirt for the occasion of what she teasingly referred to as Brad's coming out party. It was short and hot pink. As for himself, Brad had chosen a dark blue pair of pants, a light gray tightly tailored pullover shirt, and the black dress boots he always wore for a night out. Ashley thought he looked very handsome. He was a hottie, she told him, absolutely delicious. His reaction to her outfit was unspoken, but unmistakable. "Hi, I'm Glenna," the tall blonde said and held out her hand to Brad. He was taken aback at first. He knew her, if this was the woman he was thinking of, and it was an unusual name. "Brad," he said smoothly, turning away from the bar where he and Ashley were trying to get served. He looked this Glenna over, sure she was one of Ashley's old partners in the game. She stood quietly as he ran his eyes over her. Tall, slender without being skinny. Her dark hair was piled high on her head, leaving her heart-shaped face and slim neck fully exposed. She was pretty, not a classic beauty, but her attractiveness would age much better than most of them in that category. "Glenna," Ashley said, "you look absolutely lovely tonight." Ashley was a little nervous, and it showed. Thanks, Ash, and you looks good, Glenna returned with a laugh. Brad, you're going to have to keep your eye on this woman, as she said. Oh, I shall. Count on it, Brad murmured and shot a glance at Ashley. He was wondering if she was going to come clean about knowing this woman or not. Brad, honey, Ashley said, Glenna is an old friend of mine from before I met you, as she finished. Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Hartford, Brad said. And how is Dean tonight? He inquired. Both women were startled. He's parking, he's fine, thank you, Glenna replied, confused. He's parking the car. This dress isn't one I want to take a hike in through that parking lot, she added. Glenna and Ashley eyed each other for a moment before turning their gazes back to Brad. He let them stew for a moment, pretending to sample the Diet Coke the bartender had finally delivered. He really didn't like the it can taste, but it would have to do. They didn't have the beverage on tap here. He had noticed the women's faces. Oh, you called the house? Oh, last summer sometime, Brad said finally. You left a message for Ashley to call you. I got home before Ash did that day and heard it, he told Glenna. Ash told me who you were, he added. I see, Glenna remarked. You sure do have a great memory, she said. Thank you, Brad replied. Ashley watched them, still confused. Brad hadn't displayed that good a memory in the 3 years they'd been married so far. But she remembered the call. It had scared the crap out of her at the time. She thought Brad had found out about all her secret internet surfing, but the moment had passed. Hey everyone, a man dressed in a sports jacket and slacks said by way of introduction. Glenna took his arm possessively and hugged him close. Ashley, Brad, this is Dean, as she told them. Brad held out his hand and got a strong handshake from the other man. Glad to meet you, Brad told the man. Let's go over to a table, Ashley suggested. They all agreed. On the way, Ashley glanced into her husband's eyes. Are you mad at me? As she asked in a whisper. About inviting Glenna and Dean here tonight? That's what you did, right? He replied. He considered the question for a couple of steps. No, I'm not mad. This is in the nature of a surprise and I don't mind those, he told her. He grasped her lightly just above the elbow and pulled her close for a quick kiss before they walked on. The jacuzzi was small enough they probably wouldn't be disturbed until the club grew more crowded. Glenna was almost in Brad's lap while Ashley sat hip to hip with Dean. Hope you don't mind the jacuzzi and all, Dean remarked. I know, it's a darn cliche for two couples to meet, have dinner then get together in the tub to cement things, but what can you do? He asked cheerfully. It's a cliche because it works, right? Only's thing missing is the darn barbecue, he said mournfully. Glenna wouldn't let me bring in the ribs, he said in a hoarse pretended whisper. She thought they would be a little much, he remarked. Don't know why. They all laughed. Brad was surprised at how easily he'd been able to chuckle at Dean's joke. He hadn't believed he'd be able to respond so naturally while he was under the stress he was feeling. Glenna took the opportunity to close the distance between her and Brad. Brad let her, remembering this was what they'd come here for tonight. In a way, not being able to would solve a myriad of problems. Glenna sighed. You glad to see Glenna? As she asked facetiously, she was pleased. Brad shrugged. So much for that way out. She loved talking dirty. Her facial expression showed she meant every word of it. Brad watched Ashley and Dean surreptitiously. He was anxious that Ashley would soon be doing something with Glenna's husband. At the same time, he was resigned to the fact she was going to have it with the guy. He knew the two feelings would drive him insane if left unresolved, but he didn't know what to do about them. Suddenly, Glenna was scooting her away from Brad's side. She slid a hand. Hey. Brad yelped and lifted away from the attack. Thanks, Glenna quipped and did what she could. Brad groaned and almost yanked his hips back down, away from the new assault. Just in time, he stopped. Sorry, old bean. Dean said with a horrible rendition of a British accent, should have warned you. Ashley groaned. Brad joined in, but that was because Glenna was trying also. It wasn't that bad, Dean said in a wounded tone. Come on. Ashley said something, but Brad's entire attention was focused on Glenna. There, Glenna said with satisfaction. She grinned up at Brad and pulled his head down for a long kiss. Brad looked over to see Ashley just ending a kiss than he'd gotten from Glenna. Come on, lover, Glenna cooed in his ear. Come on, Bradley, sugar, Glenna purred. Brad had automatically risen when she did. He was standing on the floor of the jacuzzi. He was ready and then he hesitated. Unsure, he looked at Ashley as she sat watching with Dean down where Brad couldn't see her do it. Brad didn't know what to do. He loved Ashley more than anything. This was wrong. He knew it was. Suddenly Ashley was beside him. Brad, honey, as she said quietly, Glenna loves like yours. Brad didn't move. Take it, Ashley hissed. She watched for a long moment. Brad made hesitant moves. Hey, Glenna protested in a muffled voice. Let me say, we gotta get a move on here, as she announced. Brad looked down. He began chuckling and then couldn't stop. Dizzy blonde, he repeated. He roared. It was suddenly the funniest joke he'd ever heard. Okay, he said, when he could control his breathing again. He never knew when Ashley sat back down to watch Brad. If he'd looked, he would have seen a trace of confusion on her face. It was confusing. She leaned back against Dean. She wasn't going to do it tonight. There wasn't going to be anything to set Brad off and send him running out of the club tonight. She'd hold off and wait for another night. It wasn't fair to leave Dean hanging, though. Glenna. Brad gasped. Why? Go ahead, as she panted. Abruptly, there was no more resisting. Dean only smiled. He knew his wife. Damn, as she said finally, that was pretty darn good for a rookie, as she joked. Brad chuckled, pleased with her compliment and grateful for her sense of humor. It had made things easier tonight. Thinking of Ashley, he glanced over to see her trading kisses with Dean. Damn, Ashley. Glenna exclaimed. You been keeping something from us, girlfriend? Glenna remarked. Come here, sugar, Glenna told Brad. When the evening was done, Brad had had it 4 times. She was exhausted, but happy. Dean had wandered off partway through the 3rd time and Ashley never did find out where he'd gone. It wasn't like it mattered to Ashley. The important parts had been played by Glenna and Brad. She just wanted Brad to be with a woman he could be comfortable with. Ashley had known Glenna would be a great choice for Brad's first club experience. Actually, Ashley wasn't sure she liked how well those two had managed to connect. She let the unsettling thought fade. It wasn't important. The club wasn't very active tonight, but Brad knew it would start jumping later. He and Ashley had come early, chiefly because his parents had come early to pick up the girls for a weekend with them. They'd only held off a couple of weeks after their first trip to the Green Door. They'd come here twice in April and had great luck finding attractive couples. Brad still raved about one of the women. Ashley hadn't gotten along with the woman's husband quite as well, but she had no complaints. Damn, Brad said explosively. He just caught sight of a woman coming in the front entrance. What in the name of God does she think she's doing? Brad asked incredulously. The woman was on the far side of 40 and round. Brad. Ashley said reprovingly, is she's just expressing her sexuality? You know? You shouldn't laugh at her. She's people too. Brad snorted. Couldn't she express her sexuality in a gym or something? He said derisively. Good God, Ashley, how could a man get it up to do her? I don't see why she's even here. Not everyone is a Barbie doll, Ashley told her husband. She was visibly annoyed. And not every man is Ken, either, as she finished. Brad shrugged. He had never considered himself as handsome, and he didn't now. Not everyone is a blimp, either, he said. So, if I get fat someday, you're not going to love me, Ashley persisted. For the first time Brad saw Ashley was taking this more seriously than he'd intended. So he did too. I'll never have to wonder about that, he said sincerely. You'll never let yourself go that bad and you know it. Ashley irritably shifted in her chair. Her husband was right, at least in that respect. So you wouldn't love me if I was fat, she demanded. Brad looked at her, wondering why this was such an issue. Ashley hadn't been a fat little girl and none of the pictures of her in her photo album showed the slightest problem with obesity in her family at all. Even so, he chose his words carefully. If you someday in an unimaginable future if you lose enough respect for yourself that you get fat so bad you have to waddle from room to room, maybe then yes, I will probably lose respect for you too, and that might well be the beginning of losing my love for you, he said slowly. If I'd married a woman with a genetic problem of some sort that made her more substantial than other women, that's a totally different matter, he added. And no, I don't think I'm being shallow, Brad continued. It's a matter of self-respect and staying healthy. You and I work out to keep from gaining too much unhealthy flab so we'll be there for the kids later on. I don't see the problem, Ash. If someone had told that woman 20 years ago she should get out and jog instead of stuffing her face, she'd be a lot better off and she'd live longer. Ashley couldn't find an argument to counter her husband's commentary. She filed the information away, though. Brad didn't like fat women and wouldn't make the effort to get it up for encounters with them. It was a thing she needed to know, no matter how resentful she felt about it. Her second husband hadn't been so picky. For the first time, Ashley began to wonder what she'd gotten herself into. Now there's a woman and a half, Brad said enthusiastically, not noticing his wife's introspective moment. Phew. The short Eurasian woman with a bold, impudent expression all across her features seemed too full of energy for her small body. Her husband, predictably, was at least 6 feet, 4 inches, tall. Brad was on his feet in a second and making his way past the couple to the bar for a refill on his Diet Coke. He grinned at the pair and said hello before passing them by. Brad's muscular upper body and slim waist attracted any number of women, and the Eurasian bombshell was no exception. Ashley watched as the small woman turned on her heel to watch Brad walk by. Without glancing at her man, she followed Brad up to the bar and stepped up behind him. Lifting his arm, she inserted herself practically under his elbow and threw an arm around his waist. She laughed up at him when Brad looked down to see what was happening. "Hi, honey," Brad said to Ashley when he came back to their table, arm in arm with the woman. "Look who followed me home," he added. Kitty, as she introduced herself, never left Brad and Ashley the rest of the evening. It was the first time Brad had chosen their partners instead of Ashley. There was a minor crisis that had to be ironed out first, though. Brad and Ashley adjourned for a quick 5-minute summit conference because Kitty's husband didn't want to participate in any himself. He got off just watching his wife having it with other men and women. Brad and Ashley decided the other couple was still a couple. Their rule wouldn't be violated if they had it with just Kitty, though she technically was a single woman in the club. Ashley remarked it might happen sometime with a single male in the same circumstances. Brad told her it was unlikely. He really had no intention of having it with her while another man was doing the same. He asked Ashley to make absolutely certain this was okay before she approved an encounter. He didn't want to take unfair advantage. Ashley understood. She didn't mind making it. She'd done it before, though she'd never told Brad. By the end of the night, the small-boned Eurasian woman was unable to walk without her husband's assistance. The female voyeurs watched speculatively as Brad walked casually to the shower room. Ashley watched them, knowing what they were thinking. They decided to check out house parties instead of going to a club this weekend. The last time they'd gone to the Green Door a couple of weeks ago, there hadn't been anyone there they really wanted to have it, and they hadn't been happy with the couple they finally went to a private room with. When they came out later with dissatisfied expressions, an attractive late-30s couple stopped them and invited them to a party at their house. They said Brad and Ashley fit the mold of the people they wanted to party with. Brad and Ashley looked the fit couple over and accepted on the spot. They changed their rules to accommodate new circumstances. That they would be partying in a more private atmosphere meant they no longer had to deal with a suspicion, admittedly mostly on Brad's part. One or the other might wander off. For the house party, they decided they only had to remain inside of one another while having it. It hadn't been difficult finding the Petersons' house. They were met at the door by Carrie Peterson wearing a nice, if unusually short, evening dress. None of the neighbors would suspect a thing. Brad noticed Carrie didn't wear the dress for more than a couple of seconds after the last invited guest arrived. Greta lived perpetually on the verge of plumpness and sometimes fell over the line. She worked hard to lose whatever she gained, though, and tonight was one of the good nights. She wasn't terribly pretty. About the best one could say was her features were pleasant. None of that mattered much to Brad. "You like it?" "I love it," Brad replied. "Isn't it time we got back to it?" he asked. He smiled to show he wasn't really impatient. Brad watched her carefully to make sure he wasn't hurting her. "No more, Greta," he pleaded. "Please," he added. "Greta," he said sincerely, knowing this was what the woman lived for. "You are one nasty girl. You know that?" She nodded happily. "Bye," she said as she got up. Brad collapsed on the couch where Greta had been. He was too tired to move. "Well, hello there," he said to the girl. "Hi," the woman replied. "I'm Corinne, and I need you know what," she informed him. "You." Across the room, Ashley caught short vignettes of Brad's activities, but there were a number of people in the room and much going and coming. She was with the gray-haired gentleman. Ashley walked past Brad, but Brad didn't see her. His eyes were closed. When she came back, intending to sit with Brad and talk a bit, he was busy again with a woman Ashley didn't know. Slightly annoyed, Ashley drifted into a dining room that had been cleared of all furniture in anticipation of tonight's fun and games. It took her a little while, but she found a couple. She looked back into the living room to see Brad. She clearly wanted to be next. Even as she watched her husband, Ashley's excitement flooded over her. Corinne and Kevin's party was well underway. They had a comfortable 2-story home a short distance out into the county. Kevin had a little money from an inheritance, and the couple had invested in a basement playground. When Brad identified it as such, Kevin had laughed and written playground on a slip of paper for future reference. He was going to burn that into a wooden sign to mount over the entrance, he said. There was something for everyone down here. When she called to invite them, Corinne told Brad to plan on being up all night. Brad, honey, Ashley said slowly, are you okay for a while? She'd watched patiently while Brad was with Anita. Oh, for a while anyway, he replied. What's up? Come with me, she asked hesitantly. He nodded and took her hand. So what's this? He asked when they reached a corner of the basement he hadn't explored earlier. Ah, okay, he said, before Ashley could explain. There was some machines. Brad eyed his wife for a long moment. You want to ride one of these? He asked needlessly. Ashley grinned brightly. Well, mount up, Brad told her. Hey, what am I here for? He asked while Ashley mounted the machine. You're in charge, Ashley said simply. Brad shrugged and stepped to the table. 25 minutes later, Ashley tried to lift her high enough to get off. I want to go home, she whimpered. We're going, baby, Brad assured her. It hurt me, she complained on the way home. I don't like that thing. Brad poured the exhausted Ashley into bed after a quick shower. She fell asleep immediately and slept until the following afternoon. She swore she'd never do that again. Brad didn't believe her. However, when she had a chance a few weeks later, she refused out of hand. Brad was encouraged. For the first time, Ashley was refusing because she understood the consequences were too severe for her. The thrill in it was gone. It might be a good sign. He hoped it was. He prayed it was. So, you don't think tablets and stuff like that has changed the thing? Brad asked. I don't know, Raul said after a moment. I've never tried it. How come? Brad inquired. Well, he said slowly, I don't think Irma would care for that too much, you know? Excuse me, Brad asked. Oh, Irma is kinda used to me having it with a woman right at the start and then coasting for the rest of the evening until she's done. Oh really? Brad said. It wasn't a question. Raul nodded. I guess it's just more comfortable for her that way, he explained. So while Oma takes the opportunity, you're watching and waiting on her so you can take her home. Is that about right? Raul nodded, caught himself, and shot a glance into the next room where he knew his wife was. He couldn't see her, but he could hear her laughter. Well, you see, Raul said, actually, I can't really do too much after 3 times, he admitted. Well, tell you what, Brad said. I believe in all the team members having the same number of it. I don't think it's real fair for one player to have to obey the rules the others won't. He studiously ignored Raul for a long moment. Brad reached for the bowl on the end table next to him. Hey, Raul, he said quietly. You don't have any heart problems or anything, right? Good. Listen, why don't you take this vitamin tablet I have here, and it'll make you feel like a new man, he promised. 10 minutes later, Raul was surprised. Yeehaw, crowed Raul. Brad watched Irma pad back into the living room to watch her husband. She frowned slightly. Raul caught sight of her from the corner of his eye. Hey, woman, he called out. Live with it. Brad grinned. A little later. 2 more, Kim cautioned. Just 2 and then. I know, Brad panted. I'm keeping count, he said. Ashley sat in an easy chair against the side wall and watched the action. She'd enjoyed it, but she hadn't hooked up with anyone else since. She wondered how long Brad would be. She figured he'd probably win the competition. She knew what her husband could do. She remembered the days when they would rent a DVD from Fred's. Those were good days, she thought. Really good days. Cheers and clapping broke out from all corners of the room as onlookers gave their compliments to the winner. Panting, Brad raised his arms over his head and clasped his hand in a boxer's celebration. Then he let gravity pull him down to the sofa. Hey, what do I win anyway? He asked, not really expecting an answer. You come down here and relax, Kim told him. The girls and me are gonna give you your prize right now, she promised. Someone called for a stopwatch, but nobody had one. Would you look at that? My God, I never thought I'd ever see that. The hushed comments came from every corner as they watched. What's going on? A newcomer asked. It's Phyllis and Nina, explained the short, balding man. They're having it with Brad together, he said. I'll be damned, the other exclaimed. I heard they swore they'd never do something like that. They're doing it, was the only reply. Phyllis and Nina were mother and daughter. Insiders said it was a month and a half before mother, father, and daughter were in the same room with each other again, even in their own home. No one really knew what had happened with the boyfriend. It was certain Nina had never heard from him again. She tried to track him down, but his roommate said he'd withdrawn from college and moved out of state. He hadn't said where he was going. None of them wanted to stop. But Nina's dad flatly refused to be anywhere near a party or club if his daughter might be there and participating. Phyllis was more flexible. A little bit later. Brad, honey. Ashley said hesitantly, you know we don't have to go out every weekend, right? No one really does that. We could just stay home this weekend and spend time together. Baby, 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 Brad replied cheerfully, you don't have any idea what's happening this weekend. Guess what? Aaron told me he and Sally have laid down enough mattresses to cover the whole floor in their family room downstairs. He says they're going for the Guinness record. You don't want to miss that, sweetheart, Brad told his reluctant wife. All right, Bradley, Ashley sighed. But let's plan for next weekend to be just for us, okay? The green door was jumping tonight. Hey, honey, he greeted his wife. Would you ever do something like that? He asked Ashley. Ashley glanced at the scene and quickly away. No, she said without hesitation. I'd never do that. I don't really know how anyone can. Bradley peered into her eyes, studying what he found there by the dim light in the club. He nodded. Good, he said succinctly. I couldn't have any respect for a woman who'd let this be done to her, he explained. Hey, Darlene, he called, seeing a woman pass behind Ashley. Have you been? He asked enthusiastically. Haven't seen you in a month, oh Sundays. Baby, I've been here and there, mostly there. How are y'all doing tonight? Fine, fine, can't complain. Well, I didn't know I had anything to complain about till I saw you and figured out what I've been missing, Brad joked. Oh well, ain't that sweet? Darlene remarked. It's pure bull ass, but it's sweet, isn't it, Ashley? They laughed. A little bit later. It was a pre-Halloween party. Everyone coming to the Caesars Lounge was expected to dress up in a costume. Because they expected their patrons would have to dress respectably for the trip to and from the club, they set up a tent next to one of the exit/entrances and made it an impromptu dressing room. How? Brad said, greeting his wife as she exited the dressing room and made her way onto the floor. And I do mean how, Brad added as he watched his wife walk across the floor to his side. Ashley giggled. She was Cleopatra tonight, dressed in a flowing white dress. He was dressed as an American Indian, or what Hollywood thought was an Indian anyway. You might as well just wear that sideways, Ashley said dryly, trying to stifle her chuckles. You can say that again, a woman's voice remarked. They turned to see Allison striding sensuously toward them. Allison had an uncanny resemblance anyway to the girl in the beginning scenes of the movie The Mummy. Her costume was more risque than the one in the movie. Hi, Allison, Ashley said, with a noticeable lack of enthusiasm. Ashley, the woman replied. Her eyes were on Brad. Hey, lover, Allison said softly, you ever done a mummy? They waved goodbye and left Ashley standing alone. She regretted she and Brad had changed their club rules. Now they no longer had to stay with each other as a couple so long as they went home together. Brad was as free to roam as Ashley was. A man came by with a pretty Hispanic girl a few seconds later, and Ashley joined them. Her heart wasn't in it. Hey, Brad, honey, Penny squealed happily when he and Ashley strode into the party room. Brad, Bradley, sugar. Brad Rogers, don't you dare forget we have a date tonight. The calls came from all over the room. Brad waved genially, nodded, or smiled at each woman who called his name. He had to spin around twice more to determine the first two runners-up were so they could plan their evenings. Ashley wandered through the kitchen and back around. Galen Richards didn't see any warmth in her eyes, so he backed off. Taylor Ross went a little further, but she was so lethargic, he found an excuse to end it. When Kenny Thompson began chatting with her, she complained about stomach cramps and he smiled understandingly. He told her to take care and get a little rest before spying someone in the living room he had to talk to. It had taken all his persuasiveness to get Ashley out of the house. He'd had to promise her dinner at a nice restaurant in regular clothes. This was their first time hosting a party, and they'd specifically invited Brad and his lovely wife. The steak Brad had was fine, and he chatted happily through the meal, mostly about the men and women in the restaurant. He teased Ashley. Ashley was unusually quiet tonight. She didn't seem to appreciate the game. Brett and Sarah lived in a new development on the north side of town. They were, in fact, the first family to have moved in on their block, so there was plenty of open parking. Brad and Ashley were far from the first to get here, though. They had to park in front of a partially finished house down the street and walk to Brett and Sarah's home. It was a slow walk. Ashley wanted to talk every step of the way, and she kept stopping to explain something to Brad. Finally taking her arm, Brad led the way at a brisker pace. Abruptly, Ashley stopped in her tracks and stood silent in the middle of the street. She collapsed, falling like a puppet whose strings were cut. She lay there crying uncontrollably, not caring who saw her or what they thought. Brad was at her side instantly, pulling her up to hold her in his arms protectively. It's all right, darling, he whispered in her ear. You're okay. I'm here, he said. I don't want anyone. I don't want to touch anyone, she sobbed. I just want you, and I want you to just be with me. Brad held her for a moment before gently turning her face up to his. Ash, baby, he said harshly, it's got to be one way or the other, two choices. Either we get ourselves together and we go in there, or we never ever come this way again, honey. One lifestyle or the other. Ash, it's your decision, but it's got to be final. Ashley didn't hesitate. I want my husband back, she whispered. Brad's arms tightened around her as he hugged her to his chest. Welcome home, darling, he said softly. Indian summer was just about over. From here on, the days were going to turn progressively colder and rainier. The backyard was warm in the glow of the sun, but when the shadows began to lengthen, it would be too cool for the shirt sleeves Brad wore this evening. He was keeping an eye on his daughters and 3 of the neighborhood kids as they laughed and played in the grassy backyard. Brad couldn't get over how quickly Cindy and Kathy were growing up. They weren't toddlers anymore. Their legs had grown, so long they looked like colts racing from one corner of the yard to the other. He shook his head in disbelief. They had so much energy left over at the end of the day to be playing this hard. He couldn't remember ever having that much. When he heard the car pull into the driveway, he pulled a wine cooler out of the bucket of ice on the patio table and twisted the cap off. When Ashley came through the kitchen and opened the big sliding door leading out here, she took the cooler from him gratefully. She sighed. That really hits the spot. Thanks, honey, she said. She stepped close to Brad and lifted her face for a kiss. The kids rounded a corner that had hidden Ashley from them. Her daughters, and one little girl from across the street who considered Ashley her aunt, ran to engulf Ashley with hugs and kisses. When the greetings were over and the children sent back out into the sunny part of the yard, Ashley sighed again, kicked her high heels off, and stretched out on a lounger. Chicken and corn on the cobs on the barbecue, tater salads in the fridge, and I got some baked beans simmering on the stove, Brad announced. We should be eating in about half an hour. I think Ronnie's going to be joining us, but I'm not certain. Ronnie, Veronica, from across the street was a frequent visitor and Ashley's niece. Sounds wonderful, Ashley said, closing her eyes and resting quietly for a bit. You should take more time off, she said at length. Brad nodded his agreement. The forecast had been so good for today, he'd called in to take some personal time. It was something he did every so often these days. I think I will, he said, realizing his wife's eyes were still closed. She wouldn't have seen his nod. I went to lunch with Margaret today, Ashley announced in a neutral tone. Brad snorted. How's the beautiful and gracious Margie? He asked. She still want me to get her with child? Yeah, right, Ashley answered sardonically. That'll be the day. Uh-huh, Brad agreed. The old biddy, he said scathingly. Margie, was not one of his favorite people, and he was not one of hers. She's not that bad, Ashley remarked. Bull, Margaret is a fanatic feminist who thinks it's a case of RP every time a man makes love to his wife, Brad declared. Fortunately, she's too darn ugly to ever have to experience that kind of RP personally, he added. Darn, Bradley, Ashley said casually, and she speaks so highly of you. Brad snorted. That'll be the day, he retorted. Ashley didn't reply for a time. Well, Margaret has her faults, but she can be helpful at times. Okay, Brad replied after a long pause. So long as you use her as a Dutch uncle, I suppose she can be helpful. He opened the grill to turn the chicken quarters and the half-dozen ears of corn over. So what did you and Margaret decide about the male portion of the human race, or was it just me you were talking about? Brad asked. Just you, Ashley replied matter-of-factly. Okay, he said. He waited. I've just about figured out how much you've manipulated me over the last I don't know how long, Ashley remarked dispassionately. She might have been commenting on the weather. Uh-huh, Brad said, checking the level on the propane tank. So with her incredible insight into the human condition, he said sarcastically, how did Margaret feel about how you've manipulated me? Ashley's eyes snapped open. What? Brad used the long barbecue tongs in his hand to motion out into the yard. Ash, you brought those young ladies with us on our third date to make it clear you, and they were a package deal. Brad poked at the chicken breast with the tongs. Ashley was looking at her husband with a small frown on her face. Oh, you might not have done it consciously, Brad continued, but you knew damned good, and while I was already so much in love with you, I'd have agreed to you bringing along your mom and dad, all your brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, and all their dogs and cats too into the marriage. He snorted. And I think you had it pretty well figured your babies were so starved for some kind of father figure they'd latch onto me in a heartbeat, Brad said. You were right, and that time when Kathy came over to where I was sitting on the couch, she wasn't even walking real well yet, but when she made it, she leaned against my knee and held up her arms for me to pick her up. He stopped for a second to savor the memory. Anyway, after she did that, and that first time Cindy looked up at me from her crib and smiled like an angel at me, Hal, I was lost, and I knew it. So don't tell me you haven't manipulated me, Ashley, my dear, Brad remarked. I knew what was happening. I cooperated all the way down the line, but that doesn't change anything. And after Dallas? You told me several times how much you, and they loved me, Brad added, cutting Ashley off when she was about to say something. First few months after Dallas, you pushed me and them together as often as you could manage, not that I minded, but I saw what you were doing. That was manipulation with a capital M. When we started talking about me adopting them, so there wouldn't be any embarrassment at their names when they were registered at school, wasn't that what you said at first? Well, I watched you maneuver me around to get what you wanted then too, Ash. So you're saying you wish you hadn't gone through with it? Ashley asked huskily. On the contrary, Brad said briskly, it was one of the proudest days of my young life when we came out of that hearing room, right up there with marrying you in the first place. Doesn't change the fact that you wanted something from me, you figured I'd balk, and you set about to get things your own way. The fact that I wanted to be their father too so bad I couldn't see straight was just lucky. In the end, everyone got what they wanted, he finished. Ashley looked at him uncertainly. No, you don't have to be concerned about anything, Brad assured her. I love Cindy and Kathy so much it hurts sometimes, and that's never going to change, period. Okay, well, She halted in confusion. Brad smiled wryly. Sorry, Ash, I'll stuff my defensiveness back into its hole and lock the lid down on it. Okay? I only meant to make a small point. I didn't mean to totally deflect you from what you were about to say, forgive me. Ashley nodded distractedly. She was still thinking about what he'd said. Right after I found out you were lying to me about your relationship with Glenna Hartford, Brad remarked. Ashley winced. What? She asked. You were wondering how long I've been manipulating you, Brad explained. It was right after that I realized how deep a hold that culture had on you, and I started thinking of some way to get you to see the light. What kicked it off was the funny way you were acting for a while, and then Glenna called the house. By mistake, I learned. You lied about her, and well, then we were off to the races. How did you find out she called our home phone by mistake? Ashley asked faintly. Read your email to her, Brad told her shortly, poking at the chicken again. I put a program on the computer that recorded every keystroke you made while you were online, that gave me your password on that Yahoo account and the instant messaging too, and I started finding out things I actually didn't suspect you of at the time. You were spying on me? Ashley asked with an edge in her voice. Some people need to be spied on, Brad answered coolly. He wasn't the least apologetic in tone or expression. Tell you what, he continued. Spy on me. I invite you to do exactly that. Watch me like a hawk, he said. You won't find a damn thing, he said. Not because I'm that good at hiding things, but because I'm not doing anything I wouldn't do with you standing at my shoulder, he told his wife. Ashley lay on the chaise lounge and watched her husband. Margaret had urged Ashley to divorce Brad or file some kind of action in court, but Ashley had rejected that suggestion without even thinking about it. On the other hand, Ashley had anticipated she'd have the upper hand in this conversation, but it wasn't turning out that way at all. She was glad she hadn't come home angry and on a mission to set her husband straight. So, anyway, Brad continued, I found out you'd been using your cell phone to talk to Glenna months before she called the house. You lied to me about that when I asked you who she was that evening she called. I figured she was some woman fronting for a lover you'd connected with somehow. I thought you were telling me his name was Dean for a while, but I accidentally found out about the websites you were visiting just a couple of days later, and everything got pretty clear. Oh, damn, Ashley said wearily. I won't ever get out from under this, will I? Not as long as you try to skirt the truth. Ash, by keeping something from me or actively trying to tell me day is night, Brad said quickly. This had bothered him for a long time. Ashley watched him pensively. She swallowed. Do you remember me telling you? Right after Dallas, she said delicately. I said to you I'd been married twice before I met you, but I didn't know much about how to make a marriage work? Brad nodded. Well, Ashley continued, about the only thing I did learn from those marriages was that I had to keep certain things from my husband in order to get along with him. I don't know if you can understand that, but it was what I believed had to be done. I know it's wrong now. I just haven't turned that around yet, not as much as I need to. I want you to understand I'm trying, she added. I know, Brad said, turning the barbecue fire down lower. I've seen it, and I'm beginning to feel the trust coming back, he added. Ashley nodded. She wet her lips. Is there anything you don't know about that time with Glenna and the internet and stuff? Brad shrugged. I don't know, he said carelessly. You'll have to tell me someday. Anyway, once I figured out what was going on, I pulled the keylogger off the computer and stopped reading your email and stuff. I even quit recording your conversations with Glenna when y'all met for lunch. Once I heard you tell her you'd never cheat on me, heck, I stopped everything, he said. Ashley gasped. You even knew what we were talking about in person? Yep, Brad said matter-of-factly. Both our names are on each other's car title, and that gives me a legal right to put a recorder OSA taped on the underside of the driver's seat with some good old duct tape or something. But, like I said, I quit doing all that once I figured out you weren't cheating on me. Well, at least not with a lover, Brad remarked. I wish you'd stop saying that word, cheat, Ashley said weakly. You were deceiving me keeping parts of your life secret. You had an email account specifically dedicated to living vicariously as a you-know-what through Glenna and the internet. Your fascination with the lifestyle was affecting our marriage, our love life, and just about everything else in our lives, Brad explained. What part of cheating is not included in all that? He waved his hand irritably. Look, we can do this from another angle, he said. Let me put it this way. He took a deep breath. Okay, yes, I manipulated you 6 ways from Sunday, but only after it became clear you weren't keeping your promise never to get involved with again. You said that before we were married, and you said it again after Dallas, but you couldn't keep your promises. Brad pulled one of the patio chairs close to the lounger where Ashley sat. He leaned over to put his elbows on his knees and clasped his hand together. I didn't think talking about it a third time was going to do much good, Ash, so I didn't even try. It was clear to me something had a hold on you, and you couldn't shake it any more than an addict can get the monkey off his back. Brad, Ashley protested. Darn it, it was never that bad. Sure it was, Brad said, contradicting her. I saw the patterns, Ash. Think about it. He leaned closer and lowered his voice still further. It was real clear, honey, he told her. I knew every single time when you'd come home early to check out those websites, or when you'd gotten an email from Glenna talking about some stud she'd had it with the night before, or when you were in a chat room and they were talking about encounters or whatever. You know how I could tell? It was easy. On those evenings and a few days afterward, you came to bed so horny you couldn't stand it. You didn't want me to make love to you. You wanted to be F. So I did. Also, when you did get your fix, the kids got stories read to them at bedtime. I didn't have to do the laundry all the time. You had plenty of time to give us all hugs and kisses, and we didn't have to eat something quick and easy to fix for supper. Brad told his wife. On the other hand, if you went a week without any contact like that, you were pretty damned irritable all day long. I couldn't talk you into for love nor money. The kids came home to read to them. We ate takeout or something from a can, and getting a hug from you when you came in from work was so rare. The kids would ask me if you were through being sick. Now do you see why I think of it like you were an addict? Brad asked her. Brad, I didn't. Her voice trailed off. Ashley was stunned. She wanted to deny it all, but memories flooded her mind. At the time, she'd dimly seen some of the things Brad had pointed out and even tried to correct them. They were in sharp focus now. Oh, God, Ashley said in a tormented voice. She bent over and tried to hide her face in her lap. No, Brad said. Look, Ash, it's not something to cry about now. That won't do either of us any good. What's done is done, and the best thing we can do is forgive each other, okay? Look, the bad times then weren't all bad. You can start forgiving me by excusing me for emphasizing things too strongly just now. I did it to make a point, but I did it too much. He studied his wife for a moment. Please forgive me? Ashley nodded uncertainly, but she raised her head to look Brad in the eyes. Thank you, darling, Brad told her. He reached out to take Ashley's left hand in his right. Maybe, he said reflectively, I felt like there was something that happened in your psyche back then when you thought about having it with some new person. Honey, the very idea of having it with someone new was taking over your life. I could see it happening. Ashley took in a deep breath, but found she had nothing to say. Brad's analysis was too close to what she remembered feeling. It wasn't comfortable listening to him, but strangely, it helped that he was being almost clinical about it. She could almost pretend all this had happened to someone else. I don't know about brain chemistry and psychoanalysis and stuff like that, Brad explained when Ashley didn't say anything, but I knew what that flush meant when I saw it. I understood what caused that sparkle in your eye. And I didn't have to ask why you sometimes acted like you were a 5-year-old again and it was Christmas morning. You tried to shake it twice, but it had already come back again a third time. Brad said regretfully. I didn't see any way it was not going to wreck our marriage, so I admitted. I set out to manipulate you, and I did it on purpose. Ashley watched Brad with hooded eyes. She literally didn't know what to say. Margaret had warned her not to accept any lame excuses from Brad. She hadn't had any advice for a situation where Brad openly and unashamedly admitted he was a controlling, manipulating. Well, Margaret went off the deep end sometimes. I hope some films would do the trick, Brad told her quietly, laying it out for his wife. Then I hope the films together with letting you flirt with some men would work. Then we went a role-playing and toys and finally we wound up with that couple. Whatever their names were having it while they did it right next to us. Nothing worked. All you could think of was raising the bar even higher. That monkey on your back wasn't going to accept anything less than getting back into the lifestyle, so I gave up trying to find a substitute that would be exciting enough for you. Do you have any idea how many times you used the word exciting back then? No, Ashley said quietly. I know you got tired of it, but until you said something about it that time, I wasn't aware I was saying it all that much. I'm sorry, she said tentatively. Nah, don't be sorry, Brad said briskly. Let's take all this as a lesson learned. We learn from our mistakes, right? We can both learn from these experiences. Heck, Ashley, we've already come through the worst of it, haven't we? If you can forgive me for manipulating your life for a while, darling, we're home free, he told her. Anyway, he continued, we can finish this up pretty quick here. Once I figured out we were going to be, I set to work giving you all you could handle of the lifestyle. I wanted to make you sick of it. I wanted to burn away the pleasure, that breathless anticipation, the thrill you felt when you thought of an encounter at the clubs or at one of the parties. And it looks to me like the cancer I saw. Heck, I can't think of the words to use. The cancer I saw in your soul, I think it's all gone now. I pray it is anyway. You know, you sure looked like you were having fun with the role-playing and flirting, and I could have sworn you got your rocks off one hell of a lot with all kinds of those women, Ashley said acidly. I absolutely enjoyed a lot of it, Brad said calmly. Where is it written that one has to be grumpy, unhappy, and dour in order to do something one considers right? Do you have an answer for everything? Ashley asked crossly. Pretty much, yeah, Brad answered serenely. Ashley's eyes narrowed to mere slits. Her Irish temper was easily ignited anyway. It didn't pay to provoke her unnecessarily. I should, Brad said quickly. I've had this conversation with you even if it's been just in my head about a zillion times. He smiled. I knew you were going to figure out what had been happening real quick after that excitement fog wore off, Ashley. You're too smart not to. So I knew this day was coming, and if I wanted to stay married to you, I'd better be prepared to defend myself, right? Brad asked. So where do we go from here? He asked his wife. He watched her carefully. Brad didn't think it would happen, but Ashley could react with a blind fury. In many ways, Brad wouldn't have blamed her. Oh, Ashley said wearily, I decided that when Margaret tried to get me to call her favorite lawyer, she told him. She's not real happy with me right now, 'cause I told her I wasn't going to leave you, no matter what, Ashley assured her husband. We've been through too much to turn back, she added. Brad closed his eyes and nodded thankfully. I hoped you'd say that or something like that, he whispered. I love you too much to lose you now. Ashley snorted. Don't you start thinking you're off the hook, Ashley declared. I didn't promise to not make your life a holy hell for a while to teach you a lesson or two, she said. You still stand a pretty good chance of that. I'll get by, Brad said cheerfully. He stood. Kids, he shouted, trying to keep it to a low roar. Supper time, go get your hands washed and get to the table. Daddy, can Ronnie? Yes, Brad called back, but she has to help you do the dishes, he answered. There was a short silence. Help us do the dishes? Kathy asked dubiously when she got to the patio. Cindy looked on with a frown on her face. You got it, Brad said, confirming their fears. Ah, Daddy, they chorused. You better get a move on, Brad said implacably. If you three aren't at the table in 5 minutes all washed and everything, you don't get dessert, he cautioned. The three turned and ran for the house and the bathroom to wash their hands and faces. Ashley stood up. I better go wash up too, she commented. I want some ice cream really bad. She stopped long enough to plan a lingering kiss on her husband's lips. She played with the top button on his shirt for a moment, keeping her eyes fixed on it all the while. You know you don't have to worry about me any longer, she said quietly. I almost throw up when I think about that lifestyle now. You burned it out of me, all right. I can't even say the word without it hurting me deep inside. Brad, but you spy on me all you want, okay? You'll see. I know, Brad assured her. You spy on me too here? Ashley nodded, though she had no idea of doing what he suggested. She stood on tiptoe to kiss him again, then turned around and went through the kitchen on her way to the bathroom. Brad could hear her supervising the 3 young girls while they washed up. Before he followed her in with a platter loaded down with meat and ears of corn, he looked around in the fading sunlight. Across the fence he could see into Christy and Andy Velasquez's yard. He waved at Christy when she looked up and she smiled broadly. She waved back and stood just outside their patio door smoking a cigarette. Andy hated her smoking, but the best deal he could get was an agreement with his wife that she wouldn't smoke indoors. He held her to it. Christy was in the tight short shorts she always wore and a halter top. She was 23 now and had grown up substantially. Christy and Andy were good friends of theirs. They'd been Brad and Ashley's guests any number of times, and vice versa. Brad knew Christy had the legs and grace of a dancer. He felt the heat and a smile flickered across his lips. A frown overwhelmed the smile. He shook his head and exhaled a lungful of air in a long sigh. "I don't worry about you anymore, Ash, darling," he whispered to himself as he closed the door behind him. "But sometimes, I worry about me."